This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012 with Colin Murray.
At Wimbledon this afternoon, two Brits go for 2 golds, and Murray is waiting right now to enter centre court in an attempt to wrestle the men's singles Olympic title from the hands of Roger Federer. After his semi-final, I have one question for you. Why not?
And Andy Murray wins a medal at the tennis, and it'll be a rematch of the Wimbledon final when, on Sunday afternoon, Murray will go for gold.
Call it Henman Hill if you must, call it Murray Mound if that's your preference, but today I stand proudly on top of Medal Mountain, guaranteed silver, hoping for gold. And this morning, as I queued for security, I found myself directly behind Roger Federer, and in the true Olympic spirit, I stopped just short of tripping him up. Britain has won 15 golds in Olympic tennis history, but that was in the days before square rackets and before it was consigned to the wilderness in 1924. It returned in 88. There's a silver to speak of, but yet again, Andy Murray is pushing British tennis forward. The best of many a generation. But Jonathan Overend, as we await Andy and Roger in centre court, maybe the word unprecedented should be used in connection with the tournament as a whole, because it seems to have gained a real foothold this week in terms of its validity within the Olympic family.
It was one of the original Olympic sports, Colin, way back in the 19th century, but then it had a long time away from the Games. It returned in Seoul in 1988, and if we're honest about it, some of the great players of that era didn't really care. It took a decade or more really for it to become ingrained in the consciousness of the top stars of world tennis. Even now it is hard to argue the sport's place in the game based on the pinnacle of the sport argument. But for me, that isn't the argument that matters. You only have to look at the commitment of the players out there today, the international athletes doing it for their countries, and this is one of the most international sports there is in terms of the number of countries represented in the draw. And Federer and Murray both desperately want to win this gold for the same reason, but also for different reasons. For Federer to complete the set really in his glorious CV, and for Murray just driven on by the whole wave of emotion of London 2012. He's loved being part of it, and now he wants to join that list of Team GB gold medal winners.
A few things we should note. When the roof closed in the Wimbledon final, that was obviously favoured Roger Federer, and also the format changes as we get to here as well. We go to the longer game.
We do. It's best of 5 sets for this final. I know a lot of confusion this morning. Supporters not too sure whether it was best of 3 or best of 5. Definitely best of 5, and the only best of 5 set match at this tournament. It is a big change when you're used to playing that shorter form. Murray has been in brilliant form this week. So has Federer as well. I think the longer form you have to say it favours Federer because he's won 17 Grand Slam titles over that particular format. And as for the roof, well, it's closed at the moment. It's raining outside. Del Potro and Djokovic did begin in their bronze medal match on court number 1, but that is now suspended. So the roof is going to stay closed for this final, and you've got to say that is Lord Roger Federer having it his way yet again here at Wimbledon. We can't even get the luck with the roof, Colin.
Here, whether rain or shine, it doesn't matter. Everybody here, Jonathan, over in Medal Mountain. Are you liking that?
I'm loving that.
Yeah, it has basically a t-shirt and a rain mac, and no matter what happens, that's what will be donning. I can see about 2 or 3 spare patches of grass where someone might be able to place their derriere on, but it's absolutely packed, and has been actually watching the Williams sisters take gold in the women's doubles. You know, the history of this hill and sort of how it just became something where people would gather as British tennis gained momentum, and now you look at it, there's a permanent bar on it. There's a place where you can get a cappuccino as well. There's food stalls, and it's very much just like being in the stadium itself and the huge screen in front. So I will not move from here to the bitter end today. That's my promise to you, Jonathan Overend.
Well, they've even sold tickets, haven't they, this week, just to sit on a hill.
Yeah.
But, you know, London sport's most famous hill, and the people who have sat on that hill, taken in the atmosphere, watched on the big screen, I know have absolutely loved it this week, and today could be something special. Tell you what, Colin Murray, the roof's opening.
Excellent, the roof is opening.
First big win for Andy Murray and Great Britain today on what could be a day of not just one win, of course, Colin, but 2, with the mixed doubles final following straight on after enter the men's singles final with Murray and Robson against the top seeds Azarenka and Mirny.
Roger will literally just be seconds away from entering centre court there, Jonathan, over end. Now he's going to have to wait, and he's looking to the sky, and he's thinking back to that Wimbledon final, and Roger Federer's shaking in his tennis shoes. He's saying, close the roof, for crying out loud. I've got all of Britain against me.
I thought you were just about to say he's seconds away from entering the referee's office and saying, excuse me, who runs this place? It's not you, it's me. I've won 7 titles here. I demand that the roof stays shut for the final. It is opening, and it's amazing actually as we look out from under the rafters here, right on the back of centre court. It's dark all around us. We're looking out on the green grass court, which of course looks so perfect. It feels like we're outdoors, but we can now see this little jinking slot of light, almost like a post box across the court there, as the roof starts to open, and the baseline at this near end now illuminated in bright sunshine, as here's a nice touch, all the ball kids who have been on duty during Wimbledon, dressed in the Games Maker volunteers kits, come out from the concourses and run all the way around centre court. They're waving to the crowds, all the kids who are, let's face it, volunteers, Games Makers themselves. They're doing a huge lap of honour, and they're now throwing tennis balls into the crowd. What a nice little touch there at the start of this men's singles final, just lightening the mood, getting everyone up for it. The balls are just spraying into the crowd on centre court from the ball kids who are running around centre court right now.
Some of them throwing them with a little bit too much vigour, in my opinion. It's a family show, just toss them in there. Don't be taking anybody's head off at any stage, but it's another nice touch. It's a spontaneous moment that seems to greet us all throughout these Olympics. Do you remember the Velodrome last night when the crowd started singing Hey Jude, and there was Sir Thumbs Aloft himself in the royal box or whatever it was, doing a little jig. Jonathan, just tell me before I head to the saline, how long does it take for that roof to open, because obviously we have a delay in play?
Oh, it won't take too long. No worries at all. It won't be much of a delay. Here come the line judges. In fact, it's halfway across already, and by the time the players are ready for the knock-up, the roof will be fully open and will be ready to play in bright sunshine on centre court. Federer against Murray for Olympic gold.
And we're back at that in just a minute, but Ben Ainsley is getting underway in his medal race in the Finn class at the saline. Ben won silver in Atlanta in 1996 and gold at every Olympics since then. This would be his 4th Olympic title, and would mean, Juliet Farrington, that Ben Ainsley would be one step of a podium away from what Sir Steve Redgrave achieved.
I know, it's fascinating. He would, if he wins a 4th Olympic gold medal here this afternoon, become the most successful, the greatest ever Olympic sailor. I mean, coming into this regatta as red-hot favourite, nobody expected the great Dane Jonas Høgh Christensen of Denmark to sail the way he has and lead the Finn class right from the start. We were watching in the pre-start sequence, and Ben was chasing him around the start area, jostling with him, but it was Denmark who made the first move and forcing Ben to tack Pippa Wilson.
Yeah, exactly. They started right next to each other, and Ben was forced to tack to the right-hand side of the course as the Danish extend into the left-hand side of the course. So now we're just watching them come back together to see who is in front. But at the moment it does look like Ben's picked up a little bit more wind on the right, and looks like hopefully he'll cross. And from that position he just needs to try and stay out of trouble. Yeah, there he is, he just crossed. So he just needs to try and stay out of trouble and extend.
What a battle it's been between the Great Dane and Big Ben. Just paint the picture for me, girls. Where are you positioned for this?
Miles away. Well, we're over in Portland at the Dinghy Park. We're obviously watching this from a live feed. The boys, they're out there in front of the the grassy spectator area where 4,000 people are rammed into that. I mean, they've had a great afternoon so far. They're watching 3 Olympic champions in action. Obviously they've seen Ian Percy and Bart Simpson lose their title. Silver medal is great for them, but obviously they wanted the gold medal. They were leading that fleet in the star class coming into their regatta. We're hoping that's not a bad omen for Ben, that Ben does have work to do on Denmark. It is going to be like a chess match out there, isn't it, Pippa?
Yeah, it is. They're just coming around the first mark, and I think That's Ben in 5th, so that's great news. He's 5th, and behind him is the Dutch sailor, and at the moment it's looking good for Ben.
OK, that's brilliant, and we'll be back with you all throughout this afternoon, of course, but we're starting to hit the roar even from Medal Mountain here, because we're expecting the players any second on centre court to battle it out for the gold medal in the men's singles Olympic title of London 2012. Jonathan Overend is shaking.
Yep, certainly am, and well, who'd have thought it? 4 weeks after they played on this court, back they come to play again. Roger Federer and Andy Murray, the two standout players of the tennis summer of 2012. And remember the start that Murray made to that final in the Wimbledon Championships. It was so impressive, winning the first set, getting the 4-all in the second, having break points on the Federer serve. It could have been so different had the rain not intervened. The roof came over, Federer improved, and the players now are waiting for the introductions. I can just see, I can peek through the door of the clubhouse at the far side, and I can see someone in a red shirt, and it's Roger Federer, and he's swaying from side to side. The spectators can't see him yet, but amazingly here from the back row of centre court, as we can look over the top of the purple backstop, we can see Federer come out, and he's going to be introduced first. Well, is this going to be psychologically good for Murray? Here comes Roger Federer in the colours of Switzerland onto centre court, and he gets a loud cheer, as you would expect. But I tell you what, Roger, you're the underdog today. Everybody loves you, but the cheer is going to be even louder for this man. Out he comes, and here is Great Britain's Andy Murray. Not often Andy Murray gets a bigger cheer than Roger Federer as we travel around the world, but here on centre court at Wimbledon, I think with the crowd just inspired by events of yesterday at the rowing, in the velodrome and in the Olympic Stadium, everyone today wants to see another Great Britain gold medal, and they want to see Federer beaten, and Murray with that piece of gold round his neck at the end of the afternoon, Colin.
Thousands of Union flags aloft with Jonathan Overend inside centre court, and thousands more here on Medal Mountain for one day only here on BBC Radio 5 Live. We heard from Juliet and Pippa, who are keeping an eye on that medal race for Ben Ainsley, and now we go to Chris Warburton, who I hope, considering they're so far away, 5 Live put in a one-man rowing boat and sent you out to sea to earn your money.
I was on a little catamaran earlier on this week, actually, Colin. I have been out on the sea and making an absolute fool of myself by putting on the wetsuit the wrong way round. But nevertheless, it's one in, one out, Colin, here at Weymouth Beach. It is so busy. I've been down here for the past few days. It's been pretty busy in this live zone, as they call it, where there's the big screens. But today, everyone has seen the sunshine. Everyone has seen that there are gold medal prospects for Team GB, and they've headed down here with their picnics, with their Union flags. People enjoying the sea and enjoying this wonderful backdrop of the Jurassic Coast as well. And do you know what? It's just great speaking to so many people who are just so excited to be out here getting a little bit of Olympic history themselves. One man just in his Speedos, I've noticed, which is beautiful. A little bit too much, isn't it? We can't quite see the sailing from here. It's just beyond the bay and out into the open, choppier seas. But as I say, the big screens are there, and every time that Ben Ainsley makes any kind of move, the Union flags get waved. I don't know if everyone can follow it. People I'm speaking to are kind of, I think, Ben Ainsley's doing something, isn't he? But it doesn't really matter. They're enjoying it anyway, and everybody's cheering him on. I want to just get my flip-flops on, Colin.
You get in there, you go paddling, son. Why not enjoy yourself? It's the Olympics in London. It's never going to happen to us again in our lifetimes, not the way we eat. Thanks very much for that. Don't forget, we'll keep you across it. Ben Ainsley was sitting about 5th after the early stages of that. It is a horrible sport to try and cover, a wonderful sport though to take part in and cheer on, and I have to say, I use the word unprecedented. We're having one of those days in the boxing at the XL. Has Darren Fletcher ever felt so inadequate than he does today, sitting between Steve Bunce and Lennox Lewis?
This is obviously the opposite of the sailing, Colin. It's an easy sport to cover, but not the easiest to take part in. But she's going to become Natasha Jonas in a few minutes' time, the first British woman to climb into a boxing ring in the 108-year history of the sport at the Olympic Games. Now, she's 28, she's an effervescent Scouser from Toxteth, and she won a bronze medal at the World Championship 2 years ago. Her opponent, though, is Queen Underwood from Seattle in the USA. She was born into poverty. Her sisters had had to rely on donations and handouts to be able to travel here to support her, and she pushed the great Katie Taylor from Ireland all the way at the Worlds and offers the toughest possible test in the last 16 at lightweight. But you've got to say, Colin, with the momentum building and Team GB closing in on the medal bouts, you wouldn't bet against Jonas turning history into gold next weekend at Exeter, would you?
And the other thing, Lennox, we have to note is the swimming's finished. We're moving towards the tail end of the cycling as well, with some really big medal hopes, but we're going to go on right through the week with the boxing. It is going to become a huge focal point for Team GB.
Absolutely. You've got a lot of good guys on the GB team and a lot of good fans, and they want to do it at home, and they're excited to do it, and I feel excited to be here and be a part of it.
I love that. I said unprecedented is the word to use as I come back to what we're doing here at Wimbledon. That's the first ever hit on 5 Live in boxing where Steve Bunce has said nothing. Absolutely love it. Right, you are here at BBC Radio 5 Live. We'll continue across the box and all throughout the day, of course, and we'll just nip back very quickly to Juliet and find out what is going on with Ben Ainsley's medal race. Any further news?
Well, it's Pippa from Weymouth. Juliet just,
hey, Pippa.
She's just gone to the mix zone to interview the Star Sailors, and at the moment it's looking great for Ben. He's in a controlling position. He's second in the race, and the Danish guy's in 8th, kind of in the pack, so looking great for Ben at the moment.
Loving it. Thank you very much for that. I should tell you, on Olympics Extra all afternoon, our men's gymnasts are in action again. It's all about the individual events. The men's floor we're not in. Then we get the women's vault, no GB either. But then it's the men's pommel at about 3:45. Lewis Smith could do something very special in that. And good luck to Max Whitlock as well. But here we go. Murray going for 2 golds. Firstly in the men's singles against Roger Federer, who beat him just weeks ago in the final here at Wimbledon. But this is different. The athletics proved last night that this is different. Our women's rowers proved on 3 occasions that this is different. And Bradley Wiggins, Victoria Pendleton and her team pursuiters on the cycling track proved that this is different. Annabelle Croft is beside Jonathan Overend for another nail-biting afternoon of Olympic sport on your Olympic station.
Thank you, Colin. So much has been different about Wimbledon this week. Here on centre court we have players, one in a red shirt, one in a navy blue shirt. Well, that's not allowed normally. We've got purple backdrops. We've got just all sorts of different directions that we have to walk in, and staircases we can suddenly go up that we can't normally go up, and doors that we can't go through that we normally can go through. But anyway, Wimbledon has played host to what has been a fabulous tournament here. Understandable that during the first week of the Olympic Games the tennis is a real slow burner. It takes a while to get going as we make our way through the first, second, third rounds, but then as we bear down on the medals it really starts to take off. And haven't we seen that over the last few days, not just in the singles competitions but in the doubles as well, particularly in the mixed doubles. And what a day for the guy in Team GB kit, navy blue at the far end, the royal box end of centre court at the moment, as he knocks up with Roger Federer. He's going not just for 1 gold but for 2. He's playing back to back, and his preparation for his mixed doubles match, Annabelle Croft, is a possible 5-setter with Roger Federer. What an odd day.
It is an extraordinary day, but I can tell you one thing, Jonathan, the atmosphere out here is extraordinary, isn't it? I mean, I thought it was incredible during the Wimbledon final, but it just has even more electricity about it, and you can just sense that this crowd are ready to lift Andy Murray throughout the course of this match. It's quite a nervy knock-up that's going on at the moment, and if you remember in the finals of Wimbledon, Roger was more nervous than I've ever seen him in his career, and you can guarantee one thing: he is going to be exceptionally nervous out here, because this is a situation that levels them both, because neither of them have been in this situation. And whereas before in the Wimbledon finals Roger had been there 8 times, only ever lost 1 Wimbledon final to Rafael Nadal, that was Andy's first Wimbledon final, but this is a leveler for both of them because it's their first chance at a gold medal, and I think that's quite significant.
What a day for the ticket holders here on centre court. 15,000 of them would have applied in the application process like you and I a year ago. Little did they think they would be lucky and come out on finals day on centre court, but here they are, and I'm sure the vast majority of people who've never been to Wimbledon before, and they are going to be waving those Union flags. Some for Switzerland as well, we have to say. We're not going to be over the top biased for Team GB today, Annabelle, are we? Because we know how many supporters there are, not just around the world but across the United Kingdom, of Roger Federer.
Well, he is considered as one of the greatest ever in the history of the game, and with his 17 Grand Slam titles, that's never been done before. You know, his 7 Wimbledons, most recently against Andy Murray just a few weeks ago. You know, he is an exceptional individual, and he has achieved so much in this sport. He's been an incredible ambassador, and he wants this more than anything. This is the one missing link in all the repertoire of trophies in his cabinet.
You're listening to 5 Live at the Olympic Games. What a day yesterday, what a night. Today could bring more of the same. Ben Ainsley, Lewis Smith, Christina Ohurugu, Ed Clancy, and this man who rises from his chair on centre court for the gold medal match in the men's singles. Andy Murray for Team GB, up first, ready to serve first. Followed by Roger Federer, waiting for his own cheer. Comes down to the baseline in front of us. A couple of Swiss fans with their red and white flag waving in front of us. If you haven't been with us for any of our tennis commentaries this week, we must tell you that we are out in amongst it here on centre court. We're normally behind triple glazing in the corner of the court, but here at the Olympic Games we're out in the open and we're underway in the gold medal match. Murray serving first, royal box end. Federer, red shirt, white shorts, coming into the net behind a forehand approach, backhand volley. Murray into the net, on the run with a forehand passing attempt down the line. This could be a lot of fun, Annabelle, couldn't it? Best of 5 sets for the gold medal.
Yeah, I feel as if we're just at the beginning of an incredible roller coaster ride of emotion out here today, Jonathan. But fairly nervy first point there from Andy Murray, and a very positive start from Roger. Getting Andy on the move in that first point.
The other thing to say is we have a problem with the air conditioning under the roof here, and there is a massive leak coming down. There's a good serve from Murray down the centre. The forehand from Roger Federer goes long. Not sure if you can just pick it up. It sounds like there's some rain going on here in the broadcast tribunes. It is pouring down out of the air conditioning vents above our head. It's missing us by about a foot and dripping down onto the floor in front of us. It's a bit of a lucky escape, Annabelle.
It is. I'm going to say, I'm glad we've been allocated the back row booze, because everyone's just in front of us. Those poor chaps getting quite wet, actually.
Backhand slice on the return from Roger Federer, and then a forehand from Federer which hits the baseline. Forehand approach from Federer. Murray's on the run, puts up a lob. The smash from Federer into the open court for a winner. Problems on the Murray serve in the opening game. 15-30.
And Murray's just bent down and adjusted, I think, his shoe. And of course, in that previous match against Novak Djokovic, we did see him just clutching his back a couple of times, and then he clutched his ankle. So just adjusting the supports that he has on those ankles. But again, a very, very positive forehand drive from Roger Federer. That was the shot that was shanking all over the place against Del Potro.
Murray serving wide with the first delivery. Straight sets win over Novak Djokovic in the semi-finals to secure his medal. Revenge for his defeat to Djokovic in Australia. Here Murray with a mid-court backhand which he uncharacteristically nets. It was a simple shot really, but he kind of lurched nervously into it. And in the opening game of the final, it's 2 break points to Roger Federer.
Well, we saw that chip backhand return from Roger the whole way through the first set and a half against Del Potro, and he was trying to draw Del Potro in to then go for the passing shot. And actually, for much of the match, it didn't work, did it, Jonathan? But looks as if that tactic might be employed against Andy out here as well.
Murray break points down. Can't find a first serve at the moment. That's wide into the doubles alley. Carlos Ramos of Portugal is our umpire today. Oh, good second serve from Murray. Backhand chip return which clips the net from Federer. So Murray comes into the net. Passing chance for Federer, but into the net he goes with the single-handed backhand. Oh, we've seen both men at the net, haven't we, in this opening game?
Well, Roger, a little bit lucky there with that let cord, wasn't he? That ball just only crept over the net, and Andy, with his speed and his great takeoff speed, very quick to get up to it. It's still very nervy start, I would say. They're just both trying to get their rhythm and range and just trying to loosen up those shoulders.
Again, it's a first serve missed by Murray off the top of the net and wide. Second serve, second break point. Backhand return from Federer. Forehand from Murray going cross court onto the backhand of Federer, who slices through it again. Backhand from Murray, he punches it down the line, gets Federer on the run, and into the net goes Federer on the forehand. And that was one of the shots that worked for Murray early on in the Wimbledon final, Annabelle. The two-handed backhand up the line, getting Federer on the march into his forehand corner.
Well, it's one of the best backhands in the world, particularly that one up the line, as you say. To be honest, the cross-court one is equally as deadly. But again, I'll just say that it's nerves at the moment. The first thing that can be affected with the player when they're nervous is the movement. Roger not flowing towards that forehand then, a little bit tight.
Yet another first serve missed by Murray. Hopefully he'll get into some sort of rhythm on that. Served so well early in that Wimbledon final. Second serve, chopped return from Federer, coming into the net behind it. Murray passes him easily though. Two-handed backhand pass. Federer asking the question though, putting the pressure on.
Well, he'll be very aware of just how well Andy Murray's been hitting his ground strokes all week. I mean, he's been striking some very, very heavy blows from the back of the court, and that is just such a straightforward backhand. It reminds me so much of Marat Safin, former world #1. Very effortless take back, very simplistic.
Oh, good serve from Murray to close out the game from 15-40 down in the game, and he skips back to his chair. Very important from Murray's point of view to hold serve in the opening game to set the tone. It's 5 Live at the Olympic Games, and we're heading back to Weymouth. More news on Ben Ainsley from Juliet Farrington.
And we're beneath the ticketed spectator area in the sunshine. Ben Ainsley, we've raced 5 legs of 6, and it's looking good for the 3-time Olympic gold medalist, Pippa Wilson.
Yeah, so far he's had a really calm and collected medal race so far. He's been ahead of the Danish the whole way and just looking to control him, not do anything too sort of irrational, and he looks relaxed out there, so fingers crossed it stays exactly as it is.
And when we were talking to him before he went out for his medal race, he looked relaxed, he looked happy, he looked like he got a plan. And clearly when you make Ben Ainsley angry, which he mentioned this week, it will all come together for Great Britain.
15 love, Roger Federer serving from the Royal Box End. Second game of the final, best of 5 sets for the gold medal here at the tennis as Murray goes for 2 in a day. Off forehand winner though from Federer. What a sparkling shot that is. And let's not forget the size of the task facing Murray today. Annabelle, he's playing the Wimbledon champion and he's playing the world #1.
Well, also somebody who has a vast amount of experience playing in situations like this, and he coped with that crowd at Wimbledon. And there's another massive serve out wide from Federer. We're seeing a mix of serves already in this opening service game from Roger, and hitting his targets out here. And I think for Andy, it's going to be about maintaining an intensity level for a very, very long period of time. He maintained it for approximately an hour and 50-odd minutes in the Wimbledon final before the change came about. And, I think he played at such a high level against Djokovic. But again, it was just starting to drop off, wasn't it, when he was able to then close out that second set. But he will need to do it for a long time today.
There's Federer closing out the game. Backhand return low down into the net from Murray. And, Murray had to save the break points. Federer's just held to love. Bright sunshine now here in southwest London after a miserable morning all over the capital. What about down in Weymouth? Juliet.
We've got around 5 to 6 minutes of this race remaining, and it is still going Ben Ainsley's way.
Well, that's good to hear, and obviously we'll keep nipping back for updates as he nears yet another Olympic gold. What an extraordinary achievement if he can do it. Serve here from Murray, just slightly long, and Annabelle Croft alongside me here. Well, you come from a sailing family, don't you, Annabelle? Your husband, a great sailor in the past, and you know Ben very, very well.
Yes.
So you're the perfect person to have here to help reflect on this achievement that hopefully he is about to do. Forehand down the line from Murray. Single-handed backhand is a beautiful winner from Roger Federer. Absolutely Federer at his best there. Love 15, ominous for Murray. So plenty of time to talk about the tennis this afternoon, Annabelle. Give us a word on Ben, first of all. As I say, you know him very, very well. You must be as nervous as everyone else down in Weymouth right now.
I really, really am. My entire family are sort of chewing their fingernails at this moment, because he stayed with us during Wimbledon, actually. He came with Mel, my husband, to the tennis. And I know how much he really wants this.
Here's a drop shot from Federer. In races Murray. Makes it. Lob goes up from Federer. Not good enough there. Murray twizzles beautifully. 360 degrees to get round the other side and play a backhand, because there's a strange lob from Federer. It did go over Murray's head, but it didn't go anywhere near to the baseline.
That was a terrible lob. I'm not sure it was intentional, the end result, because I'm sure he was meant to get it much, much higher. He just didn't connect with it. I'm sure that Murray, it went over his head because he couldn't actually see it. I think it went and got caught in the sunlight.
The roof was closed for the women's doubles final, but it's open now, letting the sunshine in. Forehand from Murray, cross court, and Federer stretching in his forehand corner, can't get it back over the net. Good angle of attack from Murray. He really does like that play against Roger Federer.
Well, that's the play that Novak Djokovic has been talking about as the biggest improvement in Murray's game under the guidance of Ivan Lendl. He says that the first forehand after the serve is much, much heavier and it's going much closer to the lines. He's not playing so passively. In the past, that ball would have been 3/4 of the way in from the lines, and now he really strikes out on it early in the rally to gain momentum.
Forehand return from Federer, mid-court forehand from Murray, timing the ball very nicely during his run at Wimbledon this week. Backhand cross court, and he's thinking about coming to the net behind it, but doesn't need to because Federer nets with a defensive backhand, and it's a much more confident Murray service game so far. 40-15. Back on centre court, of course. He's been switching between courts. Yesterday he played his first mixed doubles match with Laura Robson on this court. Then they had to go over to court 1 to play their semi-final, which was relatively late in the day, of course, yesterday. Great atmosphere over there for that win. Backhand return into the net from Federer, and Murray holds for 2-1. So we'll head back to Weymouth. Juliet, bring him home.
We have one more leg to go in this race. We've just gone round the 5th mark before heading downwind to the finish. As it stands, Ben Ainslie is in 8th position. The Danish guy, Jonas Hjo Christiansen, is in 10th. But the man who could cause a few problems, Posma from the Netherlands, he's right up there in 3rd, Pippa Wilson. So what now does Ben need to do?
Yeah, well, on the points, if he finishes 3rd, Ben needs to be 9th, so at the moment that's exactly the position he's in, with the Finnish sailor just in front of him. So long as he doesn't come 10th, he should still be fine.
And we're just seeing him go round now, this all-important mark on this race.
Yeah, he's just trying to stay back there with the Danish sailor. He's tacked a couple of times just to keep himself back there and stay in front of the Danish, but we do have to really keep that in mind with the Dutch sailor. He's right up there in the top 3, and things change pretty quickly here, so the Danish sailor's just had to tack. That'll put a few more seconds onto his score. This is good for Ben.
This is good for Ben Ainslie. The Danish flags, the British flags, the Cornish flags where Ben Ainslie was brought up. A sea of colour in the sunshine, glistening on the water. This could be a gold medal for Ben Ainslie.
And Annabel Croft, you said you put him up during Wimbledon. Presumably you cooked him lots of nice healthy meals.
I
you
did.
Can claim your part
No,
in his Olympic preparation.
No, not at all.
You must have talked about it there, the dream of a 4th gold medal.
Well, he's so understated and he's so charming off the water, but he's an absolute animal on it, and he's a Roger Federer really in terms of what he has achieved in his own sport, and also in terms of what he can do when the things are not going well. So despite the fact that he got off to a very bad start in these championships, or I don't know what you call it in sailing, but in this regatta, I really did believe that he would find a way to come through, and it appears as if that's exactly what he's doing, and you do not want to make Ben angry, and that's what happened during the course of this Olympic campaign.
Okay, back down there very, very shortly for hopefully another golden moment for Team GB. Here on centre court, Roger Federer is serving. We're best of 5 sets here, so we're a long way from another medal being decided here. Backhand mishit from Federer, goes long, and it's 30-15 on the Federer serve. Well, they did well in the triathlon, didn't they, the other day, Switzerland, so Federer hoping to add to their rather slim medal tally, certainly by our standards. It's nice to be able to say that, isn't it? 30-15, Federer away from us. Forehand return from Murray. Forehand slightly rushed from Federer, then a two-handed backhand attack from Murray, and the forehand's gone long from Federer. Federer will not like that at all. Murray dictating on the return of serve.
Yeah, very heavy return of serve, and again he's really interesting when you watch Murray returning, because he starts behind the baseline quite some distance, but as the ball goes up into the air on the toss, he starts to move in. If he gets a look at a second serve, he's well inside the baseline to take it early.
Forehand return from Murray. Forehand from Federer. Where's that going? Long break point Murray in the first set of the Olympic final. Murray's ahead by 2-1. Federer was 30 love up in this game.
Well, that's 3 missed forehands in this game, and not looking smooth on that side at all. He's sort of really tightened up on that swing. It's really all over the place at the moment.
Breakpoint Murray. Oh, ace from Federer. How many times have we seen that over the years? As good as Sampras, if not better, of pulling out the big serves when his back is up against the wall.
Yeah, he calls it his clutch serve, when you need it and being able to deliver, and he said he was able to do that against Del Potro.
This time off the top of the net and long from Federer on the deuce point. Fourth game, first set, 14 minutes played, 5 live at the Olympic Games. Backhand return from Murray down the centre of the court. Forehand from Federer. Backhand drive from Murray into the net. He was going for that sturdy, upright backhand into the forehand corner again. And even though he's disappointed at not being able to execute the shot, it's the right play. He's going for the same tactic that put him into such a good position in the Wimbledon final.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth there, Jonathan. That was exactly what I was going to say. I think it was a good miss in a way, because it still sends the messages down to Roger that shot might well be there when he needs it later on.
First serve is made by Federer, and the defensive return from Murray just bobbles into the net. And we're level at 2 games all, and both these men have had to save break points in the early stages on centre court. Fantastic afternoon ahead of us here on 5 Live. We will be in the North Greenwich Arena for Lewis Smith on the pommel horse. We'll be with Ed Clancy in the velodrome, and of course all the drama of the evening athletics ahead as well. But for now, back to Weymouth and Juliet.
And all the British fans on Ben's Bank, on Ben's Nevis, are standing up. They are cheering Ben Ainsley on, because he's made quite a high risk in this race, Pippa Wilson. As it stands, France are leading this medal race. The Netherlands are 5th. Ben Ainsley is back in 9th. So in those positions of those boats, it's still Ben Ainsley's gold medal to win.
Yeah, that is good news. We're getting a little nervous that the Dutch sailor might have come into second there, which would mean Ben's chances were difficult, but as it stands, this is looking good. Ben's right at the back of the fleet. He has taken that risk, going back to the back of the fleet and not protecting the Dutch sailor.
As France go past the finishing line in first, now it all depends on the positions of the next boats. We're looking on the GPS technology that we have in front of us, and Sweden, who are providing that biggest threat, 7th. We can't see Ben Ainsley now. He's just gone off our positioning on the GPS, but just looking at the screen, Pippa Wilson, what can you tell us as the second boat comes in?
New Zealand's come across second. That's great news. Then Spain, then I think the Dutch or the French. Oh no, Croatia, then the Dutch, then the Swedes. This is great for Ben, great for Ben. He just needs to finish in front of the Danish now, and hopefully our screens will go onto that in a second.
And as we can see that Great Britain are ahead of Denmark, which is crucial for this gold medal. As Ben Ainsley approaches the finishing line here in Weymouth, we're going to get instant reaction, because it looks like Ben Ainsley, as he punches the air, the smile on his face, the fist waving. Ben Ainsley has done it in front of 4,000 people here on the Node and the grassy spectator area. Ben Ainsley is the Olympic champion once again, a 4-time Olympic gold medalist, his 5th medal overall. He hasn't been beaten in an Olympic regatta since 1996, and Rita, his boat, has done him proud. Ben and Rita, he rules the waves of Weymouth. He is king of the Fib.
Yes, wow, everyone on the Node is cheering. There's Union Jacks, everyone's cheering. This is phenomenal, and we all knew he could do it. He sailed a fantastic race today.
Just listen to that applause, the 4,000 there on Ben's Bank and Ben's Nevis. I think we can go now to Chris Warburton on the beach of Weymouth.
Yeah, they've been sat down patiently, enjoying it. Now everybody on their feet, people draped in the Union flag. They're raising them in the air for Ben Ainsley. Mark is here with me. Mark, you've been following this. What do you think? Gold for Ben Ainsley yet again.
Fantastic. Well, we all know that makes him the most decorated Olympian ever, so what can we say, really? But it's not about that. It's about the sheer, tactical acumen the guy's got. It's not about being able to sail. It's being able to read the waves. It's being able to read the wind. And also being able to keep those people in the right places and sail the right people down the fleet, which he did so superbly on Saturday. So, yeah, well done, Ben.
And I think everybody realises it's a kind of Redgrave thing, isn't it, with Ben Ainsley? You can only win 1 gold per Olympics, and this is his 4th. And if I look around here, I was saying before, they've stopped people coming into this beach because it's now just so full of people who wanted to come in and see this. There was a little bit of disappointment with the silver from Percy and Simpson earlier on, but now the people here have got the gold that they wanted. and everybody on their feet and cheering as they're watching it on the big screens here, Juliet.
I know, and Pippa Wilson, what Ben Ainsley did, I mean, we talk about the high risk he made. He took the Danish back to the back of the fleet, didn't he?
Yeah, and it was fairly high risk, and we all looked to Ben, everyone knows what an amazing sailor he was and is, and yeah, I mean, he's had a tough week. He's really had to plug away. The Danish sailors had an amazing combination of sail and mast and been fast, really fast, and that is hard to defend. But his greatest strength himself, he says he's never giving up, and he's definitely never given up. He put such a good performance today. He's just been relaxed, controlled, and he looks so excited. He's just
like all that adrenaline is just sort of pumping out of his body and the fist. And you look at Jonas Kjell Christiansen, who has sailed outstanding this week. He just looks absolutely distraught.
Yeah, this is it. This is what the Olympics are about, and he's done it on the day yet again. This is why he is the great that he is, and he's played it down all week. It's been so tough for him. The country, he knows that everyone wants him to win, and everyone thinks he will win, and he's still got to go and win. So, hats off to him. He's had a fantastic week.
And after it turned ugly as well this week, Denmark and the Netherlands accusing Big Ben of hitting that mark, which he clearly didn't. Replays show that. You don't want to make him angry. That was the message that he sent out. And Colin Murray, he's not a fourth-time Olympic champion for nothing, is he?
What a record that is. What a fantastic record that is. But here on Medal Mountain, just outside Centre Court, the word has not spread yet. What an honour to reveal to thousands of people that we've just won our 15th Olympic gold medal of London 2012. Give me a second. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, Great Britain, thanks to Ben Ainsley, have just won their 15th Olympic gold medal of London 2012. Come on, Andy Murray, here's the 16.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Good. Well done, Colin and Juliet, Chris and Pippa down there in Weymouth. More from them, of course, throughout the afternoon with reaction. Back on Centre Court, the relative quiet and calm, of course. Murray is playing Federer in the early stages. It's cat and mouse. It's on serve. Murray 3-2. Love 15 on the Federer serve at the moment. Another half a chance, perhaps, for Murray. Long rally. Oh, and a winning forehand from Murray. Down the line, wrong-footing Federer. The Swiss didn't see that one coming. And with sweet timing, Murray moves to love 30. Annabelle Croft.
Oh, first of all, so many congratulations to Ben. I am so relieved. I was finding it really hard to concentrate on this match while we were listening to that. I had goosebumps, but just many congratulations. What a champion. But I have to say, in terms of what's going on here, Jonathan, Federer has hardly connected with the forehand for the last 5 or 6 forehands that he's hit. The last 2 in that rally were shanked, and he is really tight on that side right now.
Doing okay on serve, but Murray's getting that return back, and then a cross-court pass from Murray. Half volley from Federer. Another pass from Murray, and he's missed this one into the net. Oh, and he set it up so nicely as well.
Well, that was an opportunity, wasn't it? Because there isn't much weight coming out of that side of the racket head from Roger Federer at the moment, because he is not feeling it out there. He's got no rhythm on that forehand, so he's just trying to kind of put a little bit more spin on it. But of course, if you take a little bit of weight off the ball, it gives Murray more time. So that was an opportunity missed.
Forehand return from Murray is long off. Another first serve from Federer, which fizzes down the centre of this green grass court. 30 all. So 15 gold medals now for Great Britain, and Ben Ainsley delivering yet again. Sydney, Athens, Beijing and London. Wow.
Wow. Amazing.
Federer wide with the first serve. The next medal opportunity for Great Britain, because this isn't going to get done in an hour and 5 minutes, will be Lewis Smith on the pommel horse in the North Greenwich Arena. Forehand down the line from Federer. Defensive lob goes up from Murray, and the swat put away from Federer, as simple as he liked at the net. He's turned love 30 into 40-30. And I tell you what, there's a guy with talent as well. Lewis Smith, part of the bronze medal winning team in the all-round team event last week, but on his specialist apparatus, a chance to go better than Beijing. And of course he won the bronze and was so good, but wonder if he can do it this afternoon. You will find out here on 5 Live. Uninterrupted gymnastics commentary at the moment on 5 Live Olympics Extra. Here we're at the tennis, and it's Federer serving against Murray. Game point Federer. Backhand from Murray just inside the baseline. That's gone wide from Federer. Miscued backhand, and Murray is putting a lot of pressure on Annabelle in these early stages.
Well, he is. He's returning so well, as I said before, as he has done all week, and he's getting great depth on the return of serve, everything at the feet. That one was down the middle of the court, but I thought a little tiny bit sloppy there from Federer, just not moving his feet. He's almost sort of in casual mode at the moment out here. His body language is sort of an air of casualness.
Forehand return, clips the net cord from Murray, but it sits up for Federer. Sometimes, well, the net cord can work two ways, can't it? It can give you a slice of luck, or it can just hold the ball up and leave it for the opponent to pounce upon, and that's exactly what happened there. Federer all over it. Forehand winner. It's his advantage. The bronze medal match currently on court number 1 here at Wimbledon. They have resumed after a rain interruption, and it's 6-5 Del Potro against Djokovic. He's serving for the first set, Del Potro. Forehand cross court from Murray, trying to catch Federer in an awkward position in the court, but Federer now back at the baseline. Forehand cross court Federer, forehand Murray cross court on the forehand with topspin again from Federer, then down the line on the forehand from Murray, and long with the backhand from Federer. The game goes on. It's deuce once more. Murray leading 3-2 first set.
Well, he's certainly looking the more secure when they do get into baseline encounters, but of course when Federer is serving, no matter if you can eke out a breakpoint opportunity, time and time again it's been Federer coming up with those big serves. So let's see what he can come up with here.
Federer serving out wide. Forehand return from Murray is good and deep and strong as well. He's setting up the point nicely. Cross-court backhand, and then another backhand from Murray. This one more down the centre of the court. Oh, and into the net from Federer. Single-handed backhand. It thwacked the net cord, and it came back his side, much to the delight of the majority of centre court. Break point for Andy Murray on the Federer serve in the second Federer game in a row, Annabelle.
Yep, well again, just not secure at the baseline, is he? He pulled off that backhand, body weight was shifting backwards away from the court, needed to be going forward into it.
It was an ace last time. Not quite an ace this time. Drive volley from Federer. Passing chance, Murray. Cross court and into the net. Goodness, it was a hard shot he chose to play there. Acute angle, cross court. But that was a tough shot to execute, with Federer charging into the net, covering the angle, and Murray netted. But he's got to be pleased that at least he's getting chances on the Federer serve. It's deuce. Commentary now on Olympic Extra if you want to hear the first bout by a British female boxer at the Olympic Games, Natasha Jonas. Follow her with Darren Fletcher over on Olympics Extra right now, and then they'll be back with the gymnastics. It's deuce. Federer serves. Backhand return from Murray. Single-handed backhand down the centre of the court from Federer. Another backhand into the forehand corner of Murray, who goes cross-court. Murray then mishitting a forehand. Oh, you don't often see that happen. Long and wide as he went for the angle. It's advantage Federer.
Well, it's more often than not the shanks coming out of Federer's side, isn't it? We very rarely see that out of Murray's racket head, but that one ballooned well over that baseline and well wide as well.
Federer trying to close out the game. Can't do it with that first serve into the net. One of the ball kids comes across. And Murray, navy blue kit, hints of sky blue and white and red, returns with a two-handed backhand. Forehand cross-court. Federer will go down the line and he'll go wide, and the game will continue. Deuce for a third time. Well, again, that was interesting, Annabelle, because normally Federer's so good at threading the eye of a needle with that forehand down the line, but they're planting it. It was close, but planting it wide.
It's interesting how the balance has shifted a little bit in their matchups now in these best-of-5 set matches. In the past, when they met in the US Open finals and in the Australian Open, it was Federer, wasn't it, all the way coming out, blasting at Murray, taking control very early on of the match and really sort of sending messages, whereas Wimbledon finally dropped the first set, and here it feels like he's just sort of clinging on a little bit.
Second serve, forehand return down the line, and into the net goes Federer, and Murray's going to have another breakpoint chance. 2 in this game, 1 in the previous Federer service game. And Murray definitely with a bit of momentum and with the support around centre court. Not quite the partisan atmosphere that we saw on court number 1 yesterday with the mixed doubles, but I think everyone there was feeling exactly the same as we were. We were kind of a little over the top following Team GB, but not really going to make any apologies about that in mixed doubles. with them all the way. But I just think, when you got Federer on the other side of the net, everyone here wants to show respect to the great man. 17 titles, and of course there will be people inside who want Federer to win more than Murray. Backhand cross court goes Federer. Murray two-handed backhand, and he's got the break. What a drive that was. Really fierce, really piercing, and really flat, only just clearing the net by a matter of millimetres, and it was too hot for Roger Federer to handle into the net with a Swiss backhand. And Murray in charge in the first set. 4-2 he leads as we head to Greenwich. And here's John Hunt.
Day one of the team event show jumping, Jonathan, is complete. The surprise leaders with just one penalty point are Saudi Arabia. They've never ever won a gold medal in their Olympic history, but they're in pole position here, ahead of Great Britain, Netherlands, Sweden and Switzerland, all in joint silver with 4 penalties. Watching on today was Pippa Funnell. Pippa, an absorbing day.
Oh, we had such an exciting day, and it was so great for our team. It's just not relaxing now, because tomorrow the course is going to be even bigger, even more technical, so the concentration is going to have to be at its highest.
So at the moment, Saudi Arabia, if they do 3 clear rounds tomorrow, Jonathan, will make history. They will win gold. If they don't, it's up for grabs, with Great Britain, amongst others, snapping away at their heels.
Thank you, John. Here on centre court, Andy Murray, behind the break of serve, has just started with a fabulous forehand winner down the line. Federer absolutely nowhere near it. And Murray 15 love. Near end. Into the net with the first serve. He's to the left of the umpire's chair as Carlos Ramos looks out from his high position, serving towards the royal box. Backhand cross court from Federer, and there was a good deep return. Murray netting with the backhand.
And sorry, Jonathan, he just slapped his thigh there, didn't he? Really cross, because he loves hitting those backhands and doesn't give away anything. I mean, there's been so few unforced errors coming out of Murray's racket. It's difficult to know where Federer can aim for, because there are less and less gaps and holes to pick in his game.
15-all, Murray away from us. Backhand defensive return from Federer. Gets it good and deep though. Follow-up forehand from Murray, really strong. Now he's got the cross-court backhand. Federer's on the run, single-handed backhand, trying to peg Murray back deep. Forehand attack from Federer, but into the net. Federer there would have thought that he had that point under control, because he turned defence into attack pretty swiftly in that rally. But Murray can handle it. They've played so many times before, of course. And most recently in the Wimbledon final, when Murray won the first set. Is he about to do the same thing here? He leads 4-2 with a break. 30-15. Into the net with the first delivery. He's talked about having the most fun that he's ever had at a tennis tournament this week. The mixed doubles helping. The amount of Team GB success clearly helping as well. Backhand return from Federer, chopping it across court. Backhand from Murray, and just slightly long. Went for the baseline, perhaps didn't have to be quite so aggressive with that shot. 30-all.
Almost seemed a little bit irritated that the sun suddenly came out very brightly in between first and second serve, and he looked up at the sky as if, you know, how annoying that that's just come out right in the middle of that serve. And I don't know whether he just lost his concentration there.
So unusual, of course, for Murray, isn't it, to be playing at Wimbledon but not being the real centre of the nation's attention. I think that's helped as well. Forehand from Federer here, trying to get a break point of his own, coming into the net, but he's passed by Murray. Well, approach to Murray's forehand at your peril. Having said that, approach to his backhand at your peril as well. One of the best passes in the game.
Well, I just thought that the approach just didn't have anything on it, and it sat right up. I mean, Murray didn't even have to move his feet to make that one. He had plenty of time, plenty of space and gaps to aim for. It was more hit and hope, that one from Federer.
40-30, chop return from Federer, cross court on the backhand from Murray, trying to close out this game, but he won't do it here. It's a two-handed backhand up the line, which has gone long. It's a little bit of inconsistency from Murray in this game. And it's deuce, and you're listening to 5 Live at the Olympic Games with the news that in the last few minutes Britain has won its 15th gold medal thanks to the remarkable Ben Ainslie, a 4th successive Olympic gold in the Finn class. Is this amazing Olympic Games going to get even better for Team GB as an ace from Andy Murray down the centre takes him to advantage point? Because the thing is, Andy, Annabelle, what's your name? Annabelle?
I'll answer to Andy.
Everyone who we kind of suspected should deliver, obviously the odd exception here or there, but on the whole, they are delivering.
Well, they all seem to be pushing each other. I think that's what happens. There gets this sort of momentum and wave and confidence and excitement, and everybody is helping pull everybody else along.
And there's another ace from Murray. Two in a row for Murray. And he leads by 5 games to 2 in the opening set against Roger Federer. So we'll go back to the scene of that latest gold medal, and it's Juliet Ferrington in Weymouth.
And we're still waiting for Ben Ainslie to come here back to Portland and through the mix zone. But I have got silver medalists Ian Percy and Andrew Bart Simpson, as we like to call him, here on the waves of Weymouth. Guys, I know you wanted gold, and I know you lost it on the line, but you must be pleased overall with the regatta.
Well, at the moment we're gutted, but I kind of know that in a week's time we'll look back at the way we sailed and having the silver medal with some pride, and really enjoyed the week sailing with Bart again. We always enjoy being out there together, and being at home with the crowds was a special moment. So even now, I must admit, there's some happiness starting to well somewhere inside, but it's still kind of covered up with pain at the moment. Because
you were saying, Andrew, you know, to go from 4th to 2nd is great, but to go from 1st to 2nd, that's what hurts the most.
Yeah, especially as it was in the last kind of little bit, you know, it was just frustrating. The nature of the course we did today is very puffy and a bit of the small course and slightly randomic, really, and you know, we came unstuck right at the end, so obviously very frustrating to drop back right at the end, so yeah, it hurts.
And together, guys, I mean, you obviously know Ben Ainslie very, very well. A 4th gold medal for him. A rise, Sir Ben, possibly?
Oh, I'm sure, yeah, an amazing achievement for Ben, and we're really pleased for him. And now I hope the rest of the team will all be coming together now for the 2nd week to try and pull the rest of the team through, so we can make this a really strong British performance for the sailors.
Well, enjoy your night tonight. You deserve a drink. Silver medalists Andrew Simpson and Ian Percy, and back to you, Jonathan Overend.
Where Federer is serving and volleying on the first point of the 8th game of this first set, and it's working for him. A backhand on the stretch from Murray out of court. 15 love. And yeah, congratulations to Ian Percy and Andrew Simpson. You know, they would have loved the gold, of course, but silver medal at an Olympic Games, something truly to be proud of. Backhand return from Murray, who of course will be winning the silver here if he loses to Roger Federer, and he should be proud of that if that happens. Backhand is a winner from Murray off the top of the net cord. It's a huge slice of luck. Exactly what we were talking about a few moments ago, Annabelle. Sometimes those net cords go against you. That one most definitely worked for Murray.
Yeah, it's just got that feel about it, this match at the moment. It feels very much as if Murray is in control, in charge, and that the luck is going to go his way, and he's creating the luck.
Net cord on the serve from Federer, who of course is serving to stay in the set at 2-5. It's only a single break. Murray in control, as Annabelle says right now. Long way to go. Forehand attack from Federer. High defensive lob goes up from Murray. Is it landing in? Yes. Smash from Federer, having let it bounce. Backhand from Murray. Federer forehand approach. Now with a forehand volley into the net. Well, that rally in the end was played in slow motion. Federer having decided to let the high defensive ball bounce. He must have thought that was going to drift long, Annabelle. He thought he'd have a look at it. It landed right on his baseline, and from that moment you sensed Murray would have the upper hand.
You did, and how many times do we see that from Andy Murray? He is just incredible the way he gets balls back, makes you play the extra ball, great at lobbing opponents and get himself back involved in the point.
Good return from Murray off of Federer first serve. Federer wrong-footing forehand again, ghosting into the net. Backhand volley from Federer, and that one scores.
Well, he's changing his tactics here, Federer, isn't he? He's having to do something to make the momentum shift a little bit, because at the moment it's not working from the back of the court, and I feel as if he's a little bit undecided about what to do back there. So all of a sudden we're seeing him charging into the net constantly now in this game.
30 all. Murray potentially 2 points away from the set, but Federer serving. Oh, that's a thumping return from Murray. Brilliant return, and Federer can only net. And Murray was coming into the net behind that return, and it was the short arm jab on the backhand down the line into Federer's backhand corner. It's a lovely shot in Andy Murray's armoury, and he played it there to precision, and it brings up set point after 37 minutes. Federer serves, backhand chop return from Murray, mid-court forehand, Federer, passing chance, Murray, yes! Not satisfied with 15 gold medals. Andy Murray wants to make it 16 in the next couple of hours for Great Britain. He has won the last 4 games of that set. and has won it by 6 games to 2 against the Wimbledon champion and world #1 Roger Federer on the hill. What are we calling it? Medal Mountain. Colin Murray.
You say they, only me, but I've noticed it spread around, and I heard somebody use the phrase Medal Mountain just a second ago, so maybe it's catching on. Obviously it erupted here as well. There's just been a sensational response up on the hill, although you have to say a lot of knowledgeable tennis fans up here, we're not unused to Roger Federer losing his first set at Wimbledon these days.
This is a fine observation by a friend of mine, but yeah, no, he's a little bit wobbly to start with, but we think Murray's just got what it takes today, and the crowd are behind him, and beautiful day for it. Roof's off, sun's out. It's great stuff.
I have noticed one set you've managed 3 pims. Are you going to pace yourself a bit better? It could be a 5-setter.
Well, we were a bit worried when they said it was a 5-setter that we didn't bring enough cash, but they do have cash points here, so we hopefully we'll be okay.
Good. Listen, I'm not allowed to drink. Get me one when you're coming back. Okay, Darren Fletcher, we use the word unprecedented all day, and you've had exactly that situation at the XL.
We have, Colin. We've had an unprecedented situation with a British woman in the boxing ring, and she served up a classic performance to move through to the last 8 in the lightweight division. Natasha Jonas has come through a very difficult fight against Queen Underwood by a score of 21 points to 13. Tom Stalker, the GB captain, is just to the right of our commentary position, jumping up and down. What a performance, Steve Bunt.
Fantastic performance. It was a stunning performance. It was a flawless performance. She took Underwood's heart away in the first 2 rounds by standing toe-to-toe with the woman from Seattle, the favourite going into the contest. And by midway through the 3rd round, they boxed 4-2s, the women. Midway through the 3rd round, Colin, I'd put my microphone down. Fletcher's not really talking to me, and I was just standing behind him and clapping.
Lennox Lewis, how good a performance was that by Natasha Jonas?
Let me tell you, I was very impressed with her performance. She had very good poise, very good technical ability and movement. Oh, she moved like a matador, and she used up the ring well, and she threw some great punches.
Colin, if you believe Steve Bunt's ever put his microphone down and didn't speak, then you're a dafter man than I am. Natasha Jonas was brilliant.
I think in 1992 he did get cramp in his right hand. That might have been the reason he did that. Listen, you look at the heroics last night in that Olympic Stadium, and already today we're celebrating something very special indeed, because Ben Ainslie is not only Great Britain's greatest ever sailor, he's now the modern Olympics greatest ever sailor. 4 Olympic gold medals in a row. I can't imagine any has meant more than the one he's picked up today off the shores of Weymouth. And Ben Ainslie's been talking with Rob Walker.
It's times like this where you're supposed to come out with something clever to say, but I'm pretty speechless. It's been a really tough week. Amazing competition, especially from Jonas Christensen from Denmark. But, this was the time to do it at home in front of a home crowd. Just so glad for, all the people who've supported me over the years, my family and sponsors, all the people who've come here to wave us on, and all the people that have written in and supported us across the country. It's just been an amazing experience, this Olympics, and I can tell you that listening to a crowd like that makes a difference.
How have you been able to maintain that focus and that calmness in the face of such huge pressure?
I won't lie to you, it's been incredibly hard. I could use a worse word for that, but there's a huge amount of pressure on everyone to perform at the home games, and for me, going for a 4th gold and everything that comes with that, it's been really, really tough. It's been the hardest couple of weeks of my life, and I haven't slept much the last couple of days, but you just have to deal with that. When you get racing, for one reason or another, it disappears and you just get on with the job.
Dare we dream about a road to Rio, or are you drawing a line under this amazing Olympic odyssey? If you are, you're bowing out as the greatest.
Yeah, I mean, you can never say never. I'm not going to do a Steve Redgrave here, but I don't think I can say one of these again. It's killing my body, so I'd be very surprised if you see me in Rio, and this is the best way to leave on top at a home Olympics. You'll never beat that. You'll never get any better than that. So just an amazing feeling.
Well, if a boat could cry, Rita would be in tears right now, but he did say never say never. I'll hold on to that hope. Remember, Sir Steve Redgrave's 5 Olympics, 5 gold medals, a bronze debut as well. Sir Ben Ainslie, 5 Olympics, started with a silver and 4 gold medals in a row. Absolutely sensational, and the 15th gold medal of London 2012 for GB. And Andy Murray's a set up in centre court in the men's singles final against Roger Federer, which we're bringing you on BBC Radio 5 Live. Let's nip now and get the latest on the 4th day of the second test. Here's Kevin Hoyles at Headingley.
Thank you, Colin. Well, we've just had a restart, a big thunderstorm at 12:55. We've just got back underway again now. South Africa in their second innings. They're 9 for no wicket. Rudolph opening up with the captain, Graham Smith. Jacques Rudolph on 7, Smith on 1. Remember, Alviro Peterson, the usual opener, is injured. South Africa have a lead of 3.
Thank you very much. A reminder, over in Olympics Extra right now, you can join Alison Mitchell, Craig Heap and our team for the gymnastics. It's men individual finals. We don't have anyone going in the men's floor, the women's vault, although there'll be some fantastic calibre of the best gymnasts in the world. But round about 3:45, it's the men's pommel with Max Whitlock and Lewis Smith, and he could do something very, very special the day before Beth Tweddle goes in the uneven bars, which we'll have for you here tomorrow on BBC Radio 5 Live. Jonathan Overend did not think when he arrived at Wimbledon for the Olympics that he would ever get as engrossed as he has done in this. He's had to go outside and get a breath of fresh air. He's outside with a brown paper bag right now, and Ian Carter is in his seat.
And here is the second game of the first set after Andy Murray held serve to 15 in the opening game, having won the first set 6-2. If Ben Ainsley's been riding the waves down there in Weymouth, then Andy Murray is riding the waves of adulation coming from a centre court crowd, and Federer has gone long there, and it's love 30 on the Swiss serve, and Andy Murray is flying at the moment. First set 6-2, 1 love ahead in the second set. Love 30 as Federer serves, trying to go down the centre and finding the net. So Annabel Croft, Murray's got the chance here on a second serve to carve out 3 early break points.
Yeah, he's just got that look about him today as if he's absolutely unstoppable, and that, he really believes in himself. And Federer looks very out of sorts. And there's another let cord. Can you believe it? And we said just a few moments ago that the luck seemed to be going the way of Andy Murray, and there's a fine example of it right there.
Absolutely.
That one, no way Federer was ever going to get to that. And you almost feel as if he needs to let out some sort of anger out here, Federer, to just sort of get rid of lots of tension and emotion and frustration out here.
Yeah, it was a forehand cross court that came off the tape and landed very fortuitously for Andy Murray. So love 40 on the Federer serve. He serves out wide. Good serve as well from the Swiss, hitting the sideline, and called out. So it'll be a second serve at love 40. Federer serves, backhand return from Murray, low over the net, driven back on the backhand by Federer onto the Murray baseline. Now big forehand from Federer, running forehand cross court from Murray. That was brilliant. Now he runs to the backhand corner, gets a great angle, picked up by Federer. Murray's there, passes off the top of the net and has the break of serve at the start of the second set. He's got the first set in his pocket and he's flying in the second as well. He leads it by 2 games to love.
Just listen to this crowd. They are going absolutely wild out here. And can you believe it? That was another let cord off the top of the net, which didn't help Federer's cause. And a slight apology, just lifted rather gingerly up his left hand to say sorry, but Federer wasn't even looking at him.
It was a fantastic all-court rally, and Murray launched himself into the forehand. It brushed the top of the net, landed just inside sideline and baseline as it went cross-court, and it was good enough for the break. Good serve from just long on the first serve from Murray. Such a hubbub around centre court. Bright sunshine beating down on the turf there, heavily scarred behind the baselines as Murray goes long, and that's a double fault. And I guess the only danger for Murray is just getting overexcited at this stage, because everything is going so well for him.
Well, that's true, and he just needs to maintain, as we keep saying, his level and his focus and his concentration. But I think the scary proposition for Federer is that he looks very much within himself. Sometimes you'll see a player come out against, a world number one, and they'll play above themselves, and once the other player down the other end starts to find their form, then it sort of drifts away, but you feel as if he's playing within himself.
Into a baseline rally with the off forehand from Federer, who attacks with the forehand, comes in behind it, doesn't need to play another shot in the rally though, because a lumbering Murray couldn't put a meaningful racket on that, and the ball dribbled away into the sidelines.
It does remind me a little bit of that match all those years ago when Safin unexpectedly took apart Pete Sampras in the finals of the US Open.
I remember that, yeah.
And just came out and absolutely obliterated his game, and nobody expected it, and kept expecting that Sampras would somehow find a way to get back into the match, and he never could.
Well, a bit of pressure on Murray's service now, because he's love 30, 2 love ahead in the second set, leading by 1 set to love. Second serve. Right into the corner, and the backhand return into the net. It was the serve down the centre, and it was a late swerve that took it into court.
Well, bearing in mind he just double faulted on that side, that was a very risky serve. But again, it's an indication of where the improvement's coming in Murray's game, because in the past it was always the second serve that was targeted as a weakness. That was the chance for somebody to attack. No attacking that second serve. That was deep to that corner, had some swing on it, and Federer netting.
Murray serves now into the Federer body. He slices a return high over the net. Murray attacks with a big forehand but puts it wide, and there are break-back points here. As Murray serves behind the break of serve, Federer has real chances now at 15-40.
And he has this habit, doesn't he, Andy Murray, when things start to not work his way, he hits himself with his hand, and he's just thumped and thudded his forehand with his left palm. And the other day against Djokovic, he did it 4 times in a row, if you remember, and made his forehead go very pink.
Needs to calm himself down. That was in the semi-final when he beat Djokovic 7-5, 7-5. Break points against Murray here. And the first serve goes long. Djokovic is a set down in the bronze medal match to Juan Martín del Potro. Second serve, break point. Murray gets it, backhand return. Murray attacks with the backhand. Federer stretches and guides the forehand wide. So the first of 2 break points saved on the second serve from Murray. Really needs a first serve here, though.
He looks just a little bit shell-shocked out here, Federer. I mean, that is just such a thunderous backhand once again. I mean, every time Murray goes up to hit a ground stroke, it just sort of seems to hang on the strings. It's really held on the strings for a long time, which is what creates the weight on the ball. And Federer just not expecting it. He's unprepared for these ground strokes.
So Murray, 30-40. Serves into the net, very low into the net as well. First serve percentage dipping just at the moment. First time in the match that he's been under pressure, albeit a break-up. Second serve is good. Backhand slice return. A little slice from Murray, pinning Federer back in the backhand corner where he's unleashing a couple of forehands. Then a forehand cross-court from Murray. Murray goes down the line with the forehand. Backhand slice from Federer. Murray's drawn into the court. Goes deep with the backhand. Lob from Federer. Murray stretches, makes the volley. Now the attempted pass from Federer and a reflex volley at the net. Scores for Murray. He can do no wrong at the moment. He was being beaten all ends up in that rally. He was at the net uncomfortably so, but still volleyed the winner.
Amazing hands at the net there, so quick, so calm under pressure, and Federer really didn't do enough, did he? He had the ascendancy in that rally, he was in control of it, needed to come up with a passing shot, but great flexibility in hands at the net there from Andy Murray.
Andy Murray bidding to swell further the Great Britain Team GB gold medal haul, guaranteed a silver. This is the final. He's leading it by 1-0. Serve from Murray off the top of the net. Ben Ainsley in the last 20 minutes or so getting his 4th gold of his career, and Team GB's 15th. More chances to come today. You'll hear all about them all over 5 Live. Murray serves down the centre, good serve as well, sits up in mid-court and can put this away, but he doesn't, and then he plays the volley. Federer's after it and passes down the line. That was better from the Swiss master to carve out a third break-back point in this game.
Well, it's really ramping up the tension in this match right now, isn't it? It seems as if this might be a very, very key moment in this match. But I think Murray thought he'd done enough. It was almost an identical volley to the one that just won him that previous point, the lunged backhand. But Federer, very quick off the mark, got up to it.
17th meeting between these two players. It's 8-all in previous meetings, but all the ones over 5 sets have been won convincingly by Roger Federer. Murray serves, break point down, backhand return, forehand from Murray to the backhand slice of Federer. Murray attacks with the forehand cross-court. Federer chops it back and into the net, going cross-court. And again, Murray is clenching his fist in celebration. A 3rd break-back point save.
Well, you know, Federer is trying to get to that forehand side to break down the rhythm. That's the side that's the more awkward-looking stroke, and it is the side that can break down, but he's dealing with these slice balls very well. He's playing it off a very solid base. He's bending his knees to the low slice on the grass, and it's really, as I said, taking Federer's breath away.
Murray just collecting his breath, a little smile, a rueful smile, before he launches into this serve that goes into the net, squinting in the bright sunshine at the moment. Federer just brushes away the hair that's being protected by the red headband. Second serve is good. Backhand return from Federer. Good depth on it as well. Now he whips a forehand to the forehand of Murray. Slightly mishit, but down the line and into court. Cross court from Federer, who now runs to the forehand, goes down the centre of the court. Forehand from Murray. Forehand from Federer. Conservative play from both players at the baseline. Oh, and that was just too heavy from Federer. And the stretching Murray could only hit the ball along the turf into the net on the backhand.
Well, that's one of the best points that Federer's played in the 52 minutes that we've been watching this match, because I haven't for one moment felt that he's been flowing in the ground stroke department at all, and he certainly hasn't had Murray on the chase too many times, but that was a much better point from him. And after it, Murray stood there for a long time, sort of looking up at his camp, looking up at the box. He was chuntering away to himself. I'm not sure what he was saying.
Fourth break point against him in this, the third game of the second set. Murray leading it by 2-0 with the early break, having won the first set 6-2. Serve from Murray into the body. Backhand return goes long from Federer. That was excellent serving.
Well, he's got such a choice of serves at his disposal these days, very much like Roger Federer. Not only does Roger have them on the first, he has the choice on the second as well. But as you said, a great body serve at Roger Federer there.
Round about half an hour away from Lewis Smith going in the pommel in the gymnastics. We'll keep you right up to date with that. Commentary continuing on Sports Extra. Serve from Murray. Steps into court, goes cross court with a careful backhand. Now retreats to the baseline and puts one down the line on the backhand. Wide from Federer into the sidelines, and for the first time in this very lengthy game, it's game point for Murray.
Well, he just hasn't made one of those forehands up the line, has he? And that's a really class shot for him. It's one of his trademarks where he almost looks like he just pulled the trigger on it, but 3 or 4 of those have just drifted about an inch wide, and he might start to get really frustrated if he doesn't have that shot in his repertoire today.
Federer's other frustration is that he's now had 6 break points in the match and hasn't converted any of them. Backhand return. Murray steps into court, unleashes the off forehand, chopped back by Federer's backhand, low over the net with the backhand slice of Murray. He goes with that stroke again, this time with more depth cross court. Now he'll drive it and long, comfortably long. And so we have the 4th deuce of this, the longest game of the match so far.
A real mental battle going on between these two out here in that last rally, and cat and mouse stuff with both of them slicing the ball as low as they can. They both have really, really good slice backhands. They really knife them, and it's like throwing a dart or an arrow.
I should say Olympics Extra, by the way, for the gymnastics, not Sports Extra, where you can be finding the test match at Headingley. A sporting cornucopia for you, as it has been throughout these Olympic Games here on 5 Live. Serve long from Murray, back at deuce, trying to open up a 3-love lead against Roger Federer in the final of the Olympic tennis, men's final. Mixed doubles final to follow as well. Murray in partnership with Laura Robson. Serve, forehand return. Forehand from Murray down the line. He'll go with that forehand again down the line. Finds the backhand drive of Federer, and then into the net from Murray as he goes cross court with the forehand, and another break point, the 5th of this game.
Well, again, it just looks more free-flowing from Federer now. He's just starting to get those ground strokes going. There's a little bit more coming out of the racket, and he's also just directing the ball a little bit better and getting Murray on the run a couple of times now. Wow, listen to that crowd.
Roaring Murray on here. But he needs a cold, calculating eye now to fend off yet another break point against him in this game. Just waits for calm to descend. Eventually it arrives. Serve into the body, backhand slice from Federer. Murray carefully down the line with the backhand. Now he goes cross court with the backhand. Backhand from Federer, single-fisted, switches to the forehand, finds the backhand of Murray, who goes cross court. Federer runs round his backhand, plays the forehand. Now he'll drive with the backhand. Backhand from Murray, both players on the baseline. Down the centre of the court from Federer. Forehand from Murray, right onto the sideline. Chopped back by Federer. Murray attacks with the forehand. Federer's after it. Defensive ball's hoisted up. Murray watches it all the way over the baseline, and break point is saved again.
Well, Federer is so annoyed out there, isn't he? Because that was a chance when you get that serve back and nullify the point and start the point again from there and into a baseline rally. He would have wanted that one.
Really is tennis of the highest quality. Both players striking the ball very, very sweetly now. Laura Robson is up there in the players' box. She can hardly watch. She's going to be playing later on in that final of the mixed doubles alongside Andy Murray. How much will be left in the Murray tank by the time we get to that? Only time will tell. Back to deuce, and Murray just long with the first serve. Federer looking ever more eager, but again another break point has slipped from his grasp. Second serve is quite short. Backhand return from Federer. Federer will drive the backhand down the line so elegantly. Now he goes with the forehand, slightly mishit, and it sits up for Murray to attack with his forehand. Now he goes with the double-fisted backhand down the centre of the court. Murray's there, and top spun forehand goes long. And here's Murray Federer again with another opportunity to break here. He had 15-40. Those two went, and then he's had 4 more break points. This is the 4th of them.
Well, he's really attacking the forehand of Murray now, isn't he? He's starting to get a few more errors out of that side, and he's mixing up the pace, and then he's accelerating onto the ball, and he's just starting to get the rhythm to break down on that forehand, which has been so rock solid.
If you just joined us on 5 Live, Ben Ainslie has come through to win his 4th Olympic gold medal, to swell the Team GB tally to 15 golds now in these London Games. Murray would love to add to that tally, but his break point down here as he serves off the top of the net and wide. So a second serve. Can Federer get his first break of serve? So many chances. Second serve is good. Backhand return from Federer down the centre of the court. Another driven backhand from Federer. Finds the forehand of Murray. Good penetrating hitting from Murray. The running forehand into the net from Federer. Back to deuce. This is the 6th of this game.
Well, interesting tactics once again from Federer there, with a couple of balls right down the centre of the court, trying to take the angle away, but that time Murray really doing something with that ball, generating the pace, which was something in the past he didn't always like doing, but he's doing it well out here today. Excellent forehand. In
all the matches that these guys have played, Murray's only won 1 set more convincingly than that first set against Roger Federer. Serve out wide on the forehand. The return is wide and long from Federer, and at last a game point for Murray. Only his 2nd in this game, which now must be a good 10 or 12 minutes old, if not longer.
But this is where Murray is so gritty, isn't he? All the way through, you know, from juniors right the way through into senior ranks. He is one of the grittiest competitors. You know, these kind of games which go on and on and on, invariably he'll end up winning.
Match 1 minute short of an hour in duration now. Murray with the advantage, serves, backhand return, forehand from Murray, has Federer on the run. He goes cross court with a deep forehand, now play the backhand down the centre of the court. Murray into the net with the backhand, and we're back to deuce.
Well, there's that centre ball tactic again from Federer.
That most convincing set that Murray enjoyed was actually the final set of their semi-final in Indian Wells back in 2009. And in Grand Slams, he has never come close to winning a set as convincingly as that first set, 6-2. Seems a long time ago now, though, given the nature of the game that we're locked in at the moment. Yet another deuce. Murray 2-love up. Serves off the top of the net.
I was just going to say, it's exactly 1 hour on the clock, Ian.
Yeah. Pulsating action here on Wimbledon centre court in the Olympic men's final. Murray serves, just long. That went down at 201 kilometres per hour. Very sweetly struck, but a couple of inches beyond the service line. Second serve is good, but it's short, and a backhand return from Federer comes into the net, but Murray's there with a brilliant backhand winner over the high part of the net. How on earth did he play that? That was simply stunning from Andy Murray.
That was one of the most unbelievable passing shots I've ever seen. I thought for sure Federer had the point. He did the right thing, Federer. But it's like a sort of cricket bat shot, isn't it? I don't know how else to describe it. It was most extraordinary.
It was backhand, but the racket was, you say, pointed down like a cricket bat, and he ripped through it and found the gap that no one else could see. Advantage Murray. Serves, backhand slice return. Murray will attack from mid-court. Forehand cross-court from Federer. Forehand cross-court from Murray. Forehand cross-court from Federer. Now down the line from Murray. Murray now watches as that goes long, and he clenches his fist. Federer makes the error. He's seen all those break-point opportunities come and go. Murray has held on, and he leads in the second set here, Colin, by 3 games to love and by 1 set to love.
I nearly fell off Medal Mountain during that. Unbelievable just how important that game in the scheme of things in this match for the gold medal on centre court. We'll be back with Federer and Murray just very shortly, but to update anyone tuning into 5 Live this Sunday, Ben Ainslie has won his 4th sailing gold in a row in Weymouth, sailing, Rita, to complete glory. It makes him not only GB's greatest ever sailor, but also the Olympics' greatest ever sailor. Unfortunately for Percy and Simpson, they were pipped to sailing gold by the odd point. They got a silver. They were distraught with that, but thankfully joining in with the Ben Ainsley party that's currently going on. And what about the inaugural women's boxing events at the Olympics? Well, a great start for GB's Natasha Jones. She won on her boxing debut. And earlier today in the qualifying for the women's sprint inside the velodrome, Victoria Pendleton, on imperious form, has already managed an Olympic record. She'll go in the round of 16 a little bit later, which gets us started about 4 o'clock in the velodrome back over in East London. We'll have the men's sprint quarters with Jason Kenny, and the Omnium reaches its conclusion. The 15k scratch, followed by about 6:15 the time trial, which is right up Ed Clancy's street, and everybody hopes beyond hope that that could be another gold medal on the bicycle. We'll have to wait and see what happens there, but the gymnastics is imminent. In about 20 minutes from now, we'll have the start of the final of the men's pommel over at the Greenwich Arena, and Lewis Smith could do something very special. Remember, we've had gymnastics from the very first day of the very first modern Olympics in 1896. We have never won gold. Beth Tweddle is favourite tomorrow in the uneven bars. Lewis Smith has an outside chance today. If he goes for that difficult routine, who knows what we could be celebrating. That's going to be an Olympics extra, but in 5 Live Sports Extra we head back to Headingley now and get an update from Kevin Hiles.
Still no breakthrough. They found the edge of Rudolf Spat of England on a couple of occasions, but he's still there on 13. Graham Smith on 4. So South Africa 18 for no wicket, and they lead by 12 runs.
Thank you very much. The text coming in to 5 Live 85058 says 15 goals, and now my favourite tennis with the man I love, the gorgeous Jonathan Overend. What more could a girl want? I'm in heaven. That comes from Henrietta. Well, let me tell you something, Ian Carter, you're not a bad looking bloke yourself.
You're too kind, Colin. You really are. You're also misguided. It's love 15 on the Roger Federer serve. We've just seen a fantastic service return cross court from Andy Murray, who's on fire, and Federer serves now. It's a bit of a moment of inconvenience in the commentary positions that we have here, because the chap in front of me decided to stand up and stretch out just as the point was going there, so I couldn't see a thing. But happily he's sat down again now, and the backhand goes into the net from Andy Murray as he tries to go cross court. Collectively, this packed centre court crowd really has just sort of drawn breath after that dramatic third game.
Well, they have. They're so energised and so ready to lift Andy Murray to the gold medal, as I said. But it's hard to believe an hour and 5 minutes being played out here, and Federer only got 2 games on the scoreboard, which is quite extraordinary, isn't it?
Lovely forehand winner for the Wimbledon champion there. Man who came from a set down just under a month ago to take that Wimbledon title. He's got to come from a set down again and a breakdown, because he's 3-love down in this second set. 30-15 to Roger Federer as he serves down the centre. Murray stretches into a forehand return. The pace is generated by Federer as he goes with the off forehand backhand slice from Murray. Murray now goes with the forehand. Federer low over the net with the slice. Sliced back by Murray, but into the net from the Scotsman. And it's 40-15.
Federer doesn't look in any way stressed with his body language out here. I mean, I know he never does really, but looks utterly a picture of calmness, composure. He looks as if he's just going to wait for this tornado to blow through and hope that Andy's level drops off a little bit.
Forehand long from Federer after forehand service return from Murray. So the game is still alive. 40-30. My goodness me, a double break would be such a comfort break blanket for... Why did I say comfort break? I don't know. For
we have
Andy
quite a
Murray.
few of those in tennis, don't we? Yeah. Well, Serena Williams takes quite a few of them.
Serve goes long. She does it after the knock-up, doesn't she?
Did she do it in the doubles?
I didn't notice. I don't think so. Backhand return, cross-court from Murray into the net from Federer, trying to go down the line. So much venom in that service return from Murray, and he's got juice.
And again, just watching him at the back of the court there, he sort of bounces it, he jumps, doesn't he, into that return of serve. He almost plays it with both feet off the ground just to get that extra height and pounce onto the ball, and it just produces more weight.
Carnival atmosphere here on centre court. Juice, Federer serving. Forehand return from Murray. He's on the run now, hoists the defensive lob. Federer's underneath it, watches it all the way, lands on the baseline. Overhead from behind the baseline from Federer. Forehand from Murray. Murray will now go with the backhand down the centre. Forehand cross court from Federer. Federer now adjusts to a forehand that probes on the backhand side. Down the line from Murray. Chopped back by Federer. Murray attacks with the backhand. Driven back by Federer just inside the baseline. Now the slice, and he's missed it. Federer's missed it into the bottom of the net. And here is a break point for a double break for Andy Murray in the second set. Leading by 1-0. Wonderful play from Murray.
Well, you now have to fear for Roger Federer. He's not going to get games on this scoreboard at the moment because he's about to go another break down and 4-love. And as I said before, he's only got the 2 games from that first set and he's struggling to hold on to serve. His serve doesn't seem to be doing as much damage.
I don't think this court has ever been felt so hostile towards Roger Federer. Serve. Backhand return goes wide, so back to deuce. And I don't mean that in a nasty way, I just mean in terms of the way that everything is going against him. Naturally the crowd are behind Murray. Murray is playing the tennis of his life, and just everything is against Federer.
Well, I agree, and it's not an easy situation for any player. You know, they a lot of them have to cope with it in Davis Cup situations, and it's not a lot of fun. You have to have enormous strength of character, and you know, for Federer, wherever he goes in the world, he gets standing ovations, he gets most of the crowd on his side, so this is a difficult new territory for him.
Baseline rally develops, good depth from Murray, forces the error as Federer goes long, and another break point coming.
Well, he's lost his intensity again. He had it for 10 or 15 minutes or so, but it seems to have dropped off again.
Harder still for Federer on the grounds that this is a court that he's graced for so long and had so much success as well. The contrast is so great. So, break point down. Federer serves into the net. Murray's got a second serve to look at here as he sways from side to side at the Royal Box end. Federer. Break point down. Oh, goes for a massive second serve, and he's put it long, and he's double faulted. And that shows the sign of desperation in the Murray side, in the Federer psyche, because there's the game for Murray, a double break, and he leads by 4-0. There's a challenge from Federer, but it's in vain. It's long, and there is the game.
Well, it certainly didn't look as long as it looked on the Hawkeye challenge there, but as you said, in vain. And wow, who would believe this scoreline? 6-2, 4-love.
Laura Robson will be loving this as well, won't she?
Well, she might have to start thinking about getting ready, actually, because this match is racing along at such a pace.
The scoreboard hasn't caught up and is still reflecting Federer serving. Now it flicks over. Second serve from Murray. Forehand return from Federer. Federer now goes with the forehand to the forehand corner of Murray. Drop shot from Federer. Murray's after it, but in vain. That was wonderful touch and skill from Roger Federer.
And polite applause from the audience here, appreciating the touch there. Haven't seen one of these in this match from Federer yet.
So love 15 on the Murray serve, leading by 4-0 and by 1-0. And over in that bronze medal match, I can tell you that Juan Martín del Potro is serving for the bronze, 5-4 ahead in the second set, having won the first set against Novak Djokovic 7-5. Murray's in at the net and plays an awkward little drop shot that Federer's after, but a backpedaling Murray is able to pat away an easy overhead winner. And it's 15-all. Murray has played. We've watched the whole of this tournament, haven't we, Annabelle? And he has played the best tennis consistently all the way through of any of the top players.
Yeah, he really looked like that right from the first match, didn't he? Just the way he was striking the ball, the composure on the court.
Serve down the centre at 15-all. Just long. So second serve for Andy Murray here. 15-all, 4-love up in the second set. Big serve down the just long, so in fact the first serve was a net cord. Don't you get quite the coverage from the line judges that we're used to at Wimbledon. Now positioned back here, and Murray goes long with a backhand in the centre of the baseline. That was a little bit loose.
Yeah, we really haven't seen too many loose unforced errors. I mean, you can never play the absolutely perfect match, can you? But I mean, he's coming pretty close to it out here, similar to where Serena Williams was annihilating 3 former world number ones and actually 1 world number one in Azarenka this week. But we didn't think we'd see this happening to Roger Federer.
Murray into the bottom of the net. The first serve percentage hasn't been good in this second set, even though he's leading it by 4 games to love. 15-30. Second serve is okay, and a forehand return from a rather desperate-looking Federer. It's rare you see him as ruffled as he is right now. Goes well beyond the baseline.
Well, he's just really confused out there. He just really doesn't know how to play him at the moment. I mean, everything he's trying, he's bringing all the tricks out of the bag. You know, the drop shots, the slice backhands. He's unleashing shots to try and take charge, but just hasn't strung it all together out here.
Great celebrations in Weymouth today as Ben Ainslie claimed his 4th Olympic gold. Here's Murray powering away a forehand as he motors towards his 1st Olympic gold. That's the way it seems right now in this best of 5 set final. 40-30 and a point for a 5-love lead against Roger Federer in the second set. And Federer just looks a disconsolate figure as he sways gently from side to side, ready to receive serve. Plays a short return that's too short. It goes into the net, and Murray charges to his chair, having held to 30, and is a game away from a 2-sets-to-love lead in this best of 5 set final. He leads 5-love against Roger Federer, having taken the first set 6-2.
Well, I have nothing but admiration for the way he's going about his business out here, Andy Murray, and something has changed within him, hasn't it, since that Wimbledon final? There's been a huge change of character. There's a depth of character there. There's more emotion from him, and he said himself, you know, the response he had from everybody after that loss to Roger Federer just a few weeks ago. He said, I felt more mature. I've had so much support from the public. He said it from celebrities, from fellow sports people, from MPs, and he said it gave him a real boost of confidence and a motivation to go out there and really work harder than ever in practice. But something's changed. He's more connected with everybody.
And the big thing this week is he's revelled in being a part of Team GB with the objective of just trying to swell the home medal tally. That's all. And he feels he's part of a team, and I think that is bringing the best out of him as well. You can see it when he partners Laura Robson in the mixed doubles. It's not like Wimbledon where all the focus is on him. There is success everywhere, as we know, and he's just part of it.
Yeah, I completely agree, and he's obviously just loving being a part of such a great team, and you know, I think he appears to be liking himself more on the court, and that in turn is making him easier to like.
Okay, Annabelle, we're going to just throw it back to Colin now.
Absolutely. I can't imagine what goes through your mind when you win an Olympic gold. I'd imagine the whole world turns to slow motion, but what if your swan song is winning on your home waters for the 4th time in a row? I wonder at what stage do you return to normality, and Ben Ainslie, as you join me now, form a sensible thought in your head. You've had a bit of time to settle down and reflect on it. Just what are your thoughts at the moment?
No, Colin, I haven't had a chance, to be honest. I just got off the water. Just amazing scenes down here. We had such a huge crowd supporting us on the medal race course here in Weymouth and Portland, and just an incredible scene, and just so relieved to have come away with the gold medal.
Do you think you would have soldiered on to this, your 5th medal in a row and your 4th gold in a row, if it hadn't have been for that lure of London 2012 and doing it in front of thousands and thousands of your own people?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I was in Trafalgar Square when it was announced that London had won the bid for 2012, and the atmosphere was incredible, and that's, you know, drove me on to want to be a part of Beijing and then to London. And I can tell you the atmosphere down here in Weymouth and Portland was just the same, and the opportunity to do something like this, to race in front of a home crowd in the Olympic Games, it's so special. I'm incredibly lucky to have had the opportunity.
It looked like such a war of attrition for you out there, from the jubilation of when you first were on that start line and everyone was behind Big Ben. It got a bit angry in the middle, a bit frustrating. Were you confident the whole way through? Did you feel in control the whole way through?
No, it was one of those events I had to fight for it. You know, nothing was really going my way. The Danish sailor was sailing one of the best series I've ever seen. And so I had to up my game, and something had to change, and thankfully it did after the 6th race. I got the points back to even going into the medal race, and I got it right today. So I was always on the back foot pretty much through to the final race, and it was just incredibly tough. You know, it's taken a lot out of me.
I think we knew, I mean, I met up with you in April, and I think I knew then, talking to you, that this was heading towards your swan song as far as Olympics go. But when you finish a marathon and the body starts to recover, sometimes you do change your mind. And Ben, it's not just about you, you've got to think of Rita.
Yeah, Rita, she's done well, hasn't she? You can't beat that. What a fantastic boat. So I don't know if Rita's had her final days. I don't know if I have, to be honest, but I can't, it can't get any better than this to win a gold medal on home waters. It'll never get better than that. So to be honest, I'm not sure how much longer my body can keep up with the fin sailing. So this might be it.
Well, if it is, you are the greatest ever. Have you been following everything that's been happening? Like last night, were you able to watch what was happening in that Olympic Stadium?
Yeah, I have. And I've got to say, I took a huge amount of inspiration from watching. I saw Bradley Wiggins in his time trial and the girls in the rowing. And then obviously last night's amazing achievements in the athletic stadium. And that's a great drive. I mean, it really, inspires you to see British talent going out there achieving such wonderful things. It really inspires you to go out and try and do the same.
Well, listen, Ben, thank you very much. And just before you go, I want you to know that it's not just down in Weymouth they're cheering you on. I'm on what's Henman Hill, Murray Mound. We're calling it Medal Mountain tonight. And when we found out you'd won gold for the 4th time in a row, the cheer went around here. It's unbelievable. I'm standing on top of it. So just to show how much it means to all of Great Britain, have a listen to this, Ben. Excuse me, Medal Mountain. Say hello to Ben Ainsley. Congratulations, Ben.
Nice one. Cheers, Colin.
Let's get back to centre court. Murray is going great guns.
He certainly is. He's serving for a 2-sets-to-love lead against Roger Federer in the final here. It's love 15, but Murray is looking to close it out here. I think, though, there was a very, very good hold of serve from Roger Federer in the last game, because he knew that would pave the way for him to at least be serving first in a 3rd set that he is going to have to win to have any chance of getting the one tennis accolade that he's never won, and that's worth bearing in mind as well. Forehand into the net from Andy Murray, so he's love 30 now. But Roger Federer has done everything in this game of tennis better than anybody else, but he's never won Olympic singles gold, and this is the one prize that he perhaps covets more than any other these days.
Which is why I think there was so much tension at the start of this match. As Murray himself said when he went into this match, he felt pretty level, because normally when he's played Roger in big Grand Slam finals, Roger's always had the edge by a long way in terms of the experience in that occasion, but not on this occasion. This is quite an extraordinary performance we're witnessing here from Andy Murray.
Well, the 30-year-old Swiss down there at the Royal Box End's got love 30 and a second serve to look at, and Murray goes cross-court with the forehand. Good depth from Federer, and then into the net from the Swiss as he tried to go cross-court on the forehand. 15-30.
Well, he's jumping up and down all over the place. I haven't seen him do that too much before, actually. He looks really sort of agitated and wanting to get on with the next point and trying to get his feet going. He really, really wants to close out this set here.
First set 6-2 to Murray. Second set 5-1. And it's 15-30 on the Murray serve as he goes into the net with the first serve. Really struggling to get that first serve over the net at the moment. He's trying to go down the centre. He's got to rely on the second serve now. Composes himself. Murray serves, backhand return, then the backhand from Murray to the backhand slice, drive volley from Federer is in at the net and passed by a lovely backhand winner from the centre of the baseline from Andy Murray, who again was way behind in the point and yet conjured a winner from it.
But what was Roger Federer doing there? I mean, that was such a difficult shot he attempted there. He almost hesitated, and then he came in for a drive volley that was sort of midway between the service box and the baseline. You don't want to be hitting the drive volleys from there because the speed of Murray is so exceptional.
Murray 2 points away from a 2-sets-to-love lead in the Wimbledon Olympics men's singles final. Little careful backhand cross court from Murray. Now he'll go with the top spun forehand cross court, plays the backhand slice on a clever angle down the line from Federer. Well retrieved by Murray, who's after a drop shot, tries to pass cross court but goes wide. My word, he had ambition in that point, but he couldn't quite execute it. That would have been stunning had that gone in.
Well, I think that shot, if he'd made it, was about to take the whole lid off this centre court. Not that the roof is closed, but I think it might have exploded because he went for the most outrageous passing shot and ended up tumbling across the grass. So a couple of rolls there, didn't he?
He did. Give him a few marks in the way that they'll be giving Lewis Smith marks on the pommel very, very shortly in the North Greenwich Arena. We'll keep you right up to date with his progress, of course, in the gymnastics. But here, Andy Murray, break point down. as he serves for the second set and a 2-sets-to-love lead. And again, the first serve goes into the net. It's almost as though the ball toss isn't quite high enough for him on those first serves, because they're not even threatening to go over. Second serve is good. Big forehand return is long. It's too big from Roger Federer, and break point is safe. Yet another. That's 9 break points that have come and gone for Federer without taking any of them.
Well, that shows you the mindset of Roger Federer there, really going after that second serve. It's the right tactic and the right play, but just not able to execute any of those shots today.
He's hurried, he's rushed, he's ruffled. He's everything that you don't expect Roger Federer to be on the big stage. Serve from Murray, backhand return, backhand cross-court from Murray to the backhand of Federer. Neither player going near the sidelines, and then into the net from Roger Federer. And that brings up set point for Andy Murray for a 2-sets-to-love lead in the men's singles final at the Olympic Games in the Wimbledon sunshine. What a scene here, every seat taken. And they chant Andy Murray's name, and he waits for quiet. Here's set point for a 2-sets-to-love lead. Murray gets the serve. Backhand return is onto the baseline. No, it's long. It's been called long. No challenge from Roger Federer. And Andy Murray, who has been simply brilliant over the last hour and 23 minutes, has taken the second set even more convincingly than the first. He won the first 6-2. He's won the second 6-1. Annabelle Croft.
Astounding. I mean, it's just been a performance of sheer brilliance in every way from Andy Murray. I mean, faultless. He is solid off the ground. He's aggressive. He's attacking. He's just bringing it all out to play. And Roger Federer, I've never seen him look as if he has absolutely no answers to what's coming at him.
Colin, we're blinking in some disbelief here on centre court, I must tell you. Andy Murray leads by 2-sets-to-love against the great Roger Federer in the Olympic men's singles final.
15 games, 12 games to 3, 9 break points for Federer, no dice for him, and it's been quite funny out here. We're all keeping the spirit up, but there's a huge part of the screen, sort of about probably about 6-7% of it, that's blacked out, and what's happened is where the screen's broke is exactly where the score is. But I think we've worked it out. This woman is sitting in front of you. Every time she stands up, it seems to work.
I know. I think she's a bit lazy though. We can't get her back on her feet.
Right, come on, you up on your feet. Let's get this screen working. It's like in the house, you know, when you have to get the air. Yes, I told you. Of all the people, it was you. Let's take a break from the action. Get some news with Faye Risco.
Online at bbc.co.uk/5live.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Ben Ainsley's become the most successful sailor in Olympic history after claiming gold for the 4th Games in a row. He won in the Finn class. Earlier, Ian Percy and Andrew Simpson took silver in the Star class. The chairman of the British Olympic Association, Lord Moynihan, has called for increased funding for school sports to ensure Britain capitalises on what he called a great games. A British journalist who was kidnapped by Islamic militants in Syria last month says between 10 and 15 of his captors were British. John Cantley was handcuffed and blindfolded for a week before escaping. Heavy rains caused flash flooding in parts of the Scottish borders, Pembrokeshire and the west of England. Dozens of homes have been flooded. And police in Croydon say they're concerned for the safety of a missing 12-year-old girl. Tia Sharp hasn't been seen since Friday afternoon when she left her grandmother's house to go shopping. Let's take a quick look at what's going on the roads. In Newcastle upon Tyne, the A167M Central Motorway in both directions. Flooding has closed the road there, so lots of queuing traffic. In Essex, the M11 London bound, that's southbound between Junction 8 for the A120 Stansted Airport and Junction 7 for the A414 for Harlow. An earlier accident means there's slow traffic there as well. Travel time up to around 20 minutes. Faye Carruthers, 5 Live Travel.
5 Live Olympic Breakfast.
Here we are right in the middle of the Olympic Stadium this morning. Blue skies above, the sun is out. What a day, what a night. I can still hardly take it all in.
It was the most memorable night that I've ever had it in terms of witnessing live sport. Just the theatre, the drama.
So often we are promised great things, and do you have to do a comedy, rub of the eyes, clean out the ears? Mind yourself that it actually happened.
Wake up to the games
on 5 Live. Back tomorrow from 6.
Well, there's not even standing room on Medal Mountain here. Andy Murray has stormed a 2-set lead against Roger Federer. Change of format though in the final here of the men's singles of the Olympics 2012. It is up to 5 sets. Up to 3 sets, best of 5, and we are underway in that third set. Back very shortly. Del Potro has won the bronze medal match in court 1, and everyone from there is now on what we usually call hem and hill, and there is no room to move whatever. I must say it must be 7,000 people here to watch it outside centre court. Lewis Smith's getting underway in the pommel. We've got high hopes for him. Could we do it? We'd never even won him. The men had not won a medal. We did that in the team event already. Now Lewis Smith on the pommel, just about to get underway. That's on Olympics Extra. On 5 Live Sports Extra, of course, we've got the second test, 4th day from Headingley, and Kevin Howells will give us an update.
Usually get a section of a Headingley test, or Headingley cricket, I suppose, where you see a clatter of wickets, but not as yet here. South Africa are 32 for no wicket, Rudolph on 17, Smith on 14. They lead by 26 runs.
Thank you very much. We will go from Medal Mountain straight back into the leaking commentary box in centre court, where Jonathan Overend has regathered himself and is ready to take you through this third set.
Well, we might need someone else for the mixed doubles final if Murray gets this done in straight, Colin. He leads by 2 sets to love. Roger Federer, though, has played a really impressive opening service game in set 3. Holding to love, couple of aces in there. Murray not a chance in it. So, is the Federer comeback underway? We've seen him win a couple of big matches from 2 sets to love down in his last few tournaments. He beat Del Potro in 5 sets from 2 down at the French. He beat Benneteau in 5 sets from 2 down at Wimbledon. He's got the ability, we know that, Annabel Croft, to recover these deficits.
Well, he definitely has.
On this arena, on this stage, against a player playing so well as Andy Murray right now, you've got to say it's unlikely.
Well, it's got straight sets victory written all over it at the moment, and Roger Federer is going to have to pull something quite exceptional out of the bag to get out of this one, and he'll have to go the full distance if he wants that gold medal.
He's got an exceptional bag, and he has exceptional stuff in his bag. We know that.
He's just got to find it, and he won't be finding it if he hits another backhand like he's just hit, which was dumped into the bottom of the net. He almost looks resigned out here, doesn't he? The way he's walking around the court, it's almost as if, well, this isn't my day today.
Well, it would be dangerous for Murray and Murray supporters to feel like that right now. He's still got to win another set of tennis. Murray leads by 2 sets to love. Best of 5 sets in the Olympic final. Backhand straight out of play from Roger Federer. Murray holds to love. 2 love service games, and it's 1 game all in the third set. A couple of extraordinary things in this match. 1, the number of breakpoint chances that Roger Federer has had. 8 in total. Did he have had one in the last game of the second set, didn't he? So that's 9 in total. And how many has he taken? None. And also the fact that the clock ticked on to 1 hour and 20 minutes, and Roger Federer had won 2 games in 1 hour and 20 minutes. 2 games. Forehand cross-court Federer and into the net. And even though on the scoreboard, it's very, very one-sided, Annabelle, it doesn't feel like that, does it? Because so many of the games... I know I don't. I think so many of the games and so many of the points have been closely contested. But that is a huge compliment to Murray that he has been winning the big points in this match, almost every single one of them.
Yeah, you see, it does feel one-sided to me, but even, I suppose the most crucial game was that 2-love game, which went on forever. But it never felt to me like Murray wasn't going to come away with it. And I just feel the whole time that I'm waiting to see if Roger can find the sort of magic that he so often produces on a tennis court, and it's just not there today. But I think a lot of that is you play as well as you're allowed to play, and Murray's not really allowing him to play his game out there.
15 all, 1 game all, third set. Andy Murray leading spectacularly so by 2 sets to love against Roger Federer. 6-2, 6-1. I mean, not even close, these sets of tennis. Quite amazing. 30-15, inspired surely by the events of yesterday. 6 gold medals for Great Britain, another one today with Ben Ainsley. And is Andy Murray going to be next? It's a backhand return, it's a forehand volley straight out of play by Roger Federer. Goodness me, normally so secure on that shot, but prone to error at times. And there, just angling the face of the racket too wildly. 30 all on the Federer serve. And we were joking, weren't we, Annabelle, that it would be Lewis Smith almost certainly with the next gold medal chance for Great Britain. And we'll be off there shortly to see how he gets on. But maybe the way this is going, maybe the next GB chance is going to be Murray. Backhand return into the net. Strong first serve from Federer to move to 40-30. Max Whitlock as well, let's not forget him in the Pommel Horse final. Uninterrupted coverage on Olympics Extra, but we will go there soon for the GB routines. Backhand return into the net from Murray. 2 big first serves from Federer when he needed them at 30 all, but he's striding back to his chair, Federer, without the look of the defending Wimbledon champion at all. Normally when he strides out here in his blazers and his tracksuits and his embellished trainers, you know, he looks like he owns the place. Far from it right now. He's in a bear pit atmosphere. He's the underdog. He's the opposition. He's the away team.
He really is, and he's almost shackled with it, isn't he, out here? And you know, I think he knew the weight of importance on this, because has Switzerland got any gold medals? When he was talking about it in the press conference, he said he knew how important it was for Switzerland to try to achieve their first. And a couple of days ago he was saying, when he beat Del Potro, that you know, he wanted to be that first person to be able to take the gold medal for Switzerland.
Well, they definitely got one in the triathlon the other day,
they have,
and I
since he spoke about it.
I think it was a gold. Someone will let me know, I'm sure. Yeah, it was gold.
So he wouldn't be the first if he was to get it. But you know, he's just off his game. Murray is well on it, and you know, I think there's an enormous amount of respect that is being levied towards Murray down the other end of the court, with the way that he's played his tennis throughout the course of the week, the way he pretty much took apart Djokovic's game, and you know, that is counting for an awful lot out here today. And Roger, as you said, he looks a resigned figure. He's certainly not strutting around this court at all. He looks quite a shadow of himself.
Well, like I say, it's dangerous to think that way. I don't think he's resigned just yet. Forehand return into the net from Roger Federer. Murray in firm control of the match. But let's not forget who we're dealing with here. 17 Grand Slam titles, world number 1, reigning Olympic doubles gold medalist. 7 times the champion on this court during the Wimbledon Championships. If anyone can come from 2 sets to love down to win Olympic gold, it's this man, Roger Federer. Is Murray going to give him the look in? Forehand return into the net from Federer. And he's just missing routine regulation shots that just amaze Annabelle. It's just amazing to watch him missing simple forehand returns like that.
But I think it's because of that respect down the other end, and he's running out of ideas out here. And I've not seen him do what he just did, which was stare for a very long, hard time at the ball he's just missed.
Yeah. As if to say, what's happening out here? Why are things not functioning as they normally do? Why is the Roger Federer machine not functioning? He's gone long again, and Murray hasn't dropped a point on serve in this third set so far, as he edges, perhaps powers towards a gold medal. Wide with the first serve. Some spectators thought that was the ace. It's 40-love Murray, trying to level the third set at 2 games all. Backhand chip return from Roger Federer. Backhand cross court from Murray. Oh, and straight out of play. An off forehand from Federer. Now that was a slap. That was as near as you will ever get with Roger Federer to hit and hope. And it went straight out of court. 2 games all.
It was an angry slap, wasn't it? I always feel like that's what he's got to do out here, because that might just release some of this tension that's been there from the beginning of the match. And my thoughts on this match before coming into it was that Murray plays at a very high level for about 2 hours, and then there usually comes a little bit of a drop-off in level. But of course, Federer hasn't even been able to keep him out here for 2 hours yet. It's only 1 hour and 35 minutes gone, and nowhere close to it at the moment.
Second serve Federer, forehand return Murray, good and deep. And then Federer again just looking so uncertain as he shapes to play a forehand, and he nets.
Well, Murray must be wondering what on earth's going on as well, because at the moment all he's doing is putting the ball back into court, and he's being handed freebies on gold platters, shall I say?
Do you know what? Little thought crossed my mind. It's almost as if Roger Federer, and I'm not saying for a second that this is happening, it's almost as if Roger Federer is saying out here, tell you what, mate, I'm going to give you Olympic gold, but believe me, when we set back at Flushing Meadows in a couple of weeks' time on the Grand Slam stage, I'm going to rule again, and I'm going to have your number. But I'll let you have this one, because I can see you've got kind of excited about it. 15 all, Federer wide with the first serve.
If only we knew what was going through his head.
Second serve, backhand return, chipped by Murray. Forehand hit from Federer, forehand from Murray, cross court, gets Federer on the run, and he can't deal with it. And And again, it's the forehand from Murray, deep into the forehand corner that Federer cannot live with. 15-30.
It's like a hammer blow the way he hits it, his forehand. It's not the most beautiful or elegant of strokes. The backhand is absolutely superb, but the forehand is kind of like a hook shot, isn't it? But he really hammers it. So effective.
15-30. Murray already leading by 2 sets to love, and it's 2 games all in the third. Forehand return. He's been returning so well, Murray. Now he's got a forehand, half volley from Federer, and it's going long. And break points to Murray now, and Roger Federer is as near as I have ever seen him on a tennis court to being clueless. He does not know what to do. There he shuffled in towards the net, Annabelle, as if to say, oh, all right then, I'm not winning points at the back of the court, I might as well get there. And he didn't get there quick enough because of the uncertainty. Yeah, and he was left with a really awkward half volley.
No, you're absolutely spot on there. It was uncertainty on the forehand, which had nothing on it again, because he's not sure of whether that forehand's going to go in or not. So when he hit it, it just was very short. It didn't have anything on it. And of course, then Murray can do something with it. This is being thrashed out here.
Break points to Murray. Forehand return. Backhand from Federer. Very careful. Cross-court Murray. Forehand Federer. Forehand down the line from Murray. Backhand slice Federer. Backhand cross-court Murray. Forehand Federer into the backhand corner. Murray on the run but looking composed. Backhand cross-court. Backhand cross-court again. Federer stretching. Can't make it! Can you believe this? Andy Murray leads Roger Federer 2 sets and a break. 3-2 in the third. And the crowd are not going to believe it until Murray stands at match point. But goodness me, that moment may not be far away.
Well, I feel as if we're going to have tears of a different sort than we had just a month ago, and they're not too far away from Andy Murray, because you know, he's just looking so calm, so composed. He hasn't put a foot wrong, and you can tell he's just trying to contain it all, because it's being handed across at the moment, isn't it?
2 of the finalists in the men's pommel horse at the Olympic Games are from Great Britain. Here's the first, Max Whitlock. Commentary, Alison Mitchell.
Max Whitlock raises one arm to acknowledge the crowd, one hand on the pommel horse, and he mounts it now. 19 years of age, already won team bronze with Great Britain, getting into the double leg work now, circling that pommel horse. Got to keep his form strong. Craig Heap, strong start from Max Whitlock.
Alison, I'm struggling to speak here. This is absolutely knife-edge work from young Max Whitlock. He started off really strongly with his spindling work, that circling and travelling up and down the horse. He's glued his feet together. Come on, young man, keep this together. And he rushes him when he's down the horse into another triple racing on the end. This is top difficulty. Craig, control and calm yourself down.
Strong finish. He's looking for now in the handstand. Now he finishes 2 feet on the landing mat. He raises both arms in the air, and the crowd rise in the North Greenwich Arena. The Duchess of Cambridge is up on her feet next to Team GB, and Max Whitlock. Has he got himself up into medal contention? What a fabulous routine. The crowd here love it at his first Olympic Games.
Oh my God, that was absolutely amazing. This guy is not used to this sort of pressure. He comes second in the test event this year, medalled in the European Championships. Everybody's forgot about him, and I said, don't forget about this guy. While the big guys are busy worrying about themselves, in comes little Max Whitlock, performed out of his skin there. Let's hope he gets above 15.4. If he does, I will be coming out of retirement.
Well, 3 gymnasts have gone after Max Whitlock. There are still 4 to go. He's waiting for the score to come through. Next up is Lewis Smith's big rival, Christian Berkey of Hungary. Be very interesting and important to see what score he comes up with. Lewis Smith, remembering, goes last. Max Whitlock's got into first place. Oh my word, 15.6. That is a massive score for Max Whitlock. Can Great Britain believe it? Max Whitlock has gone into the gold medal position with 4 gymnasts left to go.
Oh my God, I can't believe that. 6.6 difficulty with only 9 on execution. Absolutely fantastic. 15.6. Never mind bronze. Christian Berkey, the champion, is under real pressure now. That was a top performance there from young Max Whitlock.
Well, I bet we all thought that last night's triple gold in the peak hour last night could never be matched. Well, this afternoon, are we going to get 3 golds in a row? Ben Ainsley, Andy Murray maybe. Lewis Smith, we thought, but maybe now Max Whitlock as well. Back for Lewis Smith's routine very shortly. Backhand down the centre of the court from Federer. You rejoin us with Andy Murray serving at 3-2.
And hitting the sideline with a cross-court backhand to move to 40 love. He is still yet to lose a point on serve in this set. 40 love, playing so well, playing amazing world-class tennis. Andy Murray thrashing Roger Federer at the moment. Well, I tell you what, the Duchess of Cambridge has been chasing the gold medals around, hasn't she, Annabelle? They need to lay on a helicopter for her so she can see gold and silver on the pommel horse and then get down here to Wimbledon for the crowning moment for Murray. Backhand cross court from Federer, who's now got a forehand to play into the forehand corner. Murray goes for the pass. He's made that as well! He's only got to hit the sideline. He's hit one sideline with the backhand, the other sideline with the forehand, and only really now, I sense, a centre court truly believing that the unthinkable's possible here, and that Andy Murray could be about to beat the Wimbledon champion in straight sets and win yet another gold for Great Britain. Have a listen to this. It is almost like, Annabelle, for an hour and 40 minutes that no one had dared even
that's what
think
it feels.
about.
Yeah, I agree with you. It feels as if they're not quite sure of what they're seeing out here, but seeing is believing.
You're listening to 5 Live at the Olympic Games. Forehand return from Andy Murray. Backhand into the net from Roger Federer, who is off colour, off form, and soon to be out of the tournament. He'll win the silver, of course, if he loses this match. But goodness me, how will he be feeling? He would have expected to win this. He thinks he has a hold over Andy Murray on the big occasions and in the big matches and the longer format. Here, another missed forehand from Federer. The Federer forehand has crumbled in this match as badly as it did in the French Open semi-final he played with Novak Djokovic. Love 30. Almost can't believe what I'm seeing out here.
Well, I'm almost starting to believe this might just be one of the worst performances I've ever seen him put in, to be honest, on such a grand stage as this, because he can find nothing out here today.
Federer serves. That's better. And he took some pace off it as well to make sure he scored with it. Hitting the sideline. Murray only half a racket on the ball. Wide it goes. 15-30. Can tell you that Max Whitlock has gone down to silver. Excellent routine from one of the key medal contenders who followed onto the pommel horse. Live uninterrupted commentary of all those pommel routines on 5 Live Olympic Extra. We'll be back for Lewis Smith in a moment. Tell you what, it could be another of those amazing GB moments in 10-15 minutes time, with back-to-back golds on different sides of the capital. Backhand cross court from Murray. Backhand from Federer, not hit with any great conviction. And Federer's rushed again, and Federer goes wide with a forehand, and Murray has yet more break points.
Well, he just looks so flat out here, doesn't he, Jonathan? I've never seen him look like this. He just isn't reacting. He's so slow getting across to some of those balls, but I actually believe that's tension in your legs when you just can't move for balls because you're just shackled with pressure.
Federer break points down, makes the first serve, defensive return Murray. Forehand from Federer, that's better, but again he hesitated. He hesitated like Daniel Sturridge before he hit that. Just checked to see where Murray was going to go. But thankfully, from Federer's point of view, and for all Swiss fans, he made it, because if that one had been dumped into the net, well, we would have been saying, Annabelle, this is the worst we'd ever seen from him. But take nothing away from Murray. You know, Federer below par, but Murray has been playing an outstanding match out here. Forehand return from Murray. This is still break point, not anymore though. Backhand long, two-handed backhand, just a little bit of extra pace on it. The score, if you're just joining us, Andy Murray leads Roger Federer 6-2, 6-1, 4-2, and we're not winding you up.
It is quite hard to believe it. An hour and 45 minutes and 5 games up on the scoreboard.
Federer serves, backhand return from Murray, half volley Federer, beautiful. Well, that is Federer at his best. I was thinking there that he was going to be in trouble again, left with a half volley mid-court, but he just dinked it so delicately. And now it's game point Federer. Just the single break lead for Murray. But he still hasn't lost a point, the Brit, on serve in this set. And if he can keep serving like that, he will be the gold medalist before too long. because that's all he has to do, hold on to his serve. Federer second serve. Forehand return from Murray. Backhand cross court from Federer. Backhand cross court Murray. Backhand down the line from Federer. Cross court with plenty of spin from Murray. Gets Federer on the run. Murray down the line on the other side. And Federer doing so much defending here. Goes cross court with a backhand. Defensive slice from Murray. Cross court with the forehand once more. The rally continues when some people thought it was over. Forehand slice from Murray. Into the net comes Federer. Murray goes for a pass which he was never going to make. It stayed very low off the grass. And Federer hangs on. He clings on. As we go to the Velodrome, and Simon Brotherson.
Victoria Pennington has made a great start to her defence of the women's sprint title because she's just beaten Ekaterina Gonidenko from Russia very, very easily in the 16th finals. She's straight through to the 8th finals.
Plenty of coverage from the Velodrome coming up late afternoon, early evening here on 5 Live. We're with Lewis Smith in the North Greenwich Arena in the next few moments. And the small matter at the 100-metre men's final in the Olympic Stadium tonight. Goodness me, don't say Usain Bolt is going to be shifted off the front pages tomorrow. Well, he could be. And he could be by a grand sailor who today has achieved his 4th Olympic gold medal, Ben Ainslie, by, well, a gymnast, perhaps Lewis Smith, and by a tennis player from Dunblane in Scotland, Andy Murray, who may not win a Grand Slam in his career. He's got the talent to do it, but he's got the opposition to stop him. This could be Andy Murray's day, the day that he ends up remembering forever. He leads 4-3, final set against Roger Federer with a break of serve. Annabel Croft, what are you thinking right now?
Well, I'm thinking if ever there was a time that Roger Federer really needs to pull something extra special out of the bag, it's right here. And this is probably the most pressured that Andy will have felt during the course of this whole match because he has been so in control of it. But right here, you have to think that he will be jangling a little bit.
4-3. Murray serving after the change of ends. He's now up at the royal box end. Watched by Lord Coe, Jack Roger, also in the stadium here today, centre court. Forehand from Murray, forehand defensively from Federer, but he's put it wide and he's lurching towards that ball. He couldn't make it. 15-love Murray. So we'll head back to North Greenwich Arena. It's time for Lewis Smith, everybody, and here's Alison Mitchell.
So Lewis Smith is preparing to mount the pommel horse in the final of the Olympic Games. We're waiting for the score of Russia's David Belyavsky to come in, the penultimate gymnast. This will tell us whether Great Britain's Max Whitlock is guaranteed a medal in his first Olympic Games at the age of just 19. And he is! Max Whitlock will get a medal because Belyavsky goes into 6th place with a score of 14.733. And now it will be Lewis Smith for Great Britain to see whether he can beat Christian Berkey of Hungary, who scored 16.066, a massive score to put the world champion at the top of the leaderboard. But now the Union flags fly. It's all about Lewis Smith. Listen to this roar. The Duchess of Cambridge is here, Kristen Thomas and the GB team watching on. You've been training all your life for this moment. Lewis Smith, final of the pommel horse at the Olympic Games. He places one hand carefully on each handle of the pommel horse, mounts it now a sheer up to a handstand, which he makes, his 2 feet meeting at the very top of the handstand. Again on the other handle, solid start from Lewis Smith, and how those nerves must be pumping, the adrenaline must be pumping as he gets into the double leg work with his legs glued together, swinging around one handle on the pommel horse.
Here we go, and is he going to do the triple Russian on one handle? He's done it, he's put it in, he's gone down onto the end now, he's put the difficulty in. Can he keep the form? He's doing the woo down the horse, pushing, gluing those feet together. Excellent work into the triple Russian on the end. This is looking good. He's winding up now, travelling down the horse with the double leg circle and coming back for good measure. As he steps up onto the handle, he's going to wind it up.
He's into handstand for the dismount, making those pirouettes under control. The hands come down and he lands on 2 feet, and the crowd are up on their feet. Now is that the gold medal performance from Lewis Smith, because he looks up at the roof of the arena and everyone here is standing. Lewis Smith for Great Britain. Is that going to bring him home the gold? Will he be Great Britain's first ever Olympic champion in the gymnastics? He put in the difficult difficulty, he went for it. He had to beat his main rival. Has he done it?
What a performance there by Lewis Smith. Real maturity and calm under pressure. The nation has been watching Lewis Smith just like the rest of these athletes, and he went up there and delivered. And you know what? He went for broke. That's the routine with most difficulty. And if he's ever going to beat Christian Berke, it's got to be with everything in his routine, and he nailed it. It was absolutely flawless, even up until the dismount. So no matter what happens, he knows he can't have done any better. That was absolutely perfection.
Utter control from a man at the top of his game. Now the anxious wait for the score to come in. The crowd are anticipating something big. Christian Berke, the world champion, lies top of the leaderboard with a score of 16.066. That's what Lewis Smith needs to beat to bring a lifetime of hard work, of double leg circles, of injuries and pain to climax with an Olympic gold medal. It's a silver! It's a silver for Lewis Smith by a knife edge, because those scores are tied. They look at the execution score, and Lewis had 9.066 compared to Christian Berke 9.166. Can you believe it? Wow, well, the crowd for Lewis Smith are still applauding. He has a silver. Max Whitlock, though, has a bronze in his very first Olympic Games. So Berke with the gold, Lewis Smith a silver medal, Max Whitlock with a bronze. Still a tremendous result for British gymnastics.
Still, congratulations to Lewis Smith, Max Whitlock, Ian Percy and Andrew Simpson earlier silver, Ben Ainsley gold for Great Britain, and now here on centre court at Wimbledon, Andy Murray with the chance to serve for the gold medal. He leads 5-4 in the third set, already ahead by 2 sets to love against the Wimbledon champion, the world number 1, the 17 times major winner Roger Federer, who has been comprehensively outclassed by Britain's finest on the tennis court. Load of volunteers being let into the stadium just away to our right, just to get a glimpse here. I hope that's not too premature. But the way he has been serving, Andy Murray, I don't think you're going to let us down right now, because he has not dropped a point on serve in this set. He may well drop a couple here, but all that matters is that he wins the game and gets over the finishing line. Second serve, backhand return from Federer, backhand down the line from Murray, forehand cross-court from Federer onto the sideline, forehand cross-court from Murray right onto the baseline, and Federer goes wide. The theme continues, no nerves on display, Annabel Croft.
Well, I think Federer knows he just can't find it out there today. I mean, even that one, it was a rather casual sort of attempt at a swing of a forehand, but he just is so unsure of himself on that swing. He's challenged that ball on the baseline, but it was well on the line there. So Murray just 3 points from a gold medal.
Here's Murray serving into the net. What is it? 17 points in a row for Andy Murray on serve in this set. Second serve, forehand return from Federer. Hit and hope stuff there. Murray gets to it defensively. Is it going to land in? No. 15 all. First point to Federer against the serve. But again, Annabel, he unwound there on the return, like now or never.
Well, I think that's all he's got left in the tank, to be honest. I think he's just got to do that, just to try and get something going out here. But, you know, he just hasn't been able to find anything at all. I mean, certainly routine forehands have gone all over this court today, but anywhere but inside the lines.
Murray serves. Brilliant serve! Off the frame of the Federer racket and into the crowd. The crowd who are going to be going wild in a few moments' time if Murray keeps serving like this. 2 points away.
And he must be able to hear his heartbeat just thundering through his chest right now.
Murray's at this near end. Federer twirling his racket at the far end. Nothing he can do. Nothing Roger Federer can do as Andy Murray aces his way to gold medal point.
And he wants that ball back, doesn't he? He's trying to get the ball kid to throw him back that same ball he just served the ace with. I don't know if he actually ended up getting it, but he was certainly looking for it.
Just been startling to see the success of Team GB over the last few days. Andy Murray has wanted to be part of it. He is part of it. He is about to join his compatriots on the gold medal podium. He serves.
It's an ace! It's gold! Gold! You better believe it! Gold for Andy Murray! He's beaten Roger Federer. No! Correct that. He has thrashed Roger Federer in straight sets. And Federer may have won Wimbledon. But revenge here for Murray is sweet and golden, and he can't believe it. 4 weeks ago he was crying on centre court, crying with disappointment, and now he has won Britain's 16th gold medal of London 2012. Magnificent, Andy Murray. Magnificent. The flag's waving all around us here. Murray is off. Where's he off to? Is he off to the player box? He is. Well, it's the Wimbledon celebration here that, who knows, he may never get to make. Let's hope he does one day. He made the final this year, and of course he'd never been there before. And he's being helped up into the box by Roger Federer's manager. That's a nice touch. And here he is in the box. He hugs his girlfriend, Kim. Passionate embrace between the two, and then he hugs Matt Little, his physical trainer, and Jez Green, who helps on the strength and conditioning, and Danny Valverde, the Venezuelan, his best friend. Luis from his management company, they're all there. His father, Willie Murray, who we so rarely see by his side. What a proud father. Paul Hutchins, who is the head of the British team here at the Olympics, gets a hug as well. Roger Federer, meanwhile, marches off the court. He gets a bit of a cheer. Completely outplayed on the day. Laura Robson up there celebrating with Murray as well in the player box. I'm sure Mum got a massive hug as well. And our old colleague, Rob Stewart, who I remember commentating on a gold medal for us at the Athens Olympics. He now works for Andy. He's embraced as well. What a team they are. They're such a close-knit team. And this for Andy Murray could be the moment of his life, Annabelle. We'd love him to win a major. But now he's an Olympic gold medalist, and no one will ever be able to take that away from him.
And what style to have done it in, Jonathan, out here on this centre court, a special place, and he's coming back out. Listen to this.
He leaps his way back onto centre court. Well, I can't believe Roger Federer's already off the court. We'll see him again at the US Open, and he may well win the US Open. But Murray wins for Great Britain. And who knows, he might win too. He's going to come out and play mixed doubles in a few moments. What on earth is that going to be like? It is going to be party central on centre court. Here is the reception for Britain's latest gold medalist at the Olympic Games to top all Olympic Games, London 2012. Colin Murray. How is that going down on the hill at Wimbledon?
Words just weren't needed. Just listening to us out here, just mirroring everything that's happened in centre court. We renamed it Medal Mountain, and we found gold in these hills today. After a super Saturday, how does a sensational Sunday grab you now? Earlier today, Ben Ainsley wins his 4th consecutive Olympic gold. And now Andy Murray has disposed of Roger Federer in emphatic style. Simply the best thing to happen to British tennis in 3/4 of a century. And Andy Murray, an Olympic champion, we can hear from him.
Did more than well. Where do you put that in sort of great victories?
It's number one for me. Biggest win of my life. And this week's been incredible so far. Had a lot of fun. Support's been amazing, and we got one more match to go, but it's been unbelievable.
The crowd really has played their part, haven't they? They've been like, an extra player, haven't they?
Yeah, they're unbelievable. I mean, it's not just here, but all of the events I've watched. I watched the athletics last night. It was amazing.
That inspire you?
Yeah, I mean, it was just amazing. I mean, way Mo Farah won. I mean, I do 400-meter repetitions in my training. And when I'm completely fresh, I can run it in 57 seconds. And his last lap after 9,600 meters was 53 seconds. So it's just unbelievable fitness, and yeah, gave me a boost coming into the day. The momentum I think the team's had the last couple of days has been so good.
You are Olympic champion.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect that at the start of the week. I had a chance of going deep into the tournament. I was a little bit tired after Wimbledon, and obviously played the mixed as well, but I felt so fresh like on the court today. I didn't feel nervous really at all, apart from at the beginning of the match. And yeah, amazing. Yeah.
You know, everyone was so worried about you after Wimbledon. Said, how will you respond? Well, boy, this is how you respond.
Yeah, it's worth it. I've had a lot of tough losses in my career, and yeah, this was the best way to come back from the Wimbledon final and never forget it.
You played an absolutely brilliant match. You thrilled everyone here and at home. Congratulations, and enjoy the ceremony and the mixed.
I'm sure he will. Andy Murray, Olympic champion, the 16th of these 30th games of the Olympiad. Jonathan Overend, I'm sorry, but is there a real Olympics we all have to cover when we wake up?
Yeah, we'll be going to it in 4 years' time. This one's all ours, and we're storming up that medal table. Goodness me, what a day. I sat there, Colin, thinking, watching the amazing events of last night, 5 Live in my ear as well. Will sport ever get any better than that we saw last night? But, you know, it just continues. You kind of think, well, maybe we'll get a letdown. There's Federer on the other side of the net tomorrow and all that sort of thing. But Murray speaking there, it's clear how much he's been inspired by what else has gone on. He's a massive all-sports fan, and he'll have watched pretty much every medal that Britain will have won over the last week or so. It's clearly inspired him. He was a load of old rubbish in Beijing when we went out there 4 years ago. His eye wasn't on the game. His mind was elsewhere. He didn't give it as professional a go as he should have done. He has admitted that, and he, having experienced that, made damn sure he didn't make the same mistake twice. How is he rewarded? With the gold medal.
It's sensational, and who knows what's going to happen. Mixed doubles, Laura Robson's going to be coming out there. Across from her will be Azarenka, of course, and we used the word at the start of the show, Jonathan, unprecedented, and we should just remind everyone, at the same time as Murray was winning gold, strange things are happening at the North Greenwich Arena. The gymnastics, Jonathan Overend, have been part of the Olympics since 1896. We are winning medals all over the place now. 2 bronze and a silver. Lewis Smith in the pommel, a silver for Great Britain. Max Whitlock took the bronze. Let me tell you something about Lewis Smith, Jonathan Overend. In 2009, he was competing on the X Factor. He reached the 3rd round of that, and now at the North Greenwich Arena, thousands singing for him. And Beth Tweddle goes tomorrow as well. She's favourite Ali Mitchell to win gold in the uneven bars. You yourself, you're in dreamland as well.
It's been tremendous watching this unfold. And in a moment, here is Lewis Smith about to step onto the podium to receive his silver medal. And the cheer goes up for Lewis Smith because he really went for it today. He put in the higher difficulty. He did a more tricky routine than the eventual gold medalist. He couldn't quite execute it, as well as Christian Berkey of Hungary, who did an easy routine, did it better, and is now the reigning world, European and Olympic champion. But Lewis Smith stepped forward onto that podium, and I think there is a trace of a smile on his face. He looked downcast when it was just silver, but I think he will sit back and think, I am an Olympic silver medalist. He's upped it from the bronze he won in Beijing. Max Whitlock standing to his left with the bronze medal around his neck. And the crowd are on their feet still, and we look back above us, and the crowd here, there's tremendous support as well for Christian Berkey of Hungary. Flags behind us, the orange and the green, and he'll step forward shortly for his gold medal. But Craig Heap, never has Great Britain had such success in the gymnastics as Lewis Smith raises his bouquet in the air. Just sum up very quickly what this means for the sport.
Well, what a brilliant day for British gymnastics. 2 medals are always better than 1, even though we haven't got the gold. These guys have absolutely performed out of the skin. Lewis could not have done a better routine, and if a better man beats you on the day, that's what sport's all about. But great job, especially young Max Whitlock, 19-year-old, and second Olympic bronze medal.
So Christian Berkey will receive his gold, Colin. The search for a British Olympic champion in gymnastics goes on. Will it be Beth Tweddle tomorrow afternoon? Stay tuned.
I'm going to camp outside. I'm going to be there. I'm going to camp outside, and it's literally trying to get a taste of everything, because right now they've actually just put the podium right in the centre of centre court. It couldn't be a better position to celebrate Andy Murray's greatest achievement in tennis so far. We thought we'd all lose our nails up here in Medal Mountain, but my lady, your nails are perfect.
Thanks.
Well, we weren't expecting that coming here. We were hopeful of victory, but not from to dispose of Roger Federer like that.
No, I had a ticket for the bronze medal match, and I thought I was going to see him in the singles for that. So I thought I was quite happy, actually, that he was in the final.
Listen, Dad, that's not the spirit, is it? I'll buy the bronze. Murray will be in that.
No. We've flown in from Guernsey, so we know quite a bit about Heather Watson, obviously, and really follow her. And my daughter plays tennis, so that's why we're here. We thought, really love to see Murray, and I'm really pleased that he's won that gold. He really deserves it, and he played superb today.
How much does it mean to you to be able to watch people from Great Britain when you're an aspiring tennis player doing the business at the top level? Because it just makes you feel like, okay, it's closer. If I really put my heart and soul into it, I could go further. It's not about other people, it's people you can understand, people you can relate to.
Yeah, it's quite inspiring, actually, to see people from your own country kind of winning. Yeah, it's quite
wonderful. Well, you keep practicing your backstroke. Earlier on here I was speaking to Ben Ainsley, and everyone here in Medal Mountain at Wimbledon was cheering for him, and that reverberates every time a medal's picked up, every time there's a fantastic achievement, medal or not, by Team GB. And Will Perry's in the Olympic Park, and all eyes have been on Andy Murray.
Hello, Colin. Yeah, huge crowds down here, huge support for Andy Murray down on the big screens in Olympic Park. I've got a group here. I was saying we're waiting for Colin to shut up. They said we'll be here all day, but they're on now. What's your name?
Jane.
Jane, and you enjoyed that. Andy Murray, Olympic champion. Did you ever think that would happen?
Oh, I hope so, and he did it. Fantastic.
And obviously off the back of the disappointment of Wimbledon, to take on Roger Federer like that, it was a thrashing, wasn't it, against Federer?
Yeah, no, definitely. He did pretty good, especially to come back after his defeat at Wimbledon. I think he did really well. Unfortunately, we missed a little bit, but saw him serve out at the end, so that's good.
But the atmosphere down here, what's your name?
Adam.
Adam was fierce, like being on Henman Hill or Murray Mount or whatever you want to call it at Wimbledon, isn't it? The sun's out, people are drinking Pimm's, there's strawberries, amazing atmosphere.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Must be thousands of people here, really long queue to get in. It's been really, really great atmosphere.
Are you sticking around to watch him play Laura Robson?
Too right we are, yes.
Right. There's picnics and everything. I mean, 2 gold medals, it would be unthinkable, wouldn't it, for Murray on the same day off the back of the disappointment of Wimbledon?
Oh, it would be a dream come true for him, and it's great to see it last.
Good stuff. Well, the Pimm's are out. I've walked over about 4 or 5 picnics in doing that, but back to you, Colin.
Thank you very much, and Andy Murray's back out in centre court. We will be draping a gold medal round his neck, Jonathan Overend.
And he leads out Roger Federer. And Juan Martín Del Potro is there as well, and the centre court crowd probably unaware that Del Potro on court number 1 was beating Novak Djokovic this afternoon in straight sets. And what a win that is for Argentina to get a bronze medal in the tennis. Federer and Murray exchanging a few words. They've had a rivalry over the years, of course, of 17 matches, and Federer has beaten Murray when it has mattered most until today. Gold medalist for Great Britain in the tennis after the most one-sided final. 6-2, 6-1, 6-4. It's gold medal for Andy Murray, and the Union flag is up high. It's going to be lifted up towards the famous Wimbledon roof in a few moments' time. Bronze medal, Juan Martín Del Potro. Silver medal, Roger Federer. Gold medal, Andy Murray of Team GB of Great Britain. And it's the moment I don't think we ever thought we would see. And who knows, by the end of the day, the national anthem might be played twice. A big cheer for Juan Martín Del Potro, the former US Open champion, who beat Djokovic today out on court number 1. Who took Roger Federer all the way, don't forget, in the semi-final. 1917 final set. It could have been Del Potro playing the gold match today, but he seems really chuffed with his bronze. And now silver medal is waiting for Roger Federer. He won gold in Beijing in doubles 4 years ago. He was beaten in the first round in Athens in 2004. He'd dearly love to win a gold medal in singles. Maybe it will happen. Maybe it will happen. I don't see any way he's going to quit before Rio. That's my personal opinion. He's 30 years of age. Federer collects the silver medal. It's not what he wanted on the day, but congratulations to him for winning that. Very, very unused to being the runner-up on this, his spiritual home. Of course, he's lost to Nadal here in final in the past. Who can forget that classic 2008 final that went on to 9:30 at night.
Gold medalist and Olympic champion representing Great Britain, Andy Murray.
He stands on top of the podium. Roger Federer applauds. The gold medal is round Murray's neck, and he waves to all sides of centre court. And last time he was on the middle of this court after a match, he was in tears of disappointment. He's trying to take it all in now. Well, what is he going to be like as the anthem plays? He's smiling. He's holding a little posy of flowers. And I bet he can't wait to get rid of those. They'll be for Kim, the girlfriend, later on. And everyone on centre court rises for the national anthem. A familiar refrain of the last few days. As he could. He's got away with it. The tears haven't come. He's smiling. Here's the gold medal winner here at the Olympic Games. And what a moment. The anthem not quite having the raucous sing-along feel of the Olympic Stadium. It was a very, very Wimbledon rendition, wasn't it, Annabelle Croft?
Yeah, it really was. It was quite tame, I suppose, but everybody did pretty well to get all the words out, and Murray was up there doing his best, as you say, to sing it. And here are members of the Royal Air Force marching across the back of the court, and very nice scenes here with all three of them kind of hugging each other up there on the podium, and it's a fantastic photograph.
Yeah, Federer, to his credit, applauding and putting his arm around Murray, exchanging some words as well. I wonder what will happen when they meet again at a Grand Slam, perhaps, maybe even in a couple of weeks' time, because the US Open is only just around the corner. But for now, that is furthest from Murray's thoughts. He is the gold medal winner, Colin, and in a few moments' time, he will be coming back to play for double gold in the mixed doubles, as he now finds a Union flag, drapes it around his shoulders, and the photographers can do their stuff.
How many times, Jonathan, over end have the masses gathered in this hell outside centre court with such high expectations, and how many times did they leave quarter-finals, semi-finals just weeks ago? The final of Wimbledon resigned to defeat. What a moment up here, Jonathan.
Well, it is, and I keep coming back to this point that, you know, this could be the best thing that ever happens to him on a tennis court. And I know there are people out there who don't think tennis should be in the Olympic Games. They don't think multi-millionaires should be allowed to compete. Well, just look at these scenes. Look how much it means to these athletes. The Olympic Games is an international competition of excellence in sport.
And on that subject, what do you do after you've just won a gold medal, Jonathan? You go straight over to another venue where it's all kicking off. It's the Olympics and BBC Radio 5 Live, and we're ready for Jason Kenny to go in the men's sprint.
We're ready, and Jason Kenny is just underway. It's the quarter-finals of the men's match sprint. Jason Kenny against Azizul Hasni Awang from Malaysia. This, the quarter-finals, a best of 3 when it gets to this stage of the competition. They're on the first lap, very slowly rolling around the bottom of the track, halfway down the back straight. You could walk alongside them, they're going so slowly. Rob Hales alongside me.
Jason Kenny just looking round, he's got the lead, just crawling round. He's got a good half a second in hand over Awang from this morning's 200-metre qualification. But Awang, a fierce competitor when it comes to match sprinting.
He certainly is. They're 3/4 of the way through the first lap. Awang, the Commonwealth Keirin champion, a world silver medalist in Keirin in 09 and 10. Missed most of last year after being speared through the leg by a splinter off the track in Manchester at the World Cup meeting. Second in the Asian Championship sprint this year. So Awang, very well known in track cycling. And Jason Kenny, a double Olympic gold medalist in the team sprint, world champion last year, world silver medalist this, halfway down the back straight, lap and a half to go, did a little bit of swapping and changing around. They're sweeping around the track. Kenny's very high on the banking, around to our left-hand side as they take the bell. Come past us on the finishing line now. Kenny's got quite a bit of work to do. There's plenty of daylight between him and Awang, and then suddenly it closes up. Great riding here by Jason Kenny. Blistering speed by the Englishman as he takes on Awang and comes past him and then looks across and wins with ease. A stunning exhibition of speed from Jason Kenny, because there, as they took the bell, he was some way behind Awang. He had a lot of ground to make up, and Rob, he made the ground up in the space of about a second and a half.
With ease, didn't he? And Awang, they got to the middle of the last banking, and Awang came out of the sprinters line and flicked Kenny up the track. Kenny wasn't having any of it, and as they came across the line, he just looked at him as if to say, no, don't do that.
Well, there we are then. It's a best of 3 quarter-final, as we have just been saying, and Jason Kenny leads 1-0 against Awang of Malaysia. Victoria Pendleton won her race earlier on. She's through to the 8th finals in the women's.
Sorry, I've just been told a most unseemly joke I can't tell on the radio. Brilliant stuff. Listen, tell us what we've got to look forward to and where we stand with Ed Clancy in the Omnium.
Well, we've got lots to look forward to here. Only the one set of medals on offer today at the track. We've got a lot to look forward to now, actually. The world champion Gregory Bourget coming up onto the track, but Ed Clancy in the men's Omnium, he's in the silver medal position with 2 events to go. The 15-kilometre scratch race meaning they all start on the track at the same time, and it's just a race. It's a 60-lap race, so straightforward in that sense. And then they have the 1-kilometre time trial. They go one by one against the watch, and 1 kilometre is 4 laps of the track exactly. Now, Clancy, all things being equal, Colin, I think should win the kilometre event, the last event, because he's the fastest man at that.
Yep.
But the key will be, it's going to be an almighty scrap for that scratch race, and it's very, very tight. There are about 5 of them at least up towards the top of the standings. It's going to be some race.
Excellent. We'll have that for you in BBC Radio 5 Live. When we get your news in sport now, they'll recap on everything that's happened today. We really didn't expect Andy Murray to win so emphatically in straight sense against Roger Federer. I do have a number for a guy who was involved in making the movie Inception. I might ring him now and ask him to explain exactly what's been going on in the last few days at London 2012. The time right now on BBC Radio 5 Live is exactly 37 minutes past 4.
Online at bbc.co.uk/5live.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Faye Carruthers. As we've been hearing, Andy Murray has beaten Roger Federer in straight sets to win Olympic gold in the tennis. He'll play in the mixed doubles final shortly with Laura Robson. Ben Ainsley is the most successful sailor in Olympic history after winning his 4th gold in the Finn class at Weymouth. Team GB now has 16 gold medals. The government says it's completely committed to creating a lasting legacy from hosting the Olympic and Paralympic Games. It's after the chairman of the British Olympic Association, Lord Moynihan, called for increased funding for school sports. The Foreign Secretary William Hague has warned that the coming days are likely to see an escalation of violence and bloodshed in Syria. President Assad's regime is unleashing its armed forces for a major assault on the rebel stronghold city of Aleppo. Police in Croydon say they're concerned for the safety of a missing 12-year-old girl. Tia Sharp hasn't been seen since Friday afternoon when she left her grandmother's house to go shopping. Let's get all the latest sports news now. Here's Will Perry.
Faye, thank you. Olympic Park and the big screens, the hills that surround the big screen either side, absolutely buzzing still from that win from Andy Murray, and a lot of fans hanging around to watch the Laura Robson, the doubles match, the mixed doubles at Wimbledon on the hill here. So as you heard in the news, Andy Murray, Olympic champion after a straight sets crushing of Roger Federer on centre court. He plays for the mixed doubles title very shortly alongside Laura Robson. Earlier this afternoon, Britain's Ben Ainsley became the most successful sailor in Olympic history after winning his 4th gold medal in the Finn class. So Team GB now have 16 golds. British sailors Ian Percy and Andrew Simpson had to settle for silver in the star class. They couldn't quite manage the top 6 finish. They needed to take gold. There was 2 more medals in the gymnastics this afternoon as well. Lewis Smith winning silver in the men's pommel horse and Max Whitlock taking the bronze. The British boxer Natasha Jonas has beaten the opponent Queen Underwood in the women's lightweight to reach the quarter-finals. At the velodrome over in the distance that I can see, Britain's Ed Clancy is 2 points off the lead in the Omnium with 2 events to come. Victoria Pendleton set a new Olympic record in the women's sprint qualifying. So Great Britain stay 3rd in the table, 16 gold medals, 34 in total. China still top. China top now. They've gone above the US with 28 golds. In the Olympic Stadium this evening, Christina Orugu attempts to defend her 400 metres title. That's followed, of course, by the men's 100 metres final at 9:50. Away from London 2012, let's check in at Headingley. It's the 4th day of the second test between England and South Africa. The latest from Kevin House.
Won't be checking in for long. I'm afraid we've got rain and heavy rain again for a second time today. So South Africa in their second innings on this 4th afternoon as well. So this game appears to be heading towards a draw. They're 39 for no wickets, South Africa. They lead by 33 runs, but off for some heavy rain.
Kevin, thank you. Test match special is over on 5 Live Sports Extra this afternoon, and there was just the one match in the SPL today. Dundee United beating Hibs by 3-0.
Let's take a look at the roads. And on the M40 southbound in Warwickshire between junction 3 of the M42 and junction 16 of the M40, slow traffic after an accident involving a car towing a caravan. Lots of oil and diesel across the carriageway, so take care there. Heavy traffic on the M25 clockwise in Surrey between junction 10 at the Wisley interchange and junction 11 for Chertsey after an earlier accident. And floodwaters are causing problems on the A167M in Newcastle upon Tyne. The road's closed at the A186 City Road. A diversion is in operation, though, up and over via the Swan House roundabout. Faye Carruthers, 5 Live Travel.
She takes the lead, and so a stadium roars, and the nation roars, as Ennis goes on to win the 800 metres, and with it, Olympic gold! What a night! 3 gold medals for Great Britain.
The Olympic Games. Wherever you are, never miss a moment with the BBC.
Including right here on 5 Live, on digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online. And also over on our new digital radio station, 5 Live Olympics Extra. For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5 Live.
As I stand here on the newly christened Medal Mountain after Andy Murray wins gold in centre court on straight sets against Federer, you sometimes wonder to yourself, how is it greeted around the world when we talk about the success of Team GB and the 16th medal? Well, this morning I was looking at the NBC website, and the lead story, of course, was Michael Phelps. The second story on the NBC website was, we tip our hats to Team GB. These performances aren't just being lauded here on Medal Mountain, here on Centre Court or in Weymouth, or indeed just across Great Britain, but they are being talked about around the world. And one of the town of Dunblane that so many times has gathered to watch Andy Murray, 4 Grand Slam finals and 4 defeats. We've all seen the pictures, we've all heard the reports on BBC Radio 5 Live, his local bar in the centre on a big screen. And James Shaw, you've been there to witness total jubilation.
Yeah, people have been going absolutely crazy here at the Dunblane Centre. If I say the name, I think there'll be a big cheer. Andy Murray. And that's just a little flavour of it, Colin. People have started slipping away now, probably coming back for the game later. But let us talk to Caroline McDonald. You knew Andy when he was young, is that right, Caroline?
Yeah, when he was about 7.
I played up at the tennis courts, and he was up there playing with Jamie all the time, day in, day out.
When this centre was really empty, before anyone had come this afternoon, you were here.
Yeah.
I think you're a hardcore fan, is that right?
Yeah, I can't miss any of his matches, but just had the feeling that he was going to do it.
Tears in your eyes?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm so proud of him and so happy for him and his family, and it's just an amazing achievement. Somebody from Dunblaine's got a gold medal.
Pride, I think, is the word that we will hear a lot, Colin, when we're talking about Dunblane in the days and weeks to come.
James, I know you can hear me up here in Medal Mountain. Wonderful scenes on centre court there. I mean, that's been the whole point of the whole thing, hasn't it? It's been representing the nation, not just yourself. This was very different than any Grand Slam final that they gathered in Dunblane for.
That's right, and you know, I mean, I've been here before. I've been in this community centre before, Colin. We've had the great expectations that Andy Murray was going to do something, but it was so different today. I thought maybe, Caroline, you would say the same. There was something different about the way Andy played today.
Yeah, he wanted it, and he's wanted it before, but the manner in which he's won has just been immense. It's been spectacular to watch it.
The most emphatic victory that I've ever seen from him, Colin. I don't know about you, but I thought that was an absolutely stunning victory that everyone in Scotland will be enjoying and celebrating for days to come.
Fantastic stuff, James. And you know, we talked all throughout this tournament how about it's really grown, it's found its place within the Olympic family, and while it's not the pinnacle of tennis, it has fulfilled the Olympic pledge because they played for the honour of their sport, the honour of their nation, and also with complete chivalry. And that was shown today, whether it was in centre court, whether it was here on Medal Mountain. Roger Federer treated with the utmost respect, and he's talking now with Sue Barker.
You came up against an inspired opponent today.
Yeah, he did play very well. He was better, much better than I was today. But still, I'm very happy with the silver as well. It was a tough tournament from start to finish. I had a very emotional tournament from the first round on over to the quarters to the semis. So maybe I was emotionally drained a little bit at the end. Maybe I left too much out on court, you know, emotionally in the early rounds. But nevertheless, I didn't think I played too bad, you know, in the finals. But things didn't go my way, and Andy really, he was confident. He played well, good shot making decisions, and I didn't do that so well today in the final. So it's unfortunate, but still a great day for me.
Well said, and I know it was a very emotional semi-final, but how key was that 2-love game in the second?
Well, I mean, he was up a break already, so...
I know, but I mean, see that, it was a lot, you had so many break points, it could have just swung it.
I mean, I think we had about the same amount of break points, but he converted, that many more. I didn't convert any, and that's obviously not good enough to win a finals like that. I really hoped over best of 5 set finals I was going to get the teeth more into the match, but I just felt that I was a bit slow in the corners. I was just taking some wrong decisions from time to time, and that just doesn't pay off in the finals. And it looked like he was never doubting himself. He had a clear plan. I had too, but he was able to come through this time around.
Do you think too soon after Wimbledon maybe for you to peak?
No. I think I had a great preparation, all of us, really. I mean, I took 3 weeks off. Everything went perfect. I mean, I couldn't be more happy. It's just, today on a few points here and there, and things could have been very different. But I have a medal. That's what I wanted in the singles, and I'm very happy for Andy, too, because he had a tough last few years. I mean, on a very, very high level. I mean, let's not feel too sorry for him. He's had a wonderful career already, and I'm happy for him. He got the gold today.
Great to see the difference with Andy Murray 4 years later in terms of his attitude towards the Olympics. And Roger Federer, when you get up onto the second level of that podium, he kissed that silver medal, so proud to be part of it. And a little earlier today, we've made friends with Jamie Murray because he came on the show yesterday. We had a bit of a picnic and stuff, and we said to him, is there any way you can come on at the start of our programme today? And he said, I'd love to, but I got tickets in the lottery to the table tennis, and I'm actually going to be racing back just in time to see my brother on centre court. And he's watched him win gold. Judy Murray, Jamie Murray, the whole family, all the trainers decked out in the Team GB kit and cheering on Andy Murray. And of course we think Ian Carter, we should be looking, I'm going to say it's got to be 5 o'clock, right, top of the hour, when he goes for double goal with Laura Robson.
Yeah, if then it might even come a little bit sooner, but the net is out. We're awaiting the arrival of the umpire, the ball boys, and of course the line judges as well, and the ball girls, but there's a real buzz still around centre court right right now. An awful lot of the seats are empty as people have gone off to get sort of refreshments and that sort of thing. I think the most amazing thing about that Andy Murray victory is that it was so straightforward. I mean, it wasn't stressful, was it? And I think that everybody had sort of booked in for a great deal of sporting stress this afternoon, because that's generally how it works out with our tennis heroes. But he was so commanding, and I thought that Roger Federer, we just heard him there, was really magnanimous in defeat and spoke an awful lot of common sense, and really a sensationally good performance from Andy Murray.
2 mixed doubles games yesterday, just briefly, and Laura Robson played out of her skin, but just a quick word on who they face today.
Well, they face a very tough pair in the top seeds of Max Mirny and Victoria Azarenka, the women's world number 1. So it's not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination. But I think it's fair to say that in each and every match that Robson and Murray have played, they've gone in as the underdogs. They've won deciding tie breaks. What they do is they play 2 sets, and then instead of a third and deciding set, it's what they call a champions tie break. So they play the tie break format, but the magic total is 10, and you have to win by 2 clear points.
Love it. Fantastic moment yesterday when Andy Murray was interviewed, and he said, what did you say to Laura Robson? And he said, well, a few words that she's never heard before. Well, who knows, because this is different, the Olympics, and all over this place there's stories. With Laura Robson, she was just drafted into a team, the last person to don a Team GB tracksuit. She goes with gold in 5 Live with Andy Murray soon. But in terms of the stories that come along with the gold medals, I don't think any have affected me quite as much as yesterday in the women's team pursuit and in the velodrome. And we talked just before we come on to Laura Trott's father, Adrian, and it's wonderful to know that he joins us now. She prepares to compete again. How are you, Adrian?
Hi, Colin.
How was that for you?
Well, yesterday, absolutely brilliant. Superb, just the whole manner of the victory, so decisive. But, it looked so incredibly easy.
And how were the family? Because when I talked to you before, you were very calm and you're very assured. I'm sure you had the temperature rising a lot.
Yes, the calmness disappeared, as I think some of the television pictures proved.
And how is Laura? Is she just staying in the focus, medal off from the neck, put it in a drawer, get on with the business of more racing, or were you able to spend a bit of time?
We have just spent about an hour or so with her over with one of her sponsors. Had a very pleasant afternoon. She's very much focused on what is to come. I won't say the medal's been put in the drawer, because it was very much on the table. But yeah, she's up for it. She's in good shape mentally. We can tell that just from the way she is. There's signs. We won't say what they are, but there are always signs when she's happy and contented with herself.
And you're seeing them now. Listen, you followed her everywhere, and of course your other daughter as well. Can you explain the Omnium?
The Omnium, I think the easiest way to explain it to non-cyclists is it's the cycling equivalent of the heptathlon.
Wonderful.
It's a multidisciplined event, a mixture of sprint and endurance, with, I suppose, a little bit of fun or entertainment with the elimination race, which I know is a great crowd pleaser.
It's interesting because you would say then, if you look at the decathlon with the men in athletics and the heptathlon as well, Adrian, we look at those as the Iron Men. They put their bodies through so much, and we know what Laura has to go through just when she trains hard. I mean, that's a heckin' of event for her to take on, and more power to her elbow.
I think she's born to it. I found out recently. I mean, Laura, the heptathlon. The Omnium was introduced by the UCI to the World Championship format about 5 years ago. At which time Laura and Joe Rousel and my other daughter Emma were all on the same talent identification program. And apparently at that time, Emma turned round and said to Joe Rousel that her sister was going to be world champion at that event.
Wow.
She nailed that one in Melbourne. I hadn't realised that's where the smart money was going, but that was the story I was told recently. Ride that sort of format as youth riders, and therefore that's what she's been used to racing over the years.
Obviously, your little daughter, she'll always be that, and it must have been an amazing day yesterday. But looking at Joanna Russell on that podium, and I know you know them all so well, that was just a sensational moment as she stood proudly up there.
I think for all of them, they've all got little backstories. Some are slightly bigger than others. They're incredibly close as a group of riders. They are, I suppose, they're almost like sisters. I think that they all say that they feel like family. And yeah, I think Jo's no different from the others. I think she's possibly the quieter member of the group, or outwardly she's the quieter member of the group. Yeah. And that, I think that comes out when she's on the podium.
Well, listen, Adrian, I hope to see you about the park again as I head back tomorrow back to East London. So do come up and say hello. Always like to hear from you in the radio.
I will do, and we will be there.
Take care, mate.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live. You're with Colin Murray with your Olympics coverage. The time right now is about 53 minutes past 4. We've been bringing you all the action we can from every single place, and we'll continue to catch up with other stuff. I must tell you about the boxing earlier today, because we had the inaugural bouts for women in Olympic history, in modern Olympic history. And Natasha Jonas, of our three ladies competing, well, she's got a lot to do. She's up against fantastic people, and she went in the lightweight round of 16 against Queen Underwood of the USA, very much up against it, but with the crowd roaring her on, she has won through to those quarterfinals, and she's been speaking with Darren Fletcher.
Natasha, that was an historic bout. You're the first British woman into a boxing ring, and a fantastic performance.
Oh yeah, I'm just, it's so different when you're at home in a major competition. It's only happened to me once before in the European Union, and to have 10,000 people cheering for you, and I was down after the first round. That was all the motivation that I needed, was just to hear them cheering and edging you on. So I'm so proud of myself, and I'm proud for the whole of Great Britain right now.
Obviously pleased to win, but nobody can ever take away the fact you were the first British woman into the ring here at Excel.
Yeah, I mean, as I always say, the boxing is my job first and foremost. Everything else that comes with it is a bonus. So, it's nice to come here and make record and make history, but I'm here to box, I'm here to win medals. That's the one thing that I want to do first.
It was a tough fight. She never takes a backward step, does she, Queen Underwood?
Does she? Hell no. She's a tough competitor. I knew she was going to come out. She wants to win it just as much as I do. I knew she was strong, she punches hard, and she's not going to stop coming, so I just had to be on my toes, think about what I was doing and box.
Katie Taylor next. That's going to be even more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, she's the world's best. I believe I'm one of the world's best, so it's a bit disappointing that it's come this early on, but to beat the best, I've got to do it, and she's next in line.
And finally, Natasha, there's a real momentum building in this GB team. You've got a lot of boxers now fighting for medals. How important has this crowd been to spur you all on, and what's it like in the team with you all getting closer to these medal bouts now?
It's absolutely amazing, and obviously his performances, the ones like Anthony Ogogo against the world champ, how can you not be inspired and not want to do well? And we just keep feeding off each other's success, and obviously I was down in the first round, and the second round shows you how much the crowd can influence you, and you want to do well in front of them.
Real tenacity in all those finals as we get towards the end of the week at the XL. GBIs will be in the boxing, believe me, with Darren Fletcher, Steve Bunce and Lennox Lewis. Natasha Jonas wins. It's the first time we've seen women's boxing, and we've been following it in BBC Radio 5 Live. 2 golds so far. Ben Ainsley wins his 4th in a row. 5 medals in 5 Olympics. We hope he doesn't call it a day. He's not sure he can put his body through it. And in centre court, Andy Murray has just put on a world-class performance to take the gold medal in straight sets against Roger Federer, watched on by all his family, including, of course, his mum, Judy, who joins me now on the phone, getting ready to go back out, of course, for the mixed doubles, Judy. I could ask you from a tennis point of view, but I just want to ask you, as a mum, how proud you are of your son.
Yeah, it's been absolutely amazing and just incredible to be able to sit there and watch that, and especially at Wimbledon, especially in home Olympics, and with such a phenomenal crowd. I mean, the support was just crazy, and when they put the flags up and God Save the Queen at the end, I mean, thought the place was going to erupt. It was just phenomenal, the whole thing.
When he did the climb up, I couldn't help but think, you've got the ruddy mixed doubles to come. Don't do anything stupid here. I don't want you to twist an ankle, but that was a beautiful moment, and something, of course, that he's dreamed of since he picked up a racket.
Yeah, that's right. I think when he came up, I think he'd seen that when he was very small. He'd seen some of the other players winning Wimbledon and climbing up through the crowds and trying to get into their box to celebrate with their family. So, I was a little bit concerned when he started walking along part of the wall, and I thought, yeah, would be just the thing, get your gold medal and then break your neck.
I should tell you, Judy, as always, when Andy's in a major final, we always send some of our reporters up to Dunblane who've been in front of huge screens. They've been in the bars. We've seen it all, Judy. And today in Dunblane, it has been absolutely sensational.
Yeah, I can imagine. I think we always get incredible support from the town, and we always see the pictures, whether it's in the newspapers or on TV or on the internet. But of course, when Andy's in a major event final, then none of the family is ever there to see that and to share it with the local people. But we really appreciate all the support. It's just great to give the town of Dunblane something wonderful to cheer about. So I hope they all had a great day. And it's not over yet. We've still got the mixed doubles final.
Listen, if that's a subtle hint for me to let you go, you're not getting away that easy. I'm going to ask you one more question. I can see it here, Judy. You're not missing anything. It's absolutely fine. I've got it here. I want to ask you a straightforward tennis question, because you know Andy's game better than probably anybody else on the planet, and we get caught up in our Olympic fever. But everybody was here apart from Nadal. Then we go back to Wimbledon, winning the first set in that final. I wonder how much closing the roof played a part on the result of that Wimbledon men's final. Are we seeing an evolution, in your opinion, of Andy's game, of Andy's temperament? Because that's 2 finals in a row and an Olympic gold medal.
Yeah, I think so. I think this week in particular, he was been very focused and very composed all week, and I think that's the key to playing consistently great tennis, is to be able to retain your composure through, the tough moments, the exciting moments, whether you get away ahead or whether you're behind. It's like not to panic, and that is what Federer and Nadal, and actually Djokovic is very good at that now. He maybe wasn't a couple of years ago, but I think he's 25 now. He's maturing all the time, and I certainly saw a big difference in his composure, particularly this week. And I think when he's composed, then he can play his consistently best tennis far more often, and that's what you have to do, particularly in the slams and in the Olympic finals. When it's best of 5 sets, you're out there for a long time, and you really have to be on it all the time. So I think for me, hopefully, I've learned loads from that and realised that, and be able to take it with him for the rest of his career.
Well, listen, just finally, Judy, did Jamie enjoy the table tennis?
Yeah, Jamie's been at badminton, table tennis, he's been at beach volleyball, he's been quite a number of things. Of course, he lives in London, and he went out of the men's doubles in the second round, so he's had an absolutely wonderful time, and just enjoying being part of the whole Olympics experience.
Well, listen, best of luck, Judy. We'll all be watching here on what we're now calling Medal Mountain. You get back into your seat. It's a 5:15 start.
Yeah, I think yes.
Have you eaten any food now? I don't mean to come across a little bit.
Talking to you.
Right, okay, well, you get some food in you. I don't want to mother you, but get some food in you, right? It's a long day.
Okay, Colin.
Take care.
Soon.
Bye now. BBC Radio 5 Live with 2 golds, 2 silvers and a bronze already today. Lewis Smith got silver in the pommel horse at North Greenwich Arena, and Max Whitlock got the bronze. Unbelievable stuff. Beth Tweddle is favourite in the uneven bars. Tomorrow we'll have that in the afternoon on 5 Live. Percy and Simpson picked up a silver for Team GB back in the sailing, and Ben Ainsley won his 4th consecutive Olympic gold. I wonder what Usain Bolt's thinking, the star of these Olympics. Yesterday, Team GB starred in Super Saturday. We're having a sensational Sunday, and he's thinking, hey, give it a break. Give it a break. Stop with the medals, GB. It's all about me tonight on BBC Radio 5 Live. The 100 metres men's finals at 9:50. We've got the 400 metres before that, 40 minutes earlier at 9:10. Christine Ohurugu setting a personal season's best last night. So who knows, because she's such a fierce competitor. All that with Mark Pugac, who I met last night after covering what we saw in that Olympic Stadium. His eyes were rolling in his head. He sat down, he had a couple of beers. We couldn't shut him up. Possibly the best best night he's ever experienced in his time at BBC Radio 5 Live. But I'm sorry if you're listening, you saying we cannot guarantee we're not going to get more gold before it's your time to shine. The mixed doubles on the way here from Wimbledon, Laura Robson and Andy Murray. We're hopeful for more in the cycling as well, in the Omnium with Ed Clancy. Let's get the latest news in sport with the time just coming up to 5
Online at bbc.co.uk/5live.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Faye Carruthers. Andy Murray has the opportunity to be a double Olympic gold medalist after beating Roger Federer in the men's singles tennis final in straight sets to take gold. He'll now play in the mixed doubles final with Laura Robson. Ben Ainsley's won his 4th gold in the Finn class, becoming the most successful sailor in Olympic history. Team GB's gymnasts took silver and bronze in the pommel horse. The government says it's completely committed to creating a lasting legacy from hosting the Olympic and Paralympic Games. It's after the chairman of the British Olympic Association, Lord Moynihan, called for increased funding for school sports. In Syria, fighting's continuing in Aleppo, where rebels believe government forces are about to launch a much bigger offensive. Syrian army sources say 20,000 troops are gathering around the city, with fighter planes and helicopter gunships already attacking opposition-held districts. Finally, concerns growing for the safety of a 12-year-old girl who's gone missing in Croydon in South London. Tia Sharp hasn't been seen since Friday afternoon when she left her grandmother's house in New Addington. Let's get all the latest sports news with Will Perry.
Faye, thank you. Well, I've taken a leaf out of Colin Murray's book because I've come into Olympic Park and I've come into the area where the big screens are, invading people's picnics, annoying everyone, and I've been given a little plastic mat with a Union Jack on to sit down as well. So sunbathing and eating free food sounds good to me. More importantly, though, Andy Murray is the Olympic champion after a straight sets crushing of Roger Federer on centre court. He plays for the mixed doubles title alongside Laura Robson very shortly, and the crowds are waiting in their thousands here. It's at 5 deep at the back to get into Park Live this afternoon. Commentary coming up, of course, on 5 Live. Venus and Serena Williams made Olympic history as they became the first pair to win the women's doubles 3 times. Well, earlier this afternoon, Britain's Ben Ainsley made history of his own as he won his 4th gold medal in the Finn class. So Team GB now have 16 gold medals. British sailors Ian Percy and Andrew Simpson had to settle for silver in the star class. They couldn't quite manage a top 6 finish they needed to take the gold. And there were 2 more medals in the gymnastics, with Lewis Smith winning silver in the men's pommel horse and Max Whitlock taking the bronze. The British boxer Natasha Jonas beat Queen Underwood in the women's lightweight to reach the quarter-finals. At the velodrome, over to my left-hand side, Britain's Ed Clancy is 2 points off the lead in the Omnium with 2 events to come. Victoria Pendleton set a new Olympic record in the women's sprint qualifying. So Great Britain stay 3rd in the table this afternoon. 16 golds, 34 medals in all. China have gone top above the US now with 28 golds. In the Olympic Stadium this evening, Christian Ohurugu attempts to defend her 400 metres title. That's followed by the men's 100 metres final at 9:50 this evening. Away from London 2012, rain has stopped play at Headingley, where South Africa are 39 without loss, a lead of 33 on the 4th day of the second test. England were bowled out for 425. Kevin Peterson unable to add to that overnight score of 149. And there was just the one match in the SPL this afternoon. Dundee United beating Hibs by 3-0.
This is 5 Live.
London 2012, Day 9.
You're listening to Colin Murray, bringing you all your Olympic coverage until we head back into the scene of such amazing scenes last night. The Olympic Stadium, Christine Ohurugu and Usain Bolt between 9 and 10 o'clock, but there's action all the way. There's qualifying as well in the high jump, in the men's high jump. Up until the Olympics, we were calling him Robbie Grabars, and that's his name, but all of a sudden I think we have to call him Robbie Grabars. I'm going to get him to confirm that just a little bit later. And as Will just mentioned, he's watching Ed Clancy in the cycling velodrome in the Omnium. It's the penultimate event to that, and it was explained so well by Laura Trott's dad. But just give me a little bit more detail about what they're doing now, Simon Brotherton, because it's called the Scratch, and that's an Olympic event it sounds like even I could excel in.
Yeah, the Scratch race basically means it's a straightforward race. It's not a handicap race at all. They start all together on the line, and it's 60 laps of the track. Sounds a lot, but it's only 250 metres round. 35 laps to go. Ed Clancy in second place overall going into this event. This is the key event for him that he needs to score well in. There's a little breakaway group at the moment of just over half a dozen riders. They're about a third of a lap clear, and Clancy needs to make sure he keeps an eye on this to make sure that he doesn't lose any ground to those around him. Hansen, who's in the bronze medal position, the Danish rider, crashed about 2 or 3 minutes ago, but when you come off, you have the chance for 3 or 4 laps to get back onto your bike and rejoin the race. So he was able to do that. His skin suit shredded a little bit, but Hansen is okay. He's back in the race, and Ed Clancy's going to have to do a little bit of work now. He needs to keep an eye on those in front of him with 33 laps to go.
We'll keep you updated, and that Pendleton's back on the track in the women's sprint quarters, and then it will be that time trial in the Omnium, the ultimate event, the final event, and hopefully Ed Clancy will put himself in the place. So for the 4th day running in BBC Radio 5 Live, the sun will go down to the national anthem. Here is hoping. At 5:15, we're expecting, roughly about 5:15, we're expecting the start of the mixed doubles final. Andy Murray, 1 gold already, teams up with Laura Robson to try and make it a double gold here at Wimbledon today. But it's the 4th day of the second test at Headingley between England and South Africa, and Kevin Howells is alongside the wonderful Sean Pollock.
Yeah. My mum thinks I'm quite wonderful as well, but I mean, I'll take that, Sean, as you being the former cricketer. Listen, we've had a real frustrating day on this 4th day at Headingley, because South Africa 39 for no wicket. They lead by 33 runs. England all out this morning for 425. Just as this match was starting to take a little bit of shape, the weather has come in and spoilt things. But Sean, do you already at this stage say, look, we've got to run the flag up and say this is going to be a draw and nothing else?
Well, at the start of today, I felt there was only basically 2 results, either a draw or England were going to win, because if England batted properly like they did yesterday with Peterson, they could have gone on and maybe got 100, 120 ahead, and then put South Africa under pressure. As it currently stands, once again, it really is only England that can win, because South Africa are not going to declare. They're not going to set England a score where they could maybe chase it down. So the only likelihood of a victory is if England had 3 or 4 quick wickets tomorrow and managed to bowl them out, and then went mad for 30 overs trying to chase whatever runs they had to get to win the match. So I would see it going for a draw, but you never know.
This morning, Kevin Peterson unable to add to his overnight 149 second ball. He was out LBW to Morning Morkel. I mean, that was a stunning, well, from my point of view, a stunning, superb innings. How would you sum up Kevin Peterson's performance yesterday?
Yeah, it was brilliant. I mean, there's no doubt he is a game changer, and has that ability to shift momentum and take it away from the opposition and put the opposition under pressure, and that's exactly what he did. That's why it was such a big blow, that second ball delivery, to knock him over, because if he had got going for another hour or two, the game could have been very different at this stage.
Alan Don last night defended the decision to try and rough Kevin Peterson up. Even I think Kevin Peterson admitted, sometimes the way he goes about his cricket can be dangerous. He can get himself out. Do you think that South Africa would have any regrets about the way they pumped him up? They got him going, really, didn't they?
Well, it was the catalyst to him getting going. There's no doubt about that. But in saying that, I mean, they had success with that at the Oval. They attacked him. He picked up a few boundaries and then got out. So, yeah, it is a hard one. And at that stage, the game was poised. If Smith had managed to get that wicket of Peterson, and then all of a sudden you would have had the debutant batting with Pryor, 1 more wicket and you into the tail, South Africa could have ended up with a 150 lead. So you can understand them trying it. I was just a bit surprised that there was no variation in the length of delivery. It was just shorter. Whereas maybe a Yorker or a slow ball with him backing away would have been an option.
Following the Oval, if we had the scales tipped, I mean that England were right down at the bottom, South Africa sky high. How much has that been in terms of this series? Do you think redressed by what we've seen so far in this Test match?
Well, I think definitely South Africa have been the front runner so far in the series. Day one at the Oval was probably in England's favour, but in general South Africa have been on top. That's why if England could turn it and put them under a little bit of pressure, it would be something new for them in the series, and then have to see how they go with that. But if they play properly tomorrow, I don't see any reason why they shouldn't be able to force the draw here.
3 golds, 1 silver, 13th for South Africa. Briefly, you enjoying the Olympics?
Yeah, I'm chuffed we've got 3 golds. I really am chuffed we've got 3 golds. We've still got a week to go, so you never know. We might spring a few more surprises. But yeah, happy with them. I know you guys have been showing off, Team GB. I mean, really, you really have been making a glutton of yourselves, all those gold medals, but I suppose the nation's pretty happy with that.
Can't help ourselves, you see, it's the way it is. But in the meantime, with the rain still falling, I'm afraid, here in Leeds, South Africa 39 for no wicket. They lead by 33 runs. Sean Pollock, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live, and this morning all the action was off the coast of Weymouth. And when it comes to rowing, it's Jürgen Grobler. When it comes to cycling, it's Dave Brailsford. And I'm glad now to say when it comes to sailing, it's obviously Steve Park. And we get to talk to him now. How you doing, Sparky?
Not bad, thank you.
Nice to talk to you. A mixed day of emotions for you this morning. First of all, dealing with the absolute positive, which is Ben Ainslie winning his 4th consecutive gold. I mean, it was a battle all the way, and he seems to be completely overwhelmed by his achievement.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is probably one of the toughest regattas in Ben's life, you know, and I can't remember a regatta where after 6 races he was in this position of trailing, and certainly not to the Danish guy who's really sailed out his skin this week. He's performed exceptionally well, and obviously a huge pressure on so the medal favourites like Ben. So to come back from that, get himself in a situation where he just had to beat the Dane in that final race and stay a few places ahead of behind the Dutch, was an incredible show of mental toughness.
It's interesting because yesterday in 5 Live, Kim Collins was heading home from the Olympics, the St Kitts and Nevis sprinter, and we tried to persuade him to stay, to not get on that flight. You've got a much tougher job. You have to try and persuade Ben Ainslie to put his body through hell for another 4 years until Rio.
Well, hopefully that will indeed be the case, and he'll be able to add another medal to his tally. But it is a long, hard road for that to Rio, and it will be a difficult event in Rio as well, where we've got forecast light winds. But again, should be a tremendous regatta.
We tend to expect medals, certainly over the last 8-12 years and longer when it comes to rowing and in cycling and also in sailing, because of Ben Ainslie and also because, of course, of Ian Percy and Andrew Simpson. But coming into this regatta, you said, look, every one of those 10 medals is fiercely competitive. This is a unique Olympic regatta, and there was no guarantees coming in. We see him as Big Ben, but he really had to be at his best.
He did, you know, and we were right. You are right. We did have and do have 10 realistic medal opportunities, and that's one for each of the events. But we know that they're not all going to come good at the end of the day. And so our medal target of 4 is still realistic, 4 from 10. There is still a chance, of course, we could win more than that, and we are now solidly in the running for 6 from those 10 events, with a few days of the regatta still to go.
Stephen, thank you very much for joining us in 5 Live. We hope you're enjoying your Olympics down there. We're certainly connected to you as the news comes back in BBC Radio 5 Live as we continue to whiz around all of our Olympic venues. I've left Medal Mountain. I'm going to meet up with Jamie Murray. We'll hear from him shortly. But let's get back for that penultimate Omnium climax with Simon Brotherton.
Thanks, Colin. 7 laps to go now in this Omnium race, and Zach Bell from Canada, 2-time world silver medalist, is out in front on the track at the moment on his own. It's not going terribly well for Great Britain, for Ed Clancy, because 9 riders have lapped the field during this race, this 60-lap race, and Ed wasn't one of them, Rob Hales.
No, unfortunately, those that were Hansen, Viviani, and the French rider Coquard, who look like all 3 of those are going to go well ahead of Ed now. The only saving grace is that the Australian O'Shea is there with him.
So it's looking good for those 3. It's not looking quite so good in terms of the medals for Ed Clancy. He's on the front. We've still got the final sprint to go. 5 laps to go. Clancy on the front of the peloton. 2 riders away at the moment. Zach Bell from Canada is one of them, the 29-year-old, vastly experienced track rider, and with him is Eloy Teruel, the 2008 silver medalist in the Manchester points race. Now it's very, very attacking as we come in towards the last 3 laps. We've got the Spaniard and the Canadian rider at the front, and Ed Clancy now with Roger Klug of Germany and Brian Coquard of France right behind him. Viviani, the Italian, is on the wheel of Coquard too, so Clancy at least trying to give the crowd something to cheer about.
Yeah, it looks like Ed's going to get himself up there in this sprint now, but the best he can hope for is 10th place.
Well, Clancy really needs to pull it out of the bag and see if he can get that 10th place, to not score too many points. The fewer points you score, the better it is, the higher up the ladder you'll be. A reminder, he was in the silver medal position at the start of this event. Now they take the bell and Clancy starts to open it up. He sprints ahead of Klug. Coquard, the Frenchman, is right on his wheel. There are 2 riders ahead of them out on the track, but Clancy is motoring along. Coquard tries to go around him on the outside, round the banking into the finishing straight. Clancy's giving it everything he's got, but Coquard's a little bit too fast for him, and a little nod of the head there from Ed Clancy. He gave it his best shot, but in the end he was just beaten to the line by the Frenchman.
I think that's about 11th place, I think. So he's going to have around about 11 points added to his tally of 19.
Well, it wasn't really the outcome that Ed Clancy was looking for. This is not one of his strongest events. What went wrong in this race? Why were the others in the medal positions or near the medal positions able to get in the breakaways and Ed Clancy not?
Ed's just tactically, he's not very good, unfortunately, in both the points race and this race here, the scratch. He just gets himself too far back, and then when the peloton starts to split up, he's just too far back, and unfortunately he just can't stay with the front riders, and he gets himself on the back foot, puts himself under an awful lot of pressure, and unfortunately he just doesn't have he's got the speed, but he doesn't have the stamina or the recovery in these type of events.
The result's not quite yet in, but not such a good race there for Ed Clancy, but he still has the 1 kilometre time trial to come.
Yep, it's not over yet. We'll be back with you a little bit later, Simon. Also, there's women's sprint quarters. Vic Pendleton earlier today managed to do a fantastic job, an Olympic record as far as I can remember, which is fantastic. We got Murray and Robson. Murray going for his second Olympic gold of the day. Robson going for the first. But earlier today, you remember earlier in the week, actually, the men's team in the gymnastic took an amazing, unexpected bronze medal together in the all-round event. Well, we started to get into the individual finals, and in the men's pommel, Max Whitlock and Lewis Smith took part in that. There was talk of Lewis Smith picking up a medal. Max Whitlock was happy to be there, is what we were told. Well, Max picked up the bronze, Lewis picked up the silver, and he's been talking with Ali Mitchell.
Lewis, you've now got 3 Olympic medals, 2 bronze, a silver now in these games as well. Just tell us first of all what your feelings were when the score came up and you had a score equal to Christian Berkey but then separated on execution score.
It was tough. You know, it's happened twice now at 2 Olympic Games, being bumped down. You know, I was very happy with the routine I did. I couldn't have done any better. You know, and so I thought I did enough to get gold, but then again, I didn't see Christian's routine. And again, to be beaten by Christian, you know, it's a nice feeling in terms of, you know, it not happening to anyone else beating me. So it's good that Christian got the medal, but I would have liked to have got that gold.
Did you spend most of that final out of the arena? Was that purposeful?
Well, because I was last up, I had the advantage of just chilling out backstage, going back into the warm-up gym, having a few extra touches on the pommel horse, and just trying to chill out, really. I mean, when you're sat in the arena and you're watching everyone's performances and you get the build-up of nerves. So, yeah, I was in a quite good position in terms of going 8th and being last out.
So was your coach Paul Hall then advising you on previous scores and maybe then to decide which of your routines you would do, what difficulty you'd put in?
No, I mean, he didn't know the scores. He was out in the gym with me and there's no scoreboard in there, so we didn't know what was going on. I practiced my harder routine and it didn't go as well as I'd liked. So that's the reason why I did the 7 instead of the 7-1. And my coach said to me, you know, excellent decision, because I think he was a bit nervous as well. But again, I mean, there would have been no point trying for the 7-1, not feeling confident, falling off. And, you know, means that it was nothing. So very happy with my decision. And again, I felt like it was a gold medal winning routine. So yeah, very happy.
And you're the first silver medalist for Great Britain in an individual final at the Olympics. Pleased with that?
Making history every day. It's a beautiful feeling, and like we said many times before, British gymnastics is great.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
He's just said exactly the thing, isn't it? Making history every day, and it's not just in the gymnastics. Andy Murray's just done it right here and now by picking up a men's singles gold there on centre court. Watched on by his family. We've already talked to Judy, and now Jamie's rejoined us here. You know, we met here yesterday, Jamie, and our thoughts were, you know, what could be, I suppose, is the best way to say it. And here we are. It was actually 2 days ago, and your brother's got a gold medal around his neck.
That's fantastic. I mean, he played, you know, phenomenally well in the semi-final, and then again today, you know, is probably the best tennis I think he's ever played. And you know, to come into a final against Federer, especially after, you know, losing Wimbledon final just over 4 weeks ago, and you know, to perform like he did today, and you know, it was a pretty special thing to be able to do, I think.
Do you know when you talk to your brother in the morning whether or not his head's right, whether or not he's going to win, whether or not he's going to have a great day?
To be honest, I didn't talk to him this morning, just wrote him saying good luck and whatnot, but normally when he goes out on the court, even in the warm-up, you can see how he's feeling, if he's, you know, nervous, or you know, if he's excited, or he's got that look in his eye that he's really there to win. And you know, today, like, he, right from the first point, you know, he was ready to go. It was just like he was thinking, nothing's going to stop me today, and I'm gonna play my best tennis, and that's what's gonna happen. Can Federer compete? And he wasn't able to.
Hey, stay there a couple of seconds. Have a listen to this. Back to Simon.
Welcome back to the Velodrome. It's match 2 in this best-of-3 quarter-final in the men's sprint. The Olympic silver medalist from 4 years ago. He was 20 years of age when he won that medal. Jason Kenny, chosen ahead of Sir Chris Hoy to compete for Britain in this event, leads 1-0 against Azizul Hasni Awang from Malaysia, the Commonwealth Keirin champion, second in the Asian Championship sprint this year. Awang in the black and yellow of Malaysia, and Jason Kenny in the white and navy blue with the red crash helmet of Great Britain. 1 lap completed. It's a 3-lap race.
Awang on the front, one of the most exciting riders to watch. He really is a good racer, but Kenny, he has the speed and he has the power.
Kenny out of the saddle halfway down the back straight. He's only about a yard or 2 in front of the crowd here, very high up on the banking, and looks to go down on the inside of Awang, and he's almost forced off the inside of the track, but he's got the inside line as they take the bell. Awang will try and attack him from the outside, but Kenny's got the sprinter's line. He's got daylight too, 2 or 3 bike lengths clear. His legs pumping up and down like pistons round the banking into the finishing straight. Dominant sprinting from Jason Kenny. He's through 2-0, and Jason Kenny easing through into the semi-finals of the sprint.
Well, Kenny, he went underneath Awang. He held his nerve, he held his bottle, he got the inside line and the front of the race, took control, kept Awang on his hip, and that was it. He rode away from him down the back straight, took the victory easily.
Sporting handshake between the pair of them as they roll around the track, but Jason Kenny the winner, and through to the last 4 in the men's sprint.
Love it. And we got the women's sprint quarterfinals with Victoria Pendleton on the way. I'm here with Jamie Murray, and obviously as an Olympian yourself, is that pass getting you to everywhere you want to be?
Well, it's got me into the tennis. I guess that's all that mattered today. I went to actually watch table tennis this morning, but that was tickets that I'd bought through the ballot, which is quite cool. But nothing compares to this afternoon's events.
There's about 8,000 seats at the moment that we still need to fill in centre court. I hope people haven't forgot about the mixed doubles after all that drama. It would have been unthinkable even for you this morning to think you'd be hearing God Save the Queen in centre court twice. I mean, it was always, no matter how wonderful a tennis player Andy is, I mean, that was the ultimate thought, wasn't it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, he was in both finals. He's got knocked one down, and he's got one more to go. And the final of the mix is going to be very difficult for them against Azarenka, who's 1 or 2 in the world in singles, and then Murnau, who's 1 in the world at doubles. So they've got their work cut out, and those guys will be going hard for gold. But I think Andy and Laura are in such a row just now that they've got a great chance to win.
Are you going to get to see Usain Bolt then? We've got all the timings here for you if you want. We'll have it in 5 Live 10 to 10.
Yeah, well, I want to see the semi-finals as well, which is at 10 to 8. So, yeah, you could do with hurrying up a bit.
Yeah, listen, if you see Jamie Murray walking down the street anywhere near an Olympic venue, just tag behind him. This man knows how to get a seat, whether it's through the lottery, whether it's through friends, I don't know what it is, but he's absolutely everywhere as it stands at the moment. Enjoy this. Let's hope it's another tennis gold medal for Great Britain and for Andy, and do send them our love.
All right, cheers.
Thank you very much. Jamie Murray there on BBC Radio 5 Live. Andy Murray beat Roger Federer emphatically in straight sets. We thought it would be nervy. We thought it would ebb and flow. And instead we were just treated to a performance that maybe Andy Murray hasn't brought out anywhere in tennis to date in his career. That seems to be the thoughts of everyone we're talking to, including his brother. BBC Radio 5 Live. We heard, of course, from the gymnastics and Alison Mitchell talking to Lewis Smith, who picked up as silver. And it's so important, Alison, just to keep that momentum going within that team, with Beth Tweddle coming up tomorrow.
Oh, and just how they're keeping the momentum going. First the team bronze, and then 2 medals today. All eyes were on Lewis Smith, but coming into this, we always said, and Craig Heap certainly said, Max Whitlock, he has an outside chance of bronze because you never know what other performers might do. Well, actually, as we saw, he simply put in a stupendous routine of his own right. He didn't need others to fall off or have huge errors. Max Whitlock is a talented gymnast, and he's just 19, so in another 4 years' time, come Rio, you'd expect him to be right up there.
Now, the atmosphere in the North Greenwich Arena / Millennium Dome is sensational. Sitting beside Craig Heap puts your heart rate up by about another 20 per minute.
Thanks, because it was up today.
But what were you like today? You must have been a mess, man. You must have been a mess.
Well, I didn't have any sweets to keep me going, but I honestly felt it when the guys walked in the arena. bit like the feeling of expectation around the men's team, and I guess you can remember feeling that when it was just like a huge roar and lift of adrenaline and belief, and it was something I actually felt last night in the Olympic Stadium watching our guys bring back them 3 gold medals. It's just a feeling, and unless you're there you can't really explain it. It sounds a bit mental, I know, but it was just a magical feeling.
On a less important note, as I leave you, as we head towards the tennis, for anybody who's listening to BBC Radio 5 Live, just pass it up there for me, Tom. We just left at Medal Mountain, as we've been calling it, to head down to speak to Jimmy Murray. If anyone up there has lost a medium navy gap jumper, my producer lifted it when he was coming down, and it ain't our jumper. I've no idea what's with us. We're sitting just as you walk down to centre court. We'll stay here for the next 10 minutes. Hopefully we can get it back to you. It's Robson and Murray. Murray going for his 2nd gold of the day, Robson going for her first. If you have just tuned in, if you've slept in late after celebrating last night's feat, then I can tell you that Andy Murray is the 16th British gold medalist of the 30th games of the Olympiad.
It's just been startling to see the success of Team GB over the last few days. Andy Murray has wanted to be part of it. He is part of it. He is about to join his compatriots on the gold medal podium. He serves.
It's an ace! It's gold! Gold! You better believe it! Gold for Andy Murray! He's beaten Roger Federer. No! Correct that. He has thrashed Roger Federer in straight sets. And Federer may have won Wimbledon, but revenge here for Murray is sweet and golden, and he can't believe it. 4 weeks ago he was crying on centre court, crying with disappointment, and now he has won Britain's 16th gold medal of London 2012. Magnificent, Andy Murray.
Scenes again. We will have Ian Carter right now. We have Annabelle Croft and we have Jonathan Overend, and it's time to put ourselves through the ringer once more.
Yeah, but it's also time, I think, to have a little bit of a celebration party here on centre court. It may not happen. You must come up and join us, Colin, by the way. You've spent enough time on the hill. Come up and see some tennis.
Man of the people, me. I'd rather be up there.
Okay, fair enough.
I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Thank you very much indeed. And I hope, Annabelle, that there is a really good atmosphere throughout this match. I don't mind if they cheer and chant while the rallies are going on. Come on, roll out the bunting. This is almost like the welcome home party when the real celebration was only, an hour ago.
Yeah, well, it's got that kind of party atmosphere out here already, hasn't it? There's been some cheering and there's music still blaring even during the knock-up out here. And Andy Murray just looks really loose and buoyant. And, I think this is going to be a great match. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think people are still having their cups of tea and maybe a piece of cake, don't you think? Because it's about half full out here.
That would be nice.
I know, quite fancy some of that myself, but hopefully they'll make their way back into the stadium. But the ones that are here certainly made a good cheer when they came out onto court.
You knew what? I knew there was a use for Colin Murray. Cole, yeah, two teas. Large slice of Victoria sponge would go down about 3.
Ian would like one as well.
Ian would like one as well. We are back on centre court, the scene of the 16th Team GB gold medal, won by Andy Murray. And you say he's smiling, Annabelle, and he's looking loose. Who knows what that could do for him in terms of the rest of his career? He's only 25. The next few years are going to be absolutely key in terms of his quest for a Grand Slam title, but this could be the turning point, don't you think?
I do. I think something has definitely changed since that loss to Roger Federer on centre court here just 4 weeks ago. And it was so interesting because in the press conference after Roger Federer beat Del Potro in the semi-finals here, 19-17 in the third, and of course there were all the tears from Del Potro as well, in a similar vein to what we saw from Andy Murray. And they said to him, what is it, Roger, about you and reducing players to tears out on this Wimbledon centre court? And he actually said, well, I think you move on, you grow as a person and as a player. There's not only just negatives in a loss. And how fitting that that's exactly almost summing up what has exactly happened to Andy Murray since that loss. So I think you do grow, you change, and you learn more from your losses. I've always felt that, and there is a big change about the way that Andy Murray holds himself on the court, the way he is composed, and the way he's playing his tennis. I mean, he seems so within himself, so comfortable, and yet so consistently aggressive. And, he really played that match today within his comfort zone. I mean, it's not as if he played above himself, out of, sort of out of a tree. I felt as if he still could have carried on going up gears.
Yeah, I mean, there are always two ways, aren't there, to look at tennis matches. Did one person play exceedingly well, or did the other guy just flop? I really felt Murray in the first 2 sets in particular was unstoppable. Whoever he was playing, Nadal, Djokovic, Federer, I think Murray was on top of the world in those 2 sets of tennis. I thought Federer was clearly off his game, and in the third set in particular played poorly. Really, really poorly.
Yeah,
it was like, you know, he had almost given up by that point.
Yeah,
but let's make no mistake, Murray got himself into that winning position by playing some of the best tennis we have ever seen from him.
Oh, I couldn't agree more, and I think it's just this weight of shot. And you know, I'm really sad that Ivan Lendl was not here to share in some of the glory, because he has clearly put something into the mix that has helped Andy Murray get to where he's got here. And what a shame that he's not here to sort of share in some of the glory.
Is that the first time we've mentioned him today? If so, we're we should have mentioned him earlier. Ivan Lendl, Andy Murray's coach, brought in at the end of last year in December. They've done a lot of good work together. He's made the semi-final of the Australian Open, close to winning that match and making the final. He's made the final of Wimbledon under Lendl's tutelage. I'm sure he'll have been watching. And here is the roar for Murray and Robson as they step out. Well, I tell you what, let's put a bit of the focus on Laura Robson here. Murray has got his gold. Now an 18-year-old from just around the corner. She lives in Wimbledon, plays for her own gold medal. Just inside the world's top 100 in the rankings. And what an amazing and unexpected opportunity this is for Laura Robson. Already only the 3rd youngest female athlete to win a tennis medal. Now she's trying to become the 2nd youngest ever to win a gold, after Capriati in Barcelona when she was only 16, won singles gold. Their opponents today are Max Mirny and Victoria Azarenka from Belarus. Now Azarenka is the world #1 player in singles, and Max Mirny is the world #1 player in doubles. So this is going to be hard. Yeah, let's not think we're going to walk our way to a 2nd gold medal here. Mirny is serving first. They represent Belarus, and it's white tops and green shorts for Mirny and a skirt for Azarenka. Good return here from Murray, and Mirny nets with the backhand. He plays normally with Daniel Nestor, the Canadian, in men's doubles, and they won the French Open this year. He's won so many major titles, both in men's doubles and mixed doubles.
Yeah, he really has. 45 doubles titles to his name, and that's 6 slams, isn't it? And 3 of those have been mixed doubles as well. He won the mixed here at Wimbledon with Serena, and he's won 2 US Opens with his partner today, Azarenka. That was back in 2007.
He won the US Open, didn't he, with Serena back in 1998?
That's right. So
14 years ago.
Yeah, so he really is, as you just said. I mean, not only is he ranked #1, but he's been up there and focused only on the doubles for quite some time now, hasn't he? He did play singles for a while, but now it's very much focused on the doubles. He's a doubles specialist.
15 all. He's serving to Robson from the far end. Robson, left-handed, returns. Clean passing winner from Laura Robson. Wow. We were saying this the other day. There's something quite fun, isn't there, about seeing the girl just whack a return straight past the ear of the on-rushing bloke.
I know, I just can't believe it. And I think that rather took his breath away as well. He kind of looked up at her like, where on earth did that come from? So he's going to have to beware.
Well, she's played brilliantly in the last 2 matches especially. They played 2 in a day yesterday. They beat Australia and then they beat Germany. Half volley from Mirny, volley from Robson, volley from Azarenka, and then Robson into the net. And it's 30 all on the Mirny serve. All 3 matches that the Brits have played so far have gone to champions tie-breaks. Now that's what we have if this match goes 1 set all. Only 2 regulation sets and then a champions tie-break, which is first 10. And they've come from behind, but they certainly did in the 2 matches yesterday. I'm pretty sure they did in the first round as well, to win those decisive breakers. And Robson has more than played her part, and the going has got tight in those tense moments. 30 all, opening game here. Mirny for Belarus serving. There's a double fault, and it's going to be a break point to Britain in the opening game, and Murray is going to return on this break point.
Well, I think he must be nervous. I think, honestly, this Olympic Games does strange things to players. It just brings out an emotion that is not normally there in a regular tour event. And quite clearly jittery nerves, and particularly after Laura Robson struck that winner off the last second serve, so he was trying to put a little bit more on that one. So a chance in the opening game here.
Many bright centre court sunshine serves. Backhand return, out of court, long by Murray. It was a good serve from the man they call the Beast of Belarus.
Well, he's quite a figure of a man, isn't he? 6'6", isn't he? But really very broad-shouldered. He looks like he could have been a swimmer or something.
Robson, tall herself, 5'11", standing just beyond the baseline at this near end as Murney hits the net cord.
I always worry when they do this I formation, and there's Azarenka right in the centre of the court, crouching down low. She's on one knee, but her partner's going to serve over the top and skim the top of her head to get this ball. I wouldn't feel too comfortable if I was in that position.
Yeah, there she is, crouching low. Murney serves, forehand return from Robson, backhand drive from Azarenka, down at the shoelaces of Andy Murray, and it's game point to Belarus. Victoria Pendleton's next race in the Velodrome is coming up very, very shortly, so we'll cross there now and join Simon Brotherton.
Thanks, Jonathan. Victoria Pendleton, already an Olympic champion here in the women's team sprint, is on the start line. She's up against Willy Canis from the Netherlands. They've met several times in the past in major competitions, and Pendleton has come out on top. She's just being introduced to the crowd on the start line, ready to go. Picture of concentration, Pendleton. She's looked really good, really sharp and fast in these sprint competitions so far. She set a new Olympic record in qualifying, easily disposed of Gonidenko of Russia in the 16th final. This the 8th final. If she wins this race, she's straight through to the quarter-finals, and we're ready to go now. A hush over the Velodrome as they roll away from the start line. Rob Hales alongside me.
0.6 of a second the advantage Victoria has over Willy from qualification. Willy Canis, former double world BMX champion, so she is a fierce competitor.
Well, if it gets rough and tricky out there on the track, she won't have any problems with that then, will she? If she's a BMX rider, she's used to not riding on the smooth surfaces alone as they roll around the bottom of the track, slowly watching each other. And Pendleton's watching the Dutchwoman like a hawk. They're going really, really slowly. There's music playing in the background, just adding to the tension, the crowd enraptured by what they're seeing. It's a strange event, the sprint, because it's very, very slow to start with. It slowly builds up, and then finally it explodes into life, usually with about a lap and a half to go.
Unless the Germans are riding against Sir Chris Hoy, in which case normally they will try and out-jump him and go from the gun. But yeah, it's all about cat and mouse. And if the rider on the front is producing approximately 30% more power, which is why sometimes you like to be behind, it all depends on the rider and the times that they've placed in qualification.
And they're going so slowly here that they're almost at a standstill. They're coming towards us now. Now Willy Canis decides that she's had enough of that mucking around and she's going to ride a little bit more quickly. She just ups the pace a little bit, and Pendleton follows her. She's about 4 or 5 bike lengths behind. They're on the banking, high on the banking, away to our right. Now they're coming down. They're heading down the back straight, halfway along the back straight. Pendleton is on the outside. Canis rides her all the way up to the top of the banking, almost into the advertising hoardings. Now they drop down to the bottom. They come out of the banking towards the bell. They take the bell. Pendleton's still on the outside, still very high up. She's being forced high by her opponent, who's not leaving her any room at all. Now they start the sprint. Canis looks to her right. Pendleton says, right, I'm off now. Catch me if you can. Pendleton on the outside. Willy Canis on the inside. Pendleton is going to win this one very, very easily with room to spare by a good 3 bike lengths. She is very, very classy.
Willy there, she tried to bolt Vicky, she tried to hold her up, hold her on her hip and try and leave the sprint till the end, because she knows that Vicky has the superior speed over her, so she wanted to leave the sprint really late and use her power that she has. Vicky doesn't, but no chance.
There we are, Jonathan. It took a little while to get going, that sprint, but in the end, for all Willy Canis's wily old tactics, they counted for nothing when it came down to the speed at the end, because the speed was in the legs of Victoria Pendleton.
Thank you, Simon. And Rob, back with you shortly. More on Ed Clancy in a little while. But here at Wimbledon, it's Andy Murray, the gold medalist Andy Murray, and they have broken the Belarus serve in the opening game of this final. And now it's 40-love on the Andy Murray serve. And they're trying to close it out for a 2-love lead opening set. Robson and Murray are going to challenge a line call here. Of course, in that final set against Federer, Annabelle, Murray had such a wonderful record on serve, didn't he?
He really did. I mean, he just kept coming up with, time and again, massive service blows, didn't he? And very deep, effective second serves as well.
Murray serves, back and return from Azarenka, and then a volley onto the baseline from Murray, but the rally's still going. Backhand drive from Murray, volley from Murray, volley from Robson, drive from Azarenka, drive cross-court from Murray. Azarenka cross-court right onto the baseline. Murray's deep, volley from Mirny, cutting that off as it went cross-court from Murray. And he really is a presence at the net. So hard to get past.
His wingspan looks enormous, doesn't it? I mean, he's just such an imposing figure, and he bounces around, and for somebody so tall, he's very lithe and agile out there.
Just to remind you of how the medal table stands for Team GB, 16 golds now. Murray and Ainsley today, 9 silver, Percy, Simpson and Lewis Smith today, and 9 bronze, Max Whitlock today. Long from a lob from Azarenka, and it's 2-love to Murray and Robson in the opening set. And is momentum and the wave of GB success at these Olympic Games, Annabelle, going to carry the pair through to gold here? Every possibility it might.
Well, if the start is anything to go by, it looks very certain. But that was very interesting, because Azarenka, furious with herself for missing that lob, stomped to the back of the court. Mirny chases to the back to try and talk to her. She never turned around to talk to him. He kept trying to say things to her, and she wouldn't look at him.
Backhand return from Robson. Clean winner again on the Azarenka serve. Robson has started so impressively here. She watched the whole of the men's singles final from Andy Murray's player box. She was there at the end, and now she doesn't want to let her partner down. Wonderful return. Love 15. Azarenka serving. Backhand return Murray, and that's in as well. And Azarenka can't get there. It's a miss-hit return from Murray, but hey, come on, we're into mixed doubles zone now. The whole Federer thing's over and done with. We are right behind Team GB, and we'll take all the mishits we can get. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but you know what? It's been one of those days. I mean, just some of those, how many was it? 3 let cords quite early on in the match today that just sometimes they just go your way and it feels like it's going to be your day. Well, those are the examples of the mishits as well. If they come off the frame and they still go in.
Forehand return was impressive from Robson off a good Azarenka first serve. Forehand Azarenka, backhand now from Robson cross court. Forehand Azarenka, Murray takes it out of the air with a volley, and it's 3 more break points for Great Britain to try and get a double break lead in the opening set here.
Well, this is astonishing start here, isn't it, from the British pair? And again, it's Laura Robson who's just coming up with some sizzling ground strokes, particularly off the return of serve, setting things up nicely. And what a combination they're making.
The serve from Azarenka, forehand return from Murray. Oh, yes, it's a haymaker return from Murray. And Azarenka could do absolutely nothing with it. And Robson and Murray for Great Britain lead by a double break, 3-love, against the best singles player in the women's game and the best doubles player in the men's game. Not bad.
Well, it just goes from strength to strength. I can honestly say that before they came out into this match, I was thinking, well, this is going to be a tough ask. You've got the world #1 in doubles in Max Mirny, somebody who has all those Grand Slam titles, all those doubles titles, the mixed doubles titles as well, and very comfortable on a grass court, having won Wimbledon. Then he's got his partner, who's the world #1 in singles, who's also won 6 career doubles titles to her name. But they look fairly average at the moment. They're being made to look average by Robson and Murray.
Well, that return there from Murray on breakpoint, Annabelle, you know, I don't think he'd have played that return had he not won the gold medal. That was a direct consequence of what happened earlier today. A real freedom, a real belief, and just a kind of, hey, I'm enjoying myself here.
It's a hammer blow, isn't it? It's a bit like watching somebody watch that game at the fair where you have to kind of hit the silver thing and make it go up in the air and see how strongly you can hit it.
Sort of strongman mallet.
Yes, mallet. Yeah. It's a mallet shot, that one, wasn't it? That return of serve. Well, that's what it looked like to me.
All right, Laura Robson now serving from the near end. A double break for Britain. What a start. And as more spectators come into the centre court, I think they're struggling to believe their eyes now. They couldn't believe it earlier, and they can't believe it now. Backhand from Robson, brilliant. Half volley from Murray. It's wide. Robson there. Serve, backhand cross court, both to the bloke, Murney, and she's come out on top.
And Murray doing so well, isn't he, in between the points. He rushes back to have a little chat to Laura and perk her up and just give her some advice on where she might serve out here.
15 love, backhand chip return from Azarenka, and that'll go over the baseline. Robson serving well. It's her opening service game of the match, but she's so into the match already, isn't she? Playing so many shots, winning so many points against the Belarusian, that she should be confident here. And she serves away from us. Backhand return from Murney, volley from Murray. The pass, though, from Azarenka, that's quality. Off forehand, beating Murray at the net. The bronze medal winner, we should add, in the women's singles, Azarenka. So she's going for her second medal. And she will win one. Will it be silver? Will it be gold? Robson at 30-15. Serves. Return from Azarenka. Easy volley for Murray. 40-15.
You know, I've never seen Murray so joyful on a tennis court, Jonathan, because for so many years we've watched him and sort of felt like he looked so miserable out there, and as if he really actually didn't particularly enjoy actually playing the game. He was sort of going through what he's done since he was a little kid. But he's really sort of brought some joy into his body language and the way he's going about his business out here. And I've never seen him smile the way that he smiled at the end of that singles match today.
40-15 second serve. Just long, Robson. Well, 40-30 now, but you know, when you're a double break up, 40-15, it's not a bad moment to go for a big second serve.
Well, more discussion between the two of them. I wonder where he's told her to serve this time.
I think almost certainly to the Azarenka backhand, with Murray attempting to cut off with the volley. Well, she went towards the body of Azarenka. Then a passing shot down the line from Robson. Brilliant stretch volley from Murney. Couple of volleys from Murray. Murney dives to get there, keeps it in play. Robson down the middle. Volley from Azarenka. Volley from Robson! 4-love Great Britain in the opening set of the mixed doubles final. Murray going for 2 golds in a day. Colin Murray, hello.
You said you wanted to have a bit of a British party up here. It's been a celebration on court. I've brought you sausage sandwiches. The big question is, I hope you're listening, Danny Baker, red sauce, brown sauce or no sauce? Annabelle first.
You know, I was just about to say to Jonathan, there's some really nice smells wafting up to the top of the stadium. I wonder where they're coming from. Now I can see.
Red sauce, brown sauce or no sauce at all?
Tennis
These are red sauce.
Oh my goodness, that looks fantastic.
Overs, what do you want?
Red sauce.
Red sauce.
Red sauce all the way.
That means you've got a choice of all three in, Carter. What would you like?
Brown sauce.
Brown sauce for you it is.
Yum.
We'll eat these two. We'll talk in the break. Let's play tennis.
Have you brought any bunting up with you?
Just commentate.
With a sausage in my mouth.
Okay, 15 love. Come. Okay. I do apologise. Here we go. 15 love. And then who's serving at the moment? Annabelle. Come on. 15 love. Max Murney. Serves to the backhand of Murray. It's a winner. It's a winner. Murray continues the trend of this match so far. 15 all. 4 love Great Britain. It's going so well until Colin Murray arrived.
17 minutes gone. It's going so quickly.
Hello, Annabelle.
I'm back.
15 all. It's Max Murney of Belarus from the far end. He serves. Lovely exchange at the net between Murray and Murney there, and it ends with Murray driving straight into the body of Murney, but the Belarusian hitting the sideline, I think, with that volley. It was very, very close. But I'm pretty sure we didn't get a call there, or did we? Anyway, 15-30 on the Murney serve right now. Murney far end. Murray at this near end. The shade just stretching across the court here from right to left. Defensive lob goes up on the return from Murray, and the smash is there for Max Murney.
Well, pretty difficult to lob over his head, being 6'6" tall.
He's got a young family, Max Murney, who he takes around with him on the tour. He's a lovely guy off the court and very, very successful, as we've been saying, in the doubles. Big rivalry between Murney and Nestor and the Bryan brothers for the United States in the men's game. Plays so much on the tour as a doubles specialist. Mixed doubles as well if he can at the Grand Slams. But here with Victoria Azarenka, it's an unusual partnership. We don't often see Azarenka play doubles that much. That's a strong serve down the centre from Murney, and nothing Robson can do about that. Well, return just trundling towards the net.
Yeah, she's returned so well, hasn't she, already? And you can see she's trying to move forward and take the ball early and as aggressively as she can, but pretty difficult against one of the really big servers.
Well, what a day it has been. If you're just joining us here, Ben Ainslie winning gold for Great Britain in the sailing, Andy Murray winning gold for Great Britain at the tennis, and now going for a second in partnership with Laura Robson. Silver and bronze for the men's pommel horse competitors, Lewis Smith and Max Whitlock. Percy and Simpson with silver as well. I know they hoped for gold, but congratulations to them also. Good return here from Murray. Good volley from Robson. Takes us to deuce. And the Belarusians, they just can't get on the board here, Annabelle.
I know, and just the way Laura moves around that net area, she's so sound technically on her volleys, and she keeps that racket face open, and she moves her body weight forward into the shot, cutting off the angles. There's nothing they can do about it.
Well, Robson's returning, and she's just relishing the challenge at the moment of facing one of the fiercest serves in the men's game. Backhand return from her, volley from Azarenka, and a volley from Murray into the net, and Murray will be annoyed about that because it was in the hitting zone on the volley. Again, Robson doing a fantastic job of returning the Murney serve there.
Yeah, she's seeing it really clearly, and she's not intimidated by it at all, and Murray just kind of banging the top of his racket with his fist. Pretty irritated with himself for missing that one.
Murray twirling his racket down beneath us here at this near end, the end from which he served out against Roger Federer. Volley from Murney, and then an awkward backhand from Robson, played from behind her body, and wide it goes, and the Belarusians get on the board for the first time. It's taken them 20 minutes, and Robson and Murray lead by 4-1 in the opening set of the mixed doubles gold medal match here at Wimbledon. Colin.
Well, Jonathan, you enjoy your sausage sandwich there and just behave yourself. Annabelle and I, we can have a little chat.
Oh,
first of all,
thank you for bringing them.
Oh yeah, no, well, always oblige, always like the help. Quite a few people have either going to come in, are coming in late and are going to be greeted by a 4-1 scoreline, or there's a couple of thousand have said I've had enough drama for today and I'm off. I hope they give their tickets to somebody.
I hope so. I'm not quite sure what the procedure is here, because of course at Wimbledon there is a sort of a queue that people can go and join and pay a small amount of money compared to what they would have done for the ticket, and then they're able to come in. But it is filling up, Colin. I mean, it is compared to what it was at the beginning. I have a feeling they all just went out, got a drink, something to eat, and
sausage
sausage sandwich. I don't know about that. I tell you what, I haven't had a chance to have a bite of it.
Proper. Okay. Well, maybe you should do that now. The players back on court, and we'll get back to Jonathan over here.
4-1. Murray serving now from the Royal Box end, and Robson at the net. Murney and Azarenka, the opponents from Belarus, both at the baseline at the moment. Good serve. Oh, second serve ace from Murray. Murney thought that was going down the centre, but Murray swung it out wide. 15 love. Goodness, how well has he served today, Andy Murray?
Well, that just had so much swing on it, didn't it? I mean, when it hit the grass, it then just travelled well away from Murney's racket there. No chance to get that back.
Another massive serve from Andy Murray there. Backhand into the net from Azarenka. Murray still cheered on by his support staff and his girlfriend and his family. His father and his mother both here today. Great to hear from Judy talking to Colin on the phone a little earlier. Long with the first delivery there from Murray. 30 love as Britain try to move 5-1 ahead in the first set. Backhand slice return from Murney. Half volley from Murray wide. Heard a little call of sorry there from Murray. I think he tried to do a bit of a trick shot there.
Yeah, it was one of those sort of flick kind of half volleys, wasn't it? We've seen him do a few of those. Sometimes does them between his legs as well, but that one just got the timing all wrong. I guess he's just feeling so confident. Everything that's leaving his racket is pretty much turning golden today.
He serves. And it's an ace from Murray. These sausages are causing trouble. Ian Carter almost self-combusts next to us here. It's another ace from Andy Murray. Are you okay, Mr. Carter?
Do you need some
Went down the
water?
wrong way, that's all.
40-15. Murray trying to move 5-1 up. Yes, another ace. Simple as you like. 5-1 Britain, 23 minutes. And of course the thing is, Annabelle, with this champions tie-break to decide the mixed doubles matches, if you win the first set, then you know that's like the worst case scenario.
The worst case scenario, exactly. I mean, it's it gets pretty quickly towards the finish line. It's one set in it for the second set. I mean, pretty much this set's gone, isn't it? So Azarenka will try to cling on here and hope to be able to do something, but I don't think she got a point on her last service game, did she?
Well, she's the singles bronze medalist. And she's the Australian Open champion, and she serves to the backhand of Robson, returns it, is cut off by Murney, who whacks it into the ground, and it bounces up really, really high over Murray, and he can't get back there in time. I thought for a moment that Murray might consider hauling himself into the front row of the Royal Box there to try and play that shot. 15-love. Azarenka. White and green for Belarus. And she serves long.
Oh, that was nearly an absolute screaming winner, wasn't it?
From Murray off a fault, because Murney, who's by the net on the right-hand side of the court as we look out, was crossing, covering the cross-court shot. Double fault from Azarenka. That second serve rather weak and weary and low down into the net.
Well, she does get jittery on her serve, and she's had all sorts of problems, particularly on the toss in her singles play. And we know she can get a little bit tense on it. And that was clearly a very nervy, shaky second serve.
15 all. Oh, and another one into the net. With this rather annoying screech as well. Victoria Azarenka. There's the serve. Backhand return from Robson. I think that's the first return that she's missed. Into the net.
Yeah, it is a really annoying screech, isn't it? It's a weird one. It sort of sounds like an owl. Sort of, I don't know, in the dark, doesn't it? It's sort of a weird screech.
Here's Azarenka at 30-15. Into the net again. It's world number one. Just slightly ahead of Maria Sharapova. Forehand return from Murray. It's another crunching return. Azarenka did amazingly well to get that back. Oh, Murray, brilliant forehand onto the baseline. Again, the shot of a confident player, the shot of a gold medalist. 30 all. Just holding his right shoulder as he played that, Annabelle. I hope he doesn't try to hit these so hard his shoulder comes out of his socket. He's got some big tournaments ahead of him.
Yeah, because he's taking it at such a height to try and get it early, but he's really getting some acceleration through that racket.
Forehand return from Robson. This to set up a set point. Backhand Robson cross court. Forehand from Azarenka. Backhand down the line from Robson. And then a volley from Murney. And Robson nets on the forehand, but she did get another hit on it, which I was surprised about. Murney not playing one of his better volleys there. This is Wimbledon Centre Court. It's 5 Live on another special golden day for Team GB at the Olympic Games, with so much more still ahead of us. Off into the Olympic Stadium with Mark Pugac after 7 o'clock tonight. Guests including Michael Johnson and Tony Blair. And athletes involving including Christina Horugu and a certain Usain Bolt and others in the 100 metres final. Here's backhand cross court from Azarenka. Into the net, the forehand from Andy Murray. And Britain will have to serve it out. It's 5-2 to Britain against Belarus in the first set of the final. Semi-finals, of course, ahead of the final in the 100 metres. And you wonder what sort of times are going to be recorded tonight. The tracks look very fast so far. Mark will be with you after 7 for all the action. More from the Velodrome. Simon Brotherson heading the team there. And the crowd just loving being here. What a lucky ticket to have. Centre court on finals day, and the potential for 2 British gold medals. You haven't heard, Murray absolutely demolishing Roger Federer. 6-1, 6-2, 6-4. And even in the closest set, the third, that was Federer's poorest set, I would say. He played better in the sets that he lost more comprehensively. Murray again here after the change of ends is coming out, just rotating his right shoulder a little bit. Tell you what, I mean, he's still in the Toronto tournament, which starts tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for both him and Roger Federer to get...
Federer's pulled out.
Oh, he has pulled out, okay.
Federer's out and Nadal's pulled out. I think last time I checked, Djokovic and Murray were still in it. But I mean, goodness me, he's going to have to board a plane tomorrow and then get over any jet lag and play again Wednesday at the latest. Great serve, says Murray, as Robson lays that down the centre, and the return from Murney is straight out of play. This is the hectic schedule these tennis players exist within. From Toronto onto Cincinnati, Ohio, and then to the US Open for the final Grand Slam of the tennis season. What another fine serve that is from Robson, and the best women's player in the world. Well, that's not right. The top-ranked women's player in the world puts it straight out of court. 30 love. After seeing yesterday, Annabelle, we all know who the best women's player in the world is.
Yeah, I think we can safely say that's Serena Williams right now. But I've always liked Laura's service motion ever since we watched her here winning Junior Wimbledon when she was 14 years of age. It's a very fluid motion, very relaxed style going up into it, and really uses her wrist well.
Forehand chip return from Murney, but he doesn't really do anything with it. No great direction, and Murray's there very swiftly to take it out of the air and move to set point. 3 set points for Team GB. Laura Robson to try to close it out inside the half-hour mark and win this point, and the worst Britain can do is go to a deciding tie-break. Backhand return from Azarenka and a poor backhand volley from Murray. And after what the crowd have seen from Murray today, they don't expect that of him.
Well, I thought that maybe Laura would feel a little bit intimidated out here against, two big names in the world of tennis down the other end of the court, but not at all. She's shown no intimidation at all, and she's very confident, and she's just playing her game.
Fine serve. Murney out of court. Max Murney hasn't been able to deal with the serve of Laura Robson, who should be the weak link out here. That is the set for Great Britain, unless Hawkeye has other ideas. Here comes the virtual replay. Is it good? Is it good? Is it good? Yes, thank you very much. First set to Great Britain, 6-2. And are we on course for 2 golds at Wimbledon today? Well, Robson and Murray are 1 set away, Colin.
Hopes were high, but who would have thought after 4 sets of finals Olympic tennis here on BBC Radio 5 Live that Andy Murray would have won them all, 3 against Federer and 1 with Laura Robson, and has only dropped 9 games in that time. It's gone 6 o'clock. I'm sure it's gone 6 o'clock by about 5 minutes by now. Let's get the latest news.
Online at bbc.co.uk/5live.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Faye Carruthers. Team GB now have 16 gold medals following Andy Murray's straight sets victory against Roger Federer in the men's singles final. Earlier, Ben Ainsley became the most successful sailor ever with his 4th Olympic gold. Jessica Ennis has been showing off her gold medal to the crowds at London's Hyde Park.
I'm literally in shock. It's been a whirlwind, and I'm just blown away by how many people are here.
In other news, fighting's continuing in Aleppo, where rebels believe government forces are about to launch a much bigger offensive. Syrian army sources say 20,000 troops are gathering around the city, with fighter planes and helicopter gunships already attacking opposition-held districts. A 37-year-old man's been arrested on suspicion of arson following a fire in a disused hostel in East London. A man died in the fire on Lower Clapton Road in Hackney. Police are advising people to avoid the Chester area due to flash flooding. There's also been heavy rain and flooding in some parts of the Scottish borders and in North Somerset.
This is 5 Live.
London 2012, Day 9.
So far today for Team GB at London 2012, 2 golds, 2 silver and a bronze. Ben Ainsley this morning makes it 4 Olympic golds in a row, a silver and 4 golds over a period of 5 Olympics. Almost exactly what happened with Sir Stephen Redgrave. And if you get a chance, read up about Atlanta's first Olympics, because he was so unlucky not to win that gold. It was a little bit controversial. A wonderful start to the morning, a silver for Percy and Simpson as well, and an unbelievable scenes in the gymnastics this afternoon in the men's pommel individual final, when Lewis Smith got the same score on the apparatus as Christian Berkey, 16.066. They looked back at the scores for execution, and he lost out only on that system of countback to taking the first ever gold medal in gymnastics for Team GB. The same thing happened in Beijing when he had the same score as the silver medalist and got moved down to bronze. But what amazing stuff our men are doing, and hopefully tomorrow Beth Tweddle can get that elusive gold gymnastics medal. Let's go to Simon Brotherton for just a second and find out what's happening in the velodrome.
Well, it's been a mixed day for Great Britain in the velodrome to a certain extent, because Ed Clancy is now 5th going into the final event of the men's Omnium. He only finished 10th in the scratch race a little earlier this afternoon. We've got the kilometre coming up to conclude the Omnium programme, and it's probably his best event. But, Rob Hales, it may not be enough to get him a medal. Do you think he's still got a chance?
I think he does have a chance, an outside chance of a bronze now. He's currently 4 points behind the 3 guys, Hansen, Viviani and Frenchman Coquard. At the World Championships this year, Ed did win the kilometre, but unfortunately Coquard was 5th, Hansen was 3rd. So it's all about getting the riders in between him and them, which is difficult.
And elsewhere, it's match sprinting today. Jason Kenny has beaten Awang of Malaysia 2-0 in the quarter-final. He faces Philip of Trinidad and Tobago in the semi-final tomorrow. And Victoria Pendleton, an easy winner over Gunidenko of Russia and Canis of the Netherlands, has set up a quarter-final with Lissandra Guerra of Cuba tomorrow.
Thank you very much. I should mention a bronze medal was in the same pommel competition that Lewis Smith took silver. It was Max Whitlock, an amazing performance from him. But let me just tell you what's been happening here on centre court at Wimbledon today. A straight sets win in the men's final for Andy Murray over the great Roger Federer. We're in the mixed doubles at the moment, and we'll get there by telling you that at Headingley today, in the second test, end of the 4th day, it's finished for the day, and South Africa are 39 for no loss. As it stands at the moment. Later on today, the 100 metres, that's at 10-10. Before that, just after 9, it's the 400 metres with Christine Aharugu. But right here on centre court, after dismantling Roger Federer, Andy Murray's teamed up in the mixed doubles final with Laura Robson. They're taking on the number 1 seeds. They breezed through the first set, and Ian Carter's hopefully going to take us to the 17th gold medal for GB.
Well, it's certainly been going very, very nicely indeed for the British pair of Laura Robson and Andy Murray. First set 6-2. Max Murney for the Belarusians has held serve to love in the opening game of the second set. Andy Murray's serving at the moment 30 love and just missing with a serve, aimed out wide on the giant Murney forehand. And so Murray will have to go with a second serve, which is good. Forehand return. Murray fends a volley off his body, and then Azarenka attacks with a forehand, but it's cut off twice by Laura Robson. But on the second occasion, the British player nets with her volley.
And a rare error from her actually at the net, because as we said before, she's so technically sound up there. It's really difficult to get the ball past her. She's been moving really well. That's what's been very impressive about the way she's positioned herself on the court and cut off the angles.
Murray at 30-15, serving to Azarenka, who can do nothing with that. Nace just fizzes past her down the backhand side, 40-15. Really sensed that the British pair were riding the wave, weren't they, in that first set. I suspect now they've really got to dig deep and ram home the advantage that they have. Good serve from Murray, and there's nothing Murney can do on the reply. His fended backhand drifts well out of court, and Murray holds to 15 and levels up this set at 1 game all.
Well, I think that, although I also think that Azarenka has not served well during the course of this match so far. She's been quite intimidated, and who wouldn't be up against the returns not only of Andy Murray, who has been exceptional in return all day today, but also against Laura, who's been coming up with winners.
The Belarusians adopt that I formation with Murney crouched down low right in the centre of the court. Azarenka serving right over his head and almost took his head off there as that went into the net.
Yeah, quite a lot of titters around the court, aren't there? Watching him crouching down there, he looks very vulnerable.
Second serve, 1 game all, second set. And a forehand return from Robson to the forehand cross-court of Azarenka. And Robson saw the gap, but she couldn't take the chance as she nets with the forehand, trying to go down the line.
Well, she's struck so many winners when her opponent, particularly the male, has moved across to cut off the volley, and so many times we've seen her slam the winners down that side. It really sends the shivers up their spine, so she nearly made that one as well.
Azarenka serves into the net. Murney, the top doubles player in the world. Azarenka, the women's world #1, statistically anyway. Second serve is good. Backhand return from Murray, cut off by Murney, and then Robson just going long when she had the chance with the volley at the net.
Well, I tell you what, he nearly lost his head there, Max Murney, because it just skimmed past his head and was nearly a very good volley, but yeah, she probably should have made that one.
So 30 love. 1 game all, second set. British pair have already won the first set. Oh, and Murney there with a very, very efficient cut-off at the net with the shoulder-height backhand cross-court volley, knifed into the court.
Well, he's starting to find his form out here, Murney, isn't he? He's starting to impose himself on the game, and as we've kept saying, he's so tall, he's got really broad shoulders, an enormous wingspan. He sort of takes up half the court, doesn't he?
So 40 love on the Azarenka serve as she serves to Murray. That one clips the top of the net. I just think that this is the point of the match where the Belarusian pair are really determinedly trying to raise their game and just sort of try and prick this bubble of euphoria that's all around this centre court, stoked of course by the victory of Andy Murray over Roger Federer in straight sets. Murray nets on that service return, and it's a hold to love for Victoria Azarenka. Also should make mention of the Williams sisters, who successfully defended their doubles crown and won gold for the 3rd time in the women's doubles at the start of the day. It seems an age ago now.
Well, that is just an astounding achievement, isn't it? I mean, what more can those two girls achieve in this sport? And when you think that Serena and her have won 2 before coming here to London, and then Serena takes the gold in the singles as well, I mean, it's just extraordinary. So she's sort of topped off that career Golden Slam. It's been amazing to witness. It's been an absolute privilege actually being here all week, to be honest.
It really has, and it had a bit of the slow burn about it, the tennis tournament. The first couple of days, Colin, it felt like we were sort of watching a tennis tournament while the Olympics was going on around us, but now and over the last couple of days we felt right at the heart of the games.
And you're witnessing everything going on. You were so much a part of Ben Ainsley this morning, and the scene at the moment is fantastic. He's walked down the blue carpet, he's on top of that podium, he's got the sea behind him in Weymouth, he's got the fans in front of him, the boats are moored, the sun now glints off the sea and also off his gold medal as he's presented it by Princess Royal. The Olympic rings are floated out to sea, and that man, he exemplifies the spirit. In the thin medal race, his 4th Olympic gold medal in a row. We lower our voices here at Centre Court, where we expect another gold, hopefully, from Andy Murray and Laura Robson. But right now, the greatest Olympic sailor in history is ready to hear God Save the Queen with his 4th Olympic gold wrapped around his neck. It's been introduced by the Master of Ceremonies, and yet again, for the 16th time, the National Anthem rings out. Well, you have to ask yourself, if that is the end of Ben Ainsley in terms of Olympics, if he's going to bow out well ahead of Rio, then what a way to end in a place he knows so well in Weymouth, underneath the blue skies. We've never seen the likes
in a boat before, and in the Finn race today, he took gold for the 4th consecutive time. It's quite staggering to put it into words, Ian, but we have no time to reflect on even that massive achievement, because we're all go here yet again on centre court. But well done, Ben Ainsley.
Absolutely. Pressure here on Laura Robson, though. It's 30 all, having been 30 love, and loose volley from Andy Murray slams his racket down in frustration, because he's put it long when he had a chance to put it away, and that was a very important point.
Yeah, it was. Sorry, go on, Ian.
Well, just to say, it's gone to 30-40.
Well, it was pretty costly, because if they do end up being broken here, then of course it's Max Murney to serve, and the scoreline can very quickly just drift away from you.
It's a huge pressure on Laura Robson as she serves here to Victoria Azarenka. Azarenka with the backhand return. Oh, and Murney pounces at the net with a lunging backhand volley, and he's skipping back to the court to high five with his partner, because there is the break of serve. And the Belarusians are right back in this match. They lead the second set by 3-1, and Robson and Murray have it all to do to prevent going into a champions tiebreak. So it would be a normal tiebreak, except that the winning score would be 10 to decide the match if it goes to 1 set all.
Well, Max Murney doing a very good job there, wasn't he, of silencing the crowd with that fantastic cut-off volley, and he was so thrilled he went charging and skipping back to the baseline to really congratulate Azarenka for setting it up for him.
Well, Robson made the return off Murney's serve, but Azarenka was waiting at the net to shriek away the volley in her own inimitable style, and it's 15 love, and just a succession of points now going the way of the Belarusian pair. And Andy Murray needs to dig deep now as he receives serve from Max Murney, this tall Belarusian. Backhand return, Murney's in at the net volleying. Murray tries to go between the two Belarusians and then goes down the side of Azarenka with a brilliant forehand winner.
Well, again, I'm always surprised when the female is at the net and they choose to volley back to the baseline to the man. I mean, you're always on a hiding to nothing there. I mean, Andy Murray just bent his knees and struck another thundering forehand winner. So she made a mistake there. She should have gone to Laura.
15 all. Azarenka crouching down low at the net. And Murney will serve right over her head to Laura Robson. And that one just long. So there'll be a second serve. Azarenka says that's worth a challenge.
I think she might be right on this, actually. It was it sort of seemed to skid through, but I'm not sure.
So did it clip the line? No, it didn't. It missed by a wee distance. So it's a second serve for Max Murney, 15 all, leading 3-1 in the second set. Robson with the forehand return. Volley from Azarenka, and Murray can't pick that one up off his toes. 30-15.
Well, they're just a little bit more in the flow now, the Belarusian couple, aren't they? They're just a bit more confident, not quite as jittery out there, and coming up with some good combinations now. They seem to have settled down, because they were very, very uptight at the start.
They quietened the crowd as well, which I think was vital for them.
Yeah.
30-15 then. Murney to Murray, serving to the advantage court. Murray ready to receive this serve and goes with a forehand return. Half volley from Murney, drive from Murray, volley from Azarenka, volley from Murray, now volley from Robson, and it's wide. Just in the wrong side of the sidelines. High fives for the Belarusians. They have game points for a 4-1 lead. Rat-a-tat-tat at the net. It's a fantastic spectacle watching doubles, and especially actually mixed doubles. I think it's a great format to watch. So Max Murney with 2 points for a 4-1 lead, serving at 40-15 to Laura Robson, who crouches down low, ready to receive serve. High ball toss down the centre. Robson could do nothing with that. It bounces off the frame of her racket, and there is the hold behind the break, and a 4-1 advantage for the Belarusian pair of Max Murney and Victoria Azarenka against Andy Murray and Laura Robson, as Murray seeks his second gold of the afternoon.
Well, I certainly wouldn't write this second set off just yet, because of course Murray's going to come out and serve, and he's been completely untroubled on serve in all of their mixed doubles matches so far, hasn't he? And then it's going to be pressure onto Azarenka's shoulders, so I certainly wouldn't be writing this set off just yet.
Well, we can't expect ever a day at Wimbledon where you come here, you don't bite your nails, everything goes beyond expectations. This is what we thought we would get going into the second set of Murray-Federer, and it never arrived. The twist, the turn, the thing that you love about tennis, it never really came.
I think the tough thing now for Murray is sustaining that level of positivity, which obviously was engendered by a 3 sets victory, such an emphatic victory over Roger Federer, and then of course sailing untroubled waters through the first set, taking it by 6-2. And he just sensed at the start of the second set that the Belarusians knew that they had to get back into it, and they have done. And there's a poor volley from Laura Robson as she steers it wide on the first point of this Murray service game.
Well, that time Azarenka doing exactly what she needed to do, was keep that ball away from Andy Murray, and she struck a really heavy forehand, wasn't it, to Laura Robson. It made that volley very awkward.
So Murray serving to Azarenka now. Gets the first serve, and the miss-hit return falls short of the net from Azarenka. 15-all. Robson and... been a great chemistry between Robson and Murray throughout this tournament. They've won champions tie-breaks in each round to get through to this final, so they won't be phased if they do have to go down that route. Good serve out wide there, and even someone with a giant wingspan of Max Murney couldn't get across to that. Service winner for Murray to go from love 15 to 30-15 now, and he'll be serving to Victoria Azarenka. Robson poised at the net. Murray serves into the net. Robson just helps out the ball boy, taps it along the turf, almost like a left-handed putt. Now it's going to be a second serve, backhand return. Murray's in behind the serve and volleys down the line, and the lunging Murney nets with his attempted volley reply. 40-15.
Well, he's just so in command, isn't he, Murray? From the moment that ball toss goes up, it's such a heavy serve. He's got so much choice at his disposal now, and he's using every different type of serve out here to outfox the opponents.
Serve out wide, and an ace from Murray to close out the game to 15. That was such an important hold of serve, because you can guarantee that the British pair would be all over Azarenka's serve now to try desperately to get the break back in this second set. They lead by 1-6, and it's 4-2 to the Belarusian pair of Murney and Azarenka in the second set. I can tell you it's bronze in the women's doubles for Russia. Kirilenko and Petrova have won 6-1 in a deciding set against the American pair of Huber and Raymond. The top seeds then go away without a medal in the women's doubles. So now Azarenka serving, 4-2 ahead. Backhand return into the net from Laura Robson, whose level has just dipped a little.
Yeah, it's just come off a little bit, hasn't it? Because it was at such a really extremely high level when she walked out onto the court. She was sort of buoyed by everything that she'd witnessed with Andy Murray winning the singles gold out here. But Azarenka doing a good job with that wide serve on the first point here. That should give her a bit of a lift.
So 15-love, serve, backhand return into the net from Murray, and credit to Azarenka here. She's coming up with the goods just at the time that her country needs it.
Yeah, and her walk has got a little bit more purposeful around the court, hasn't it? She always tends to sort of strut and march around a tennis court. She really has a sort of an air of arrogance, actually, when she's on court, but it had tipped off a bit at the start of this one. She wasn't feeling too confident.
Serve and an ace down the centre from Azarenka. 40-love and 3 points for a 5-2 lead. I think her confidence was somewhat dented in the women's semi-final when she was annihilated by Serena Williams, which was a humiliating thing for a world number one to suffer.
Yeah, it certainly was, and it's not the first time she's been humiliated by Serena. That happened in Madrid earlier this year as well, and I think her level really tailed off, having dominated the tour at the start, hadn't she? She'd won 4 titles back-to-back, including the Australian Open. I think she'd won something like 26 matches in a row.
First serve was wide there from Azarenka to Andy Murray. Max Murney, an intimidating presence at the net, and Murray belts a forehand return straight at the Belarusian, and he can't control the volley, which pings beyond the baseline.
Well, that almost looked painful for Murney. I almost thought that was going to break his wrist trying to control that volley after the hammer blow of a forehand that Murray just, well, he almost went straight through him.
News from the Velodrome, Ed Clancy for Great Britain in 5th place going into the final event of the Omnium. And there is Murney at the net to hammer away a volleyed winner to close out the game to 15. and Belarus are now a game away from levelling this at 1 set all.
Ed Clancy, of course, has already stood Simon on top of that podium in a team pursuit to take that goal, but you're right up against it, 5th place, but you just never know. Let's go back to Simon Brotherton and see if he's any words of blind optimism for us.
Well, Martin Irvine of Ireland is just going in heat 3 of 9. Heat 7 of 9 will include Ed Clancy of Great Britain. There are 2 riders on the track for this kilometre ride. They're not actually racing against each other. It is all about the time. It just helps us to get through it a little bit more quickly. Just a reminder of the situation going into this final event of the men's Omnium. Hansen of Denmark, Viviani of Italy and Coquard of France all have 25 points. Kluge of Germany is 4th on 28, and then in 5th place Ed Clancy, Great Britain, on 29. Rob Hales, what chance has Ed Clancy got of getting a medal, and what colour could he get?
He has a chance. I think he has an outside chance at the moment on the bronze. Basically, he is 4 points away from all the 3 guys who are equal first. They're all on 25 points. Then we've got Kluge in 4th, the German, on 28, and then Clancy on 29. Basically, he has to win, and one of those guys on 25 points has to get 5th or less.
So it's warming up nicely. It's going to reach a crescendo. We're not sure if it's going to end in a medal for Ed Clancy, but he'll be on the track in the not too distant future.
Thank you very much. Here at Centre Court, we are going to reach a crescendo one way or the other in Carter.
Yep, Laura Robson serving to stay in the second set. The 18-year-old, Australian-born, came to the UK at the age of 6. Serves towards the backhand of Victoria Azarenka, but that one just wide. 15 love in this game with the British pair 2-5 down, having won the first set 6-2. So if this goes the way of the Belarusians, then it's a tie-break shootout, the equivalent of a penalty shootout to decide the gold medal. And a big committee meeting on the baseline between Murray and Robson after missing that first serve. Stands very tall to serve, high ball toss, backhand return cross court from Azarenka, cross court on a good angle from Robson. She goes down the centre, and an error at the net from Max Murney as he went for the high backhand volley and dumped it right into the bottom of the net.
Well, I'm not even sure he needed to hit that. Did you think that ball was going out? And he sort of casually kind of like, oh, well, I've got this point, and he was right on top of the net, and then he missed it, and Azarenka raised both hands up to her head as if aghast at what had just happened.
She's kind of a feisty teammate, isn't she? Serve off the top of the net.
Oh, she's very feisty. I always remember her booing a crowd back when they booed her for questioning a mark at the French Open, and she just put her hands together and booed the crowd right back again. She's quite funny.
Serve, good serve as well. Murray's at the net with the volley, and into the net, right onto the tape from Azarenka. It bounced off that white tape, it threatened to come over and then just dribbled back towards the Belarusians, and so 40 love on the Robson serve. This is a very important game for Robson. She's the one who was broken earlier in the set.
Yeah, because you can imagine it would be nice for the Belarusians to start a tie-break serving first.
Robson goes cross-court and deep with her forehand. Down the tram lines, though, with a clean winner, Victoria Azarenka, to keep the game alive.
Well, that would have felt good, that backhand, very straightforward. She's quite a mechanical kind of player, very sort of well-drilled. There's no sort of fancy flair with the way she produces her ground strokes. It's very sort of rigid in the wrists and quite sort of straightforward.
Robson serves, 40-15, forehand return from Murney. Murney now goes with the backhand slice, lobs it up, and the overhead from Murray. It's not put away, but Murney goes long from deep behind his own baseline. And that's a very important hold of serve for Laura Robson of Great Britain. 5-3, and at least ask the question of Max Murney to come and serve out for the set with new balls.
Well, that probably will help him a little bit, because he does possess a really big serve, and I felt as if his serve has sort of ratcheted up, hasn't it, during the course of this match. They've only been on court 56 minutes. It's quite a pacey match, this one. But
it is.
It's definitely, he started to flow a lot more in this second set.
He was broken in the very first game of the match, Max Murney, and that was the bedrock for the British pair to race through amid the euphoric scenes that we've witnessed here on Centre Court to take the first set 6-2. But they really have raised their games, the Belarusian pair, as Murney comes up with an ace straight down the centre to kick off this game, which, if he wins it, will level the match at 1 set all.
Wow, that was quite a serve, wasn't it? 202 kilometres an hour, that one, and straight down that centre tee, beautifully produced. Really,
heavy with pace, wasn't it?
Yeah, really using all his height for that one.
So Murray to receive now. The I formation once again with Azarenka crouched down low at the net. The serve goes straight over her head, down the centre, just over her left shoulder actually, but it brushed the top of the net. She would have heard the fizz as it went by. Bravely, she's down in that position again now for the second attempt at this first serve.
Even got her left hand on the grass now as she's crouching down. Her racket's resting on the grass as well.
Yeah, just the frame of the racket upright. Serve right over her head and long. So second serve for Murray to have a look at. 15-love, 5-3 second set. British pair leading by 1 set to love. Belarusians seeking to level it at 1 set all. Murray serves, backhand return, volley from Azarenka, and Murray is looking a little laboured there as he tried to scamper across to get it. 30-love.
Yeah, he has an unusual running style, doesn't he? He kind of, it's the opposite of Forrest Gump. It's kind of like horizontal to the ground, isn't it? But
it's a little bit cartoon character-ish.
Well, it sort of is, and yet he's so quick. Great take-off speed.
30-love, 5-3. And the Belarusians 2 points away from levelling it at 1 set all. Murney serving to Laura Robson, who comes up with the backhand return. Murney's into volley. Robson again, that she nets with the backhand. And here are 3 set points for Max Murney and Victoria Azarenka to level this match at 1 set all. The match now 2 minutes shy of an hour old on centre court. And the crowd need to rouse themselves for the British pair, because we're heading into a penalty shootout, it seems. Champions tiebreak, first to 10 points. So Murney, 40-love, 3 set points. Serves to Murray. Murray with the return. Murney stretches for the volley and nets on the backhand. First of 3 set points saved.
Yes,
an excellent return.
It really was. Amazing control with his hands, isn't it? Where he just, whatever position he's in on a court, he has an ability to get that ball into an uncomfortable position for the opponent, and that one was right at the feet. Just a little adjustment with the racket face, and he manages to control that ball.
So Murney at the royal box end, bouncing the ball over and over again. Now tosses it high into the air, catches the top of the net, lands just inside the service line. And now another meeting of minds. The blonde ponytailed Azarenka marches back towards the baseline. It's almost as though she's giving the instructions. Now she's down on her haunches again in that I formation. So the serve will go over her head towards Laura Robson. Second set point here. Murney launches into it, and Robson can do nothing with it. Into the bottom of the net, off the backhand service return. There is the set, 6-3. And now we're into that shootout situation. Normal tie-break, but the winning score is 10 rather than 7.
Away, Annabel Croft, to settle an Olympic gold and silver medal.
Well, it doesn't come much more tense than this situation right here, does it? And they've done well so far, and they've been in this situation, 3 times to get themselves into the final here. And I think what will be interesting is, I don't know whether they did it in the last match, but the one that I was commentating on previously, Andy made Laura serve the first point.
That's right, against Hewitt and Stozer in the quarter-final.
I wonder what they're going to decide on this, because it was a good tactic, because I guess whoever serves first only gets to serve the 1 point, and then they know that they can get momentum going once Andy gets going on the 2 points, So, it was a good tactic and it worked before, so will they do it again here?
Well, they're coming out now. Ian, will it be 2 goals for Andy Murray, or will he have a little bit of a set going on with his silver?
Well, I don't know. I really don't know. I think that the Belarusians really did show us why they were the top seeds in that second set. But you never know. Laura Robson is going to serve first for Great Britain here. And here we go with a champions tiebreak, first to 10 to decide gold and silver in the mixed doubles here at Wimbledon. And Robson serves to Max Murney, who will receive, and the first serve goes into the net. Murney bouncing around on his toes on the baseline, ready to receive this serve. And it's a double fault. It's a double fault. That second serve went long, and that is a bad blow. Bad blow.
Yeah, she'll want to put that one behind her very, very quickly, so she won't have to serve for 6 points to go, so she can put that one behind her, but it might just give her a little bit of jitters when she does have to next come out and serve. Anyhow, it's Murney to serve for this one.
It's all on Murray here as he receives from the man, Murney. And a lobbed return, Azarenka's underneath it, smashes it, and Murray can only net on the backhand. He's berating himself, but really there was nothing he could do there. And the Belarusians into a 2-love lead at the start of the champions tiebreak. Murray stretches his back. The crowd rouse themselves. They need to rouse the British pair.
Yeah, they're desperate to get some energy back into the team because they've sort of a little bit of the intensity has come off, hasn't it?
Robson in her bright red shoes, staring down the court from the royal box end. Murney looking to complete his set of 2 serves here with a 100% record. Serves down the centre, stretch return is short of the net before when it bounces, and so the Belarusians 3-love ahead. And now it's down to Andy Murray to get the British onto the scoreboard here, otherwise it will run away from them very, very quickly.
Well, he needs some big first serves, which I have every confidence he'll be able to produce. But they've been down in the first 2 matches. They were down in the tie-breaks to start the champions tie-break.
Ace down the centre from Andy Murray. Serving to Victoria Azarenka there. And the world will seem a much happier place from a British point of view if he can do something similar here as he serves to Max Murney. Someone who's been round and round the world, winning doubles titles everywhere he's gone. Forehand return. Oh, volley from Robson. Now the volley from Murray and cross court, and a forehand from Robson on the volley, and another one, and the attempted pass from Murney, and another into the net from Murney. Well, that was the best rally of the match so far, and it was won by the British pair, and they had to win it.
Well, Laura did so well there. She was under attack from Max Murney, who didn't appear to want to hit that ball. He got really tense on it. He hardly put any pace on the ball, and it just dribbled into the net. He was nervous on that, Max Murney.
We're popping off to the velodrome very shortly as well. 5 Live all over the Olympics here as Azarenka serves. Let's go to Simon Brotherton right now.
Ed Clancy's ride is underway. 4 laps of the track. This is going to take barely over a minute. 2 riders on the track at the moment. O'Shea, the world champion from Australia, and Clancy of Great Britain. Clancy in 5th place going into this final event of the men's Omnium, coming round now to complete the first lap.
19.63, half a second up on Shane Archibald, who is the current leader of this event.
And Ed Clancy needs to try and win this race, this last race in the Omnium, and hope that others slip up a little bit here if he's to get a medal. 32.909, he's the fastest at the halfway mark.
He's the fastest. Unfortunately, the 2 guys ahead of him can easily do the time that beating Archibald, so he's really going to struggle to get into the top spot on the podium.
Clancy takes the bell, he goes round on the final lap, down the back straight. Will it be a ride to finish with a flourish? Will it be a ride to win this final event in the men's Omnium? Now round the bottom of the track, into the finishing straight, up towards the 9.8 Clancy. 1 minute exactly, .981. It's a tremendous time. We wait to see whether it's good enough to win him a medal. 1 minute exactly, 9.81 for Ed Clancy in the men's kilometre.
Great stuff, thanks Simon. Keep us posted. The news here is that the British pair have got the mini break back on the Azarenka serve, and as a result it was a wonderful volley from Laura Robson, and Andy Murray was jumping with delight, but the next point on the Azarenka serve has gone the way of the Belarusians, so they lead the tiebreak 4-3. First to 10 wins gold, but you have to win by 2 clear points, and it's Laura Robson serving now to Victoria Azarenka, and she goes long. Robson, who double faulted at the start of this champions tiebreak. Hush descends on centre court. Robson long, the second double fault from the British girl, and it means that the Belarusians have the mini break again. They lead it 5-3, and Robson's heart must be pounding now. First to 10 is the score that is the golden score, if you like, but you've got to win by 2 clear points, as I was saying. So Robson ready to serve again now. Heart thumping. This time she gets her first serve, and Murray's there with a brilliant cut-off volley at the net, off the return from Max Murney. Boy, the British pair needed that. Still a mini breakdown, but they couldn't afford to lose another point on their own serve.
Wow, that was an amazing volley from Andy Murray. I mean, it was over in a flash, but it was thundered into that right-hand corner down the other end. It had so much on it.
Murray just exhaled there. Such a sigh of relief from the Scotsman. Now he's eyeing this Max Murney serve. 5-4. First to 10 to win the tiebreak.
Everyone's shushing because they can hear a baby crying.
Yeah, and a pigeon is circling as well.
Murray's turned his back and they're going to try and restart the build-up to this Murney serve.
Might help the British because he just carried on bouncing his ball. Backhand return, Murney stoops for the volley. Murray's there and he goes now with a forehand, and it's too hot for Azarenka to handle, and there's the mini break back, and the champions tiebreak is levelled at 5 points apiece. Wowee! And the roof is lifting on centre court once again. Union flags fluttering in celebration.
Well, I have to say it. I mean, Azarenka made the mistake once again of volleying back to Andy Murray, and if you're going to do that, you're going to be up against it.
So Robson to receive serve from Murney now. 5-all in the deciding tiebreak. Bounces the ball on the baseline over and over again, a la Novak Djokovic. Serves now down the centre. Forehand return from the left-handed Robson goes long. And so the Belarusians move 6-5 ahead in the tiebreak. It's on serve, and Andy Murray is next to serve. And a long conversation on the baseline with his partner, and she very eagerly trots up to the net. Laura Robson ready to cover the Azarenka return. Serve down the centre, service winner from Murray. 6-all. Back to Simon Brotherton now.
It's very, very tight here at the end of this men's Omnium. Just 2 riders still to go. Ed Clancy, the fastest in this final event. It looks like he's going to win the kilo, but 1 or 2 of the others near the top of the leaderboard have gone well, so we're not sure whether it's going to be good enough to win him a medal.
Thank you very much, Simon. Keep us posted. Here, the players changing ends, the crowd chanting their GB encouragement. And out come Murray and Robson again. Murray with his second of his set of 2 serves, looking to take Britain ahead in this champions tiebreak with Azarenka next to serve. So this is a huge, huge point. Murray to Murney. And the serve just wide, aimed at the Belarusians' forehand. So a second serve here. Gold on the line. Serves into the body, and that's too much for Laura Robson. Great return from Murney, aimed right at the British player, and so it's the Belarusians with the advantage. They go 7-6 ahead.
Well, he struck right through the centre of that ball, didn't he? And no politeness about that one. He was really going for her.
No chivalry.
No, certainly not. Well,
right.
He's just backed off a little bit now.
What's Azarenka made of? 7-6 ahead. Serving to Andy Murray, stands deep, then he closes in on the baseline just as the ball toss took place, but Azarenka aborted that ball toss.
Well, she must be jittery as well. Her heart must be pounding.
Serves now into the net.
That was a very nervy first serve. That didn't have much acceleration into it. You might have to hold your breath on this one.
Murray twizzles his racket very lazily, jumps into court, comes up with a forehand return, but nets! And the Belarusians are within 2 points of victory. 8-6 they lead. Victoria Azarenka with one more serve to come. This one will be at Laura Robson, who looks very eager down there at the royal box end, bouncing on her toes, ponytail dancing on her back. Azarenka, the blonde Belarusian, serving here. 8-6 ahead. Gets the first serve. Forehand return down the centre of the court. Azarenka's there, and good hitting from Robson. Now she'll have to go with the backhand and steers it wide. And here are gold medal points for Belarusia for Belarus, I should say. 9-6 and 1 point away. 3 match points, and they're on the Laura Robson serve, and she has double faulted twice in this champions tiebreak. She's serving to Victoria Azarenka. It looks like gold for Belarus. Robson serves into the net, and that possibility grows ever greater. We don't want it to end on a double fault. Robson serves now, gets the serve, backhand return. Robson with the forehand cross-court to Azarenka, who powers away with the backhand cross-court. She goes again, Murray comes in and volleys the winner. He takes the initiative, ghosted in there and knifed it to save the first of 3 match points.
Well played, Andy Murray, and to be honest, well played Laura Robson at the back of the court, just keeping that ball in play, getting enough width on the cross court that enabled Andy to move across. A great combination from the two of them then.
So Robson ready to serve now to Max Murney from the Royal Box end. Still match point down. Serves, gets the first serve, miss it, return, it goes wide. You can hear the roars. Britain is still alive. But now they've got to face the mighty Max Murney serve on the last of these 3 match points.
And he can't be feeling too good about things, having just shanked that ball off the top of his racket and sailed it into the audience. And it's just got that feel about it. Could it possibly be that they'll come back from match points down and turn this match around?
Oh my goodness me. Max Murney, match point. 9-8 ahead in the deciding tiebreak. Serving to Andy Murray, who's at the Royal Box end, standing deep to receive this serve. Such excitement. Murney serves, forehand return, volley from Azarenka, it's too good, and Belarus have claimed the gold medal in the shape of Victoria Azarenka and Max Murney, and centre court rises to them, and also to Andy Murray and Laura Robson, who take the silver medal. They've been beaten in a deciding tiebreak, having led the match, taking an emphatic first set 6-2. It was levelled 6-3, and I think on the balance of play, the fairest of results. Gold for Belarus, gold for Azarenka and Murney. They are a formidable combination, and they showed it throughout the remainder of that match, and ultimately disappointment for Murray and Robson.
Yes, clearly very, very disappointed. Andy's absolutely pretty devastated, I think. I think he felt he could have done a little bit more towards the end, but actually it was a good match, and I think Laura, she started at a very high level. Perhaps her level just dipped away a little bit. The double faults didn't help, and then you have to say that the pairing of the Belarusian...
They're doing a Murray.
They are doing a Murray.
They're climbing up onto the up to the players' box to be congratulated by friends, family, team support. They're all there hugging and all smiles, just as Andy Murray was doing, what was it, a couple of hours ago after he thrashed Roger Federer. This will still go down, Colin, as a huge day for British tennis and for Andy Murray, but sadly it's not double gold.
Well, Belarus, their second gold medal of these games so far, and you can just see the same elation for their players as there was earlier for Andy Murray when he beat Roger Federer. I'm sure at the start of the day, if we had said that Andy Murray, Annabel Crofts had dismantled Roger Federer and then taken the number 1 seeds along with Laura Robson all the way, 10-8 in that championship tiebreak, you would have thought I was pulling your leg.
I probably would have done, but having witnessed his tennis throughout the course of this week, you know, as I said, I had almost stamped that gold medal on his head right from the start because of the way he's been hitting the ball.
We mustn't get greedy. A silver for the mixed doubles,
right now,
and let's
Colin.
hear from Laura Robson and Andy Murray now.
And at the end of all of the matches, she played some great tennis, and today, it was just 1 or 2 points, and disappointing.
They are such a tough team, though.
Yeah, you know, they're the top seeds for a reason. So, you know, for me, I was just happy to be in the final, but it's definitely tough to lose today.
I know it is, but I tell you what, celebrate. You've got a gold and a silver to add to Team GB.
Yeah, I mean, if we would have signed up for that at the start of the event, it's just annoying to lose. We were so close, and we played so well in the first set, and yeah, those super breakers, we won 3 of them, so our luck was bound to run out at some stage. It's a bit of a lottery, but we did well. It was a good tournament.
You certainly did, and you gave everyone so much to cheer about. Well done, and celebrate your silver.
Andy Murray off with Laura Robson there, coming out after playing 3 sets against Roger Federer and winning the singles gold in such style, and about half full at the moment here at centre court as they wave goodbye to Andy Murray. I wonder, is he seriously thinking of getting on that plane to Toronto? I'm not sure. Silver in the mixed doubles gold in the men's singles, and bronze in the men's Omnium back at the Velodrome with Simon Brotherton.
Certainly is a bronze medal for Ed Clancy in the Omnium. What a close finish it was in the end, and Ed won the last event, the kilometre, by a country mile actually, 1 minute exactly, 0.981 seconds. He was over 2 seconds ahead of the nearest rival in that event, but you don't get more points for finishing a half a mile ahead of everyone else. You still get the same amount whether you win by a tiny bit or a large margin. Anyway, it was enough for Clancy to move up from 5th to 3rd. Lasse Norman Hansen of Denmark takes the gold medal on 27 points. Brian Coquart of France on 29, and then on 30, just 1 point behind the silver medal position and 3 off gold. Ed Clancy for Great Britain edging out Roger Kluge of Germany on 33. Rob Hales alongside me here. Rob, great effort from Ed Clancy, because we ought to stress, I think, that actually he doesn't train for the Omnium in the way that Jess Ennis trains for the heptathlon, but actually he trains for the team pursuit.
He does. This is all off the back of team pursuit training, and let's look at the kilo. He was only 0.2 of a second outside Sir Chris Hoy's Olympic record, so that's where his power is. It's not the endurance events.
So a bonus medal, I think, to add to the scoreboard. A bonus bronze for Britain's cyclists.